Hi guys, Asmo here and welcome to the campaign walkthrough for PoE 1. This guide is intended for beginners. I will be starting fresh, just as you would on a league start, and I will be explaining the pathing, where to go, which quests to do and which to skip, and I will give plenty of tips that will help you complete the acts faster and easier. I'll be playing a Ice Shot Deadeye build, but you can follow along with any build you want to play. The path of building link for my build will be in the description together with entire leveling setup and notes, so you can copy exactly what I'm doing if you want. But I'll be focusing on mainly where I'm going and giving you as many helpful tips as I possibly can. So the first thing that I did here was I put my skills on attack without moving, which will make it so that my character will be more fluid. It's not going to have to move up a little bit and then attack if I'm attacking beyond my max range. So I recommend putting all of your skills except for dash on attack without moving. I'm also putting movement only on different keybinds, so I have it on T and D. I'm putting it on T just so that my skill jumps automatically to right click, and I'm putting it on D because D is the hotkey I'm using for walking while holding items. So if you're gonna see me walking while holding items, I'm doing that by pressing the button instead of the hotkey, instead of the left click. Here, while I'm selling everything that I don't need, I'm gonna be also pasting a string that has specific characters like a regex written because I'm looking for specific socket colors for links and other stuff that is needed for this build. I will have this string in the description, and also you can find it in the notes of the POB. So I bought the 3 green sockets and also a green blue chest piece. Chest piece is very nice to have because it gives you the most armor and evasion, and early on you're going to need that against Roas. And I also had 3 scrolls of wisdom left, so I bought the iron ring because our build is an attack build that scales with physical damage. So if we have more damage, more physical damage, or more flat elemental damage on our gear, we're going to be doing more damage. So I'm going to try to, in every single zone, tell you a little bit about where I'm going and different directions for it. So for example, in the coast, you really don't need to kill anything unless you have like a massive group of monsters like here, right? So here I have like a massive group of monsters, which makes it faster for me to kill the same amount of monsters than if they were separated, right? Early on, Ice Shot, for example, doesn't have a big AoE. We're shooting only one projectile. This is not the best skill early on. It really pops off later on when we get more projectiles and chain, and it becomes really amazing. But I chose this because this is something that you can play basically from the beginning to the end, from level 2 to end game, and you don't need to swap it, so that makes it a little bit easier to follow and you don't have to worry about any extra things. Plus it's just a fun build that a lot of people like, and I had the POB lying around and I decided to make a guide featuring this. With the Roas here, you definitely want to kill them first before opening the Roa nest, because the Roa nest is going to enrage them, they're going to do more damage. So you kill them first, just take your time, run in circles, and make sure that you're not getting hit by their charges, because it's going to stun you, and then the next Roa is going to hit you, and then the next, and you can very easily die here. This is one of the more dangerous zones in the entire campaign because you simply don't have any gear yet. These glyphs, these exclamation marks, are placed in a bit of like a triangle, so that's how you can find them. If you find one side of the triangle, you know kind of roughly where the other one will be. So I'm simply just killing the Roas, picking that up, and then we're gonna be going somewhere to the right, to the top right, where the exit of this zone is usually going to be. There are different layouts for each zone, so each zone has like different general patterns that it can follow, and it's going to be like anywhere between like 4 and 10 different layouts, and experienced players will know like generally how these layouts look like. They will be able to recognize them. This is something much more advanced that you absolutely don't need to do, but I will try to give you certain pointers whenever there is something easy to remember. So here we're progressing straight to Submerged Passage, and then we're going back to Coast. This is the pathing that I definitely recommend. So go just like me to Mudflats, progress to the next waypoint, go to the previous waypoint, and then go to the Tidal Island. Because that way we're going to be able to kill the boss in the Tidal Island and then just log out back to town and pick up our rewards that we can equip from level 4. So after killing this boss, Hellrake, here in this zone, you want to be at level 4 ideally, because that means you will be able to equip the Quicksilver Flask, and Quicksilver Flask will speed you up a lot, and if you can equip it in town, then you automatically get charges. If you equip it outside of town, then you don't have the charges and you need to kill some monsters first. So it's like a little bit of an optimization, plus you can equip other skills at level 4 that you're gonna be getting. You can also click on these chests and corpses early on, it's really nice to do because you need some extra scrolls of wisdom. If you can get some wisdom scrolls, armor scraps, transmutations, stuff like that, it's gonna really help you out early on to pick up all of the gear that you need. For example, playing an attack build, you really want to get rustic sash and 2 iron rings, because that's gonna massively increase the amount of damage you're doing. So after killing Hailrake, we're gonna log out here. I am using a logout macro, which comes from the Awakened PoE trade. It's gonna be linked in the description, or better yet, if you haven't seen my guide for the beginners, check out that. It's also gonna be linked in the description, and that explains all of the external things that I'm using. So first of them is the logout macro with Awakened PoE trade. I have it set to control and 3. You can set it up to whatever you want, and it simply returns you back to the character selection screen, and that way you can just click the macro, spam enter, and you're gonna log back in town. If you log out, your portals are gonna disappear, so keep that in mind. And yeah, here we pick up the Quicksilver, Mirage Archer, and then I'm going to also buy the Lesser Volley. I'm gonna buy Sniper's Mark, and I'm also going to buy the War Banner, as well as Rustic Sash for the 2 extra Scrolls of Wisdom. It's nice to check out the vendor for the Rustic Sash and see if there is one that has really high roll. It goes up to 24. I think it's like between 16 and 24. If you see something like 23, 24, it's nice to buy if your build utilizes that. So here I'm preparing my gems. The setup that I'm gonna have is going to be Ice Shot together with Lesser Volley, together with Mirage Archer. And as soon as I hit level 5, then I'm gonna be able to equip my 3-link and have that on. Then I have simply Dash. And then we also have unlinked Shrapnel Ballista. In this zone, you can see this bridge here, leave a portal here and continue going out, because that way you're gonna be able to get to the next waypoint. And then from that waypoint, we go to town, and from town we go to portal, and from portal we go to the other zone. This is basically optimizing time walking back and forth. You don't need to backtrack. If you follow exactly what I did here, just go through this zone, leave a portal before you get to the bridge, or whenever you see the other entrance to the cave. If you stumble upon that, leave a portal just there, and then you go out. You can go to the next zone, which is the ledge, and you can just go to the portal from the town, right? So you go to the waypoint, from waypoint to town, and then you go through the portal. I'm going to show you whenever I do that, right? So now we have the 3-link, which is going to be great. With the Mirage Archer and with any skill in general, you kind of want to figure out how many attacks does it take for you to kill monsters, and you don't want to attack too much, right? So I'm going to attack a couple times just to trigger my Mirage Archer, and then I'm going to put some totems down, the Shrapnel Ballistas, and I'm just going to run, right? If there's a few monsters, I'm just going to run and not care about like single monsters. You really don't want to hit individual mobs. You want to make sure that you're hitting big packs of monsters. Certain monsters have like better ratio of experience to health. For example, skeleton archers are really good to kill in packs because they are quick to kill, they have very low health, but they give good amount of experience relative to the health and the amount of time it takes to kill them. So that's why, for example, I would prioritize those. Just prioritize killing big packs and don't worry about a single monster. If there's like an individual single monster or like a big rare monster that is too tanky for you, just ignore that and move on. There's really gonna be no issue with getting enough monsters and enough experience to kill on the way. Basically, every single player who's a beginner will end up just killing many more monsters than they need to, right? You can skip some monsters, just kill the stuff that is efficient and quick to kill, and you're gonna be much faster. You're gonna spend way less time just attacking mobs. Another thing is also try to utilize your movement skill as much as you can, right? So whenever it's off cooldown, you can see that I'm trying to press it as much as possible, right? I'm utilizing the movement skill because it's faster than moving. I organize my inventory in a way where I put currency on the left side because that's where stuff normally automatically ends up. And then if there is something to sell, I put it on the right side. And then if I have something that I'm saving for later, I put it on the extreme right side, just at the edge. So I know it's kind of like separated from the rest of the stuff. So if there are some items that have nice sockets or something that I maybe will use later, or something that I'm still thinking about, or I'm maybe like looking for chromatics to recolor it or something, then I'm gonna keep it on the right side, and I'm gonna make sure to not sell it. Here you can see my loot filter is highlighting different colors and telling me what colors are dropping. I have a specific loot filter for leveling this build and for leveling melee and casters as well. You can just get a regular loot filter from the Filter Blade website, and everything's loot filter, like a semi-strict filter, will work just fine. But a leveling, like specific loot filter will be much nicer to play with, because it's gonna tell you also with, like, I have specific voice lines recorded that say exactly what dropped, and that allows me to know whether I should backtrack for it or not without just having like a generic sound. I have also like voice lines. If you're interested in getting my loot filters specifically, you can go check out my Patreon. It's gonna be linked in the description. So in this zone, we also there's a few bosses. There's a couple of bosses that you don't need to kill. The dangerous thing here is the goats. Goats are very dangerous. They have something called molten shell. You see this like orange fire thing around them. If you hit them, it's gonna break and explode. So if you're, for example, using Frostblink, or if you're like close to them and you attack them, it's gonna actually kind of do like an explosion that's gonna deal a lot of damage to you. It can ignite you and kill you very easily. So you don't want to hit these ghosts that have molten shell on while you're like right next to them, because that's gonna do a massive amount of damage to you potentially, especially if you're like in the middle of multiple of them. So you can see here, this is a very dangerous situation. So we're not fighting the guy there, we're just escaping, and it's completely fine. Because I think I'm like level 8 right now already, which is absolutely fine. I think we dropped augmentation here, so I'm going back for this. Augmentations are useful. There is later a recipe that you can use for movement speed that requires 3 augmentations, so definitely pick them up. Here we have full inventory, and we're getting to prison. This is the time where I use the waypoint to go back to town. And then from town, we can still use the portal that we have opened in the submerged passage. But I'm gonna first empty my inventory, see if there are any good items. Like I'm identifying boots primarily, and I'm identifying stuff that has good sockets. So I have boots that have movement speed on them already, but they have only 1 socket. And it's gonna be a little bit of a problem if I cannot find like a jeweler's orb and get more sockets for them. I'm also getting this helmet here because I simply had no helmet at all, and I'm going to need some sockets in order to equip the rest of my gear. From here, I'm picking up from the reward added cold damage, and I'm gonna add that to my shrapnel ballista, and I'm also picking up another iron ring. These iron rings cost 3 scrolls of wisdom, and we're gonna be able to turn them later into resist rings as well. So here, since I picked up another item, another rustic sash, I'm putting the old rustic sash in the stash because there is a recipe. If I was ever like super unlucky on weapons and I couldn't find a good bow, I could actually craft a bow. There is a recipe where you use a bow or whatever weapon you want. Rustic sash, that is magic or rare or even unique. We can make it rare, for example, with essences. And then you also put blacksmith whetstone, and you sell all of those things to the vendor, and you get a weapon with a guaranteed physical damage roll. And that's going to be something that is going to be good enough if you get like a weapon that is around your level to just kill everything that you need to. But ideally you would find some rare or magic weapon with some like added flat damage to it or increased damage already, so that you can also additionally craft it. Weapon is very important for an attack build, and it's going to be something that's going to make a very big difference. So you definitely should keep that in mind and make sure that you're picking up every single valid weapon that you can use on your build. So we're killing this guy for the extra skill point. This is a quest you definitely want to do, and as with every other quest, you don't need to talk to NPCs other than to just pick up the reward. It automatically works, and you don't need to do anything about that. So here we sell everything I don't need. We're selling, I'm gonna be picking up more stuff than I usually do. I'm gonna be selling a lot of magic and rare items, identified and unidentified, because I want to have a lot of currency that I can then use to craft resistances and show you exactly how to make your character stronger. So we're going to be doing some crafts, we're going to be keeping up with the levels, keeping up with the gear, and making sure that the character is strong and it's easy to play, so that you can, if you're following this, it's going to be easy for you. Now I picked up a node that gave me extra strength and intelligence, which means I can also equip some strength and intelligence requiring gems. So I'm swapping dash to frost blink. You're gonna see throughout this playthrough, I'm probably gonna be swapping between frost blink and dash multiple times, because it depends on the socket colors I have. If I have extra blue socket, I would rather use the frost blink, but if I don't, then I can just use dash, so don't throw that away. In this zone, generally you want to go to the right side, like top right. That's generally where the trial is going to be, and this is the first of the 6 trials that you need to do your first lab. Trials are generally pretty easy. There is not much to it. Make sure that you use your life flasks whenever you walk over a trap. We have a nice amount of items here. Yeah, so there's many different layouts. You don't need to know them. Just generally kind of to the right, you see this book on the minimap. You can see like a book icon. This is how a trial is normally going to be indicated. Sometimes there's going to be like a lore thing where there is a book, but it's actually like you click on it and some guy tells you lore of the game. But whenever there is like a trial is always going to be indicated with that book icon as well. So that's how you can easily find them on the minimap. If you go and see it, then that means the trial is there generally, unless it's the lore thing. So yeah, these traps have specific patterns. You can stay there for a moment and try to figure it out, or you can just run through it all of the time. If you have enough life and a life flask, you're gonna be completely fine. And then you need to click on this. Then you need to click on this thing. Okay, we identified the weapon, a longbow. It's a little bit better than what I had. And then now I actually logged out because I have completely full inventory. So I want to sell stuff and just go back to where I was from the waypoint, because there is a little bit of a way back that I would have to backtrack coming out of the trial. Pretty similar distance to getting out of the zone just from the waypoint. So that's how I'm doing it. I already have a 3-link chest, but I'm picking up another 3-link chest that has 3 green sockets, because in case I will find, for example, a glove that has green, green, red, which is exactly what I want, then I can swap these things around. So if you find colors that are useful for you, it's usually a good idea to just keep a couple of them in your stash or in your inventory, so that whenever you swap your gear, because you find a good improvement, you can actually replace the gear and you don't have to mess with the gear. You don't have to spend chromatics, and you're just gonna wait a lot of time and resources. But if you have a couple of these great like 3 links early on, you're gonna be able to like mix and match and replace different pieces of your gear. And this is especially important for boots. Like if you find boots that are green, green, green in the beginning, and that's what your build needs, then definitely make sure that you also pick up other green, green, green items, because you might, for example, find boots with movement speed and you would rather wear that, right? And they might not have the right sockets in terms of what you need. This zone, as a beginner, you probably will find it to be a nightmarish labyrinth, because it's very hard to find your way. I know that this layout is the exit is going to be at the top left most likely, because it's not like it still possibly could be top right, but it's going to be top left here. So basically we will have to go to the left side. A cool trick to know about the zones is that every single zone will generally be fit in like a diamond shape. So imagine like a square that is like turned around to be like a diamond, and that's gonna be kind of like what most zones fit in. And if you are at, for example, if you identify that you're on the left side of the diamond and there is nothing on the left, there is no way to go to the left, there's only somewhere, you know, up, right and down, then you know it's probably on the opposite side of this diamond that the exit is going to be. And that is true for many zones. Whenever you're confused and you don't know where to go, you can pretty much follow that principle, and most of the time it's going to be correct. We're going to Brutus. Whenever I'm walking like through a place like this, I'm checking my gear, I'm seeing, okay, what do I need to upgrade, how is my damage? So I will many times in this run equip a weapon just to check and then hover over my tooltip, right? So it's not the best way to do it. The best way and the most accurate to do it would be to use like something like Path of Building, but it's a very quick way to do it. Just check out your tooltip, make sure you don't have any temporary buffs. So sometimes if I have like frenzy charges, I will wait for them to expire, or I will go to the next zone and then check it. So check your tooltip, see how much damage you're doing, swap the weapon, and then make sure no auras are being turned off or anything like that, and then compare the damage, right? And then you will see if the new weapon is better or not. Generally, it's pretty easy to tell. It's not that difficult, at least with this type of a build that does just straight up hit damage, that doesn't have any like damage over time or any weird components. So I just keep selling all of the stuff that I'm finding, and you can sell 3 flasks, as you can see right now that I did. If there are 3 flasks, life flasks or mana flasks of the same tier, and if you sell 3 of them to the vendor, you're gonna get 1 of the higher tier, right? So I sold 3 medium flasks and I get 1 large flask. And usually you wanna make sure that you're upgrading the flasks and keeping up by just picking them up from the ground, and that was gonna be 90% of the time that's going to be enough. Sometimes you're going to be like unlucky, or the flasks are going to be dropping somewhere far off and you don't bother picking them up, and then you can just go to the vendor and buy a flask for like 3 wisdom scrolls. In this zone you can see this like little ledge. You want to go on the side of that little ledge. So if this little ledge here is on the right side, I want to go on the right side, and there's going to be a way forward through that. And that's how we're kind of passing through this zone. Again, this has many different layouts. No reason to learn them, but in general you can see also the road goes kind of down, right? If the road keeps going down, then you're going the right way, and if the road suddenly somewhere goes up, then it's probably going to be leading to like a corrupted zone. Which actually on this build, if you see corrupted zones, the ones that have like this orange red entrance, the corrupted zones or Vaal corrupted zones are actually okay to do, especially on this build, because if you find Vaal Ice Shot, or if you find Vaal Orb, which you can use on your Ice Shot to have a chance to get a Vaal Ice Shot, that's going to give you a massive boost to your single target. You're going to be melting and just erasing bosses, because Vaal Ice Shot gives you a huge amount of single target damage. In this run, I don't get it. I've gotten it before from just like randomly slapping a Vaal Orb I found on the ground. So it's something that can happen sometimes, but it's not going to happen always. So now in this zone, in the ship's graveyard, you want to walk a little bit up to find the waypoint, and then you want to go to find the cave where there's like a shipwreck, and you don't talk to Fairgraves yet. There is no reason to. You simply go and try to find the shipwreck cave. You do that, then you keep going to the next zone. You go to the waypoint, and then from that waypoint you go back to this waypoint here, and then you do Fairgraves. That's the order in which you want to do things here. The Fairgraves quest here is going to give you a skill point, so we do that. There's a bunch of quests that have either like regret points as a reward, or they have like a piece of gear as a reward. And if they are not something that's on the way, if they're not like talking to the same NPC that you would otherwise talk to, I just skip that. It's absolutely not necessary to do. You can completely skip it. There's no negative consequences other than you don't get it, the reward, but you could do it later if you wanted to. So basically just follow all the quests that I'm doing here and skip the quests that I'm skipping, and you're gonna be completely fine. This run is 100% run, meaning 100% in a functional way. So we're getting all of the skill points that you can possibly get, and we're getting all of the labs, right? So all of the labyrinth ascendancy points that you can possibly get. This cave is one of my most hated zones. You have the zombies that slow you, you have the skeletons that bleed you, and it's an absolute complete labyrinth full of just dead ends. But you can kind of see that the entrance is at the top of a diamond. So I know this is going to be going to the bottom, but which way is it going to the bottom? We don't know, right? So we know we have to find the exit at the bottom of this zone somehow. Another thing that I'm using here is also a war banner. So war banner has like a extra ability. Whenever you have the stacks, you can see I'm dropping the war banner here, and now I'm getting adrenaline. So you can see how I erased this monster, like just completely destroyed him. That's because I activated the war banner. Whenever you kill monsters, you get stacks for your war banner, which you can see in the top left. Whenever you have a bunch of stacks, it goes up to 50. When you have like 50 stacks or a little bit less than that, if you press the war banner again, you're gonna drop the war banner and you're gonna gain adrenaline. Adrenaline gives you huge amount of increased damage. And it also gives you, I think, increased attack speed, movement speed, and it gives you a little bit of physical damage reduction. So that is something that you want to use on bosses. So here I'm going to be killing these skeletons, right? And I'm getting some stacks. And then whenever the boss appears, I'm going to be dropping my war banner. I'm going to be applying sniper's mark to the boss, and I'm going to be just melting it, right? Here, after this, I'm going to show you like a really cool recipe. So from this reward, we don't need anything technically from Nessa, who's gonna give us a skill gem, but you should take the Rain of Arrows gem. The Rain of Arrows gem is a part of a very cool recipe that is very useful for this build, so I would definitely recommend taking the Rain of Arrows here. I'm gonna show you this recipe later because I actually do it in this run, but take this gem, save it, and we're gonna use it later. The passive skill tree here, I'm not going to talk too much about it, but you're going to find the path of building in the description. And oh, you can see I'm buying 2 blue gems. Why am I buying 2 blue gems? I'm buying 2 blue gems because if you use a gem of whatever color you want, right, red, green, or blue, and then you get an iron ring and you sell it with that gem, you're gonna get a resistance ring corresponding to the color, right? So for the blue gem and an iron ring, you're gonna get a sapphire ring. So you can see I got 2 sapphire rings, which gives me a huge amount of cold resistance. And then I'm also going to my hideout, which you unlocked in Act 2, but if you completed Act 2 before, then you're gonna have it already. And then I'm crafting cold res on one of them. And that gives me 74, almost 75, which is the cap, a cold resistance, which means I'm going to take very little damage from Merveil, and it's going to absolutely trivialize the fight. So that's what I recommend doing. Get the iron rings early on and buy iron rings rather than buying sapphire rings, and then simply buy a couple of blue gems and then sell the blue gems with the iron rings to the vendor, and you're going to get the sapphire rings, which is going to give you huge amount of resistances. Even if you don't have the crafting bench yet, which you unlocked in Act 2, you're still going to be completely fine against Merveil. So in this zone, I also am collecting a lot of stuff because I want to definitely make sure that I have a lot of currency that I can show you guys all of the right stuff that you should be buying and set up the character properly. As a more advanced player, you don't necessarily need to pick up that many items. You don't need to be selling that many items because it will slow you down a little bit. But this run is still gonna be, you know, fairly quick. I'm not trying to speedrun. I'm trying to kind of do it in a demonstrative way where I can showcase the build and the campaign properly. But you can skip picking up some of these items if you don't need to. The main thing that you should be picking up, the main thing to pay attention to is weapons, quivers, jewelry, because these things can give you a lot of damage. Also gloves can give you a lot of damage, boots can give you movement speed, but mainly pay attention to the sockets, right? Sockets and socket colors and linked sockets are the most important things. So make sure that you know what your build is going to need. So look up your guide, see what skills you're gonna need in the next act, for example, and then see, okay, I'm gonna need to have extra blue socket, so you look for the gear with that, right? And try to always keep that in mind. Here I go into a little bit of a dead end. It's a very weird zone that has these islands and I cannot progress from the last islands. I have to completely backtrack, but that is fine. This zone is has some dangerous mobs, these like red squids. They explode. I think they do fire damage as far as I know. So if you don't have a movement skill ready to get away from them, then they can potentially just one-shot you by like a huge amount of them running into you, stunning you, and then another group runs into you because you couldn't move, and then you just get completely destroyed. So yeah, I portal before entering this zone, because if you portal, you lose the war banner stacks, and I definitely want to have my war banner stacks for the boss fight. That's why I'm killing extra monsters here, because I wanted some extra stacks. And this is the Merveil fight. It has 2 phases. It's fairly simple, and I have pretty good setup here. We have decent weapon. We can use the war banner. We can use the shrapnel ballista, which we have linked with added cold as well. And overall, for this setup is very, very simple. Generally, if you're following a decent leveling build, you're never gonna struggle with this. Get some cold res like I did on the rings, and it's just gonna be a very, very simple fight. If you don't have, for example, a good life flask and good mana flask, make sure to upgrade your flasks before this fight, which is something that can help you a lot, because if you have the flasks that you started the game with, it might be a little bit harder for you to do. And now we're going into Act 2. The first 3 acts, I think, are probably the most complicated in terms of setting up your character. You're getting most of your skill gems in the first 3 acts, you're doing the most trials. They definitely take the longest, the first 3 acts. After Act 3, the acts take a little bit less time. So if you want to practice, if you're, for example, trying to league start a certain build and you know already what build you're going to start, I definitely recommend practicing at least the first 3 acts or 4 acts, or the first half of the campaign, like the first 5 acts, because usually after the beginning of Act 6, you're not really gonna change your gear that much, and it's just gonna be cruising through the campaign. So practicing the Act 1, 2, and 3 is probably the most important. That's where you're gonna shave off the most time, by knowing how much currency you need. So like how many transmutations, how many alterations. Like I know, for example, I'm gonna need a couple of alterations here because of the skill gems that I'm gonna be purchasing. Skill gems in Act 1 generally cost Scrolls of Wisdom and transmutations. In Act 2 they cost alterations. In Act 3 they cost alterations and chance orbs. And then in Act 4 you need alchemy orbs. So I, for example, will need 1 alchemy orb in Act 4. I already know that, so I will not just spend my alchemy willy-nilly on whatever I want. I will keep it and make sure that I have it for the right things. So here I got a green red from the vendor, so I'm swapping my stuff around because I want to make sure that I can set up the ballista totem setup. So I will drop the shrapnel ballista and I will go to Act 1 and pick up a ballista totem, and I will also pick up ice shot. So I will have ice shot set up as a ballista, and I will have ice shot as a self-cast. And that will be also linked with added call, I think, in the beginning. So we go back to Act 1 and we're gonna buy that. If you switch between acts and then you log out, if you like go to Act 1 town and then I go to some zone in Act 2 and I log out, I will end up in Act 1 town. So the last town you were in is the one that you're gonna end up if you logged out. And I'm not throwing out these linked skills. I'm not selling them. You'd get very little for it, so it's just better to save it in the stash and make sure that if I ever screw myself over on the sockets, or if I find like an amazing piece of gear that I need to equip, then I will be able to. Okay, we got strength here, so here I'm gonna try to maybe use an alteration on it. And we get a suffix again, and I try again, and we get a suffix again, so I cannot craft resistance on it. I tried to craft resistance on the gloves, but unfortunately we can't. So the items that I craft typically on are going to be the items that I got most recently, right? Because the thing that you just upgraded, you probably are not going to upgrade it very quickly, so this is a safe item to craft on. That's how usually I choose what to craft my resistances on. Here we get beasts. So in Act 2 you're going to encounter Einhar. I recommend doing an Einhar mission at least once, because normally when you run through the zone you're not gonna like walk around and kill all the beasts, but if you have an opportunity, just kill them on the way. And if you like don't find the last one, just don't go around the map and look for them, but if you happen to find all of them on the way, then kill all of the beasts, and then make sure that you have at least 4 yellow beasts killed. That will allow you to craft a specific craft on your flask. So for example, in Act 4 we're going to get one of the flasks there, and we're going to craft the bleed immunity and bleed removal on it. That will allow us to deal with a bleed, which is extremely dangerous in that act, and we're going to be able to guarantee getting that bleed removal modifier on our flasks by using the bestiary, which I'm gonna show you when we get to that. You can see here all of my skill gems suddenly leveled like crazy. Some rare monsters are going to have a modifier that has a multiplier to the amount of XP that your gems get. So whenever you kill monsters, you get experience and your gems get experience. And whenever you kill that type of a monster, you will have just like a huge amount of XP. You see all of your gems suddenly leveling, and when they're going to be grayed out, usually it's going to be because you either don't have enough levels or you don't have enough attributes, depending on the gem. But if you see like all of your gems being grayed out, you probably don't have enough levels because you didn't get XP as a character. The gems themselves got XP because the monster had a multiplier to that. So here I'm selling stuff, I'm identifying things to get alterations because I know I'm gonna still need a bunch of alterations, and I'm prioritizing a fair amount of movement speed on my character here. Mobility is really important. If you wanna level faster, if you ever wanna like become faster at the campaign, one of the main things that you're going to have to learn is just running more, right? Doing more things while running. running more and just making sure that you're just moving. It's just constantly moving, right? So doing things like I'm doing here, killing this monster, which is a beast with extra life, which is a beast that has huge amount of life as a base life, and was also possessed by a ghost. That's something that you don't want to do if you're trying to go as fast as possible, but I'm killing this because I want the mission complete, because I want Einhar unlocked, because I want to show you how to craft the flasks if you ever need any specific flask craft. Other than that, you really want to just focus on killing magic monsters and big packs of monsters. Here, I'm looking for the cave, entrance to the cave, and I know it's going to be somewhere here below, so I'm going to leave a portal here, because when you exit this cave, you're going to end up somewhere at the bottom right of the zone, which is going to be far away from this exit. So it's actually faster to leave a portal there, continue through this exit, and then go to the next waypoint, and then from that waypoint I'm gonna go back to town and pick up the portal. Same thing as we did in Act 1. So there are specific situations where you want to leave a portal and then come back through a waypoint to town and into that portal, and it's gonna speed you up because it's gonna limit the amount of backtracking that you're doing. So whenever there's a situation like that, I'm gonna mention it. There's a few more like that throughout the campaign. So here we can sell all of the items that we don't need. I'm going to ID a quiver, because quivers can be very useful. They can give you lots of damage. And then we're also going to sell everything else that I don't need. The boots are unlikely to get the colors that I need. That's why I didn't even identify these. So if you don't know, different bases. Oh, and there we go, 3 socket. So that's much better, right? This kind of saves me, because this allows me to later even recolor these and put some more sockets. So this is really nice because I had movement speed on these boots, and now they have actually a good amount of sockets. So yeah, if you didn't know, different items have different chances at getting different socket colors. So if you have a lot of strength requirement, you're gonna be able to get red sockets more likely. If you have a lot of int requirement, you're gonna be able to get blue sockets more likely. And if you have green sockets, you're going to be able to have green sockets are related to dexterity, so if you have dexterity, you're going to be able to get green sockets more likely. Here we're just going through, we see the exit, so you can see this orange icon signifying like the door, and that's how the exit of this, where the exit of the zone is going to be. We can kill this beast, and then right after I kill this beast and pick up the items, I can just log out, right? Because I don't need to continue progressing. I already picked up the waypoint that is further along, so I'm going to be able to just go to that. And from this quest reward that we're going to get right now, I would highly recommend you pick the Quicksilver Flask, unless you already found one Quicksilver, right? So Quicksilver Flask is something that you want 2 of, at least in the beginning. It's going to speed you up a lot. And then if you find extra Quicksilvers, if you have like 3 or 4, just keep dropping for you, you can sell a Quicksilver with Augmentation Orb and boots that have movement speed on them already. Let's say you have these 10% movement speed boots. If I sell that to the vendor, I'm gonna get 15% movement speed boots. And if I sell that, I'm gonna get 20% movement speed boots. So you can upgrade your boots a little bit if you have extra Quicksilver Flasks and Augmentation Orbs. In this zone and Chamber of Sins level 1, you kind of want to find the middle of the zone, and then in the middle of the zone there is going to be like a circle, and it's going to be a waypoint. And the relationship of the middle of the zone to the waypoint is kind of pointing toward the exit of the zone, right? So if from the middle of the circle to the waypoint you have to go top right, then you just go top right, right? And that's where the exit of the zone is going to be. I did the essence here because I saw it on the minimap. I want a lot of essences because I want to spam them on bows. If I have like a nice bow with nice sockets, that is a good base. Yeah, see, so this is going to be to the top right, right? Because the waypoint kind of points toward where the exit is going to be. Yeah, so I'm picking up a lot of essences. Essences are useful to throw on jewelry, throw on items. If you get an upgrade 4-link that's white, throw an essence on it. It's just very, very nice to do essences, and especially on a attack build that cares about weapons and really wants to upgrade weapons a lot. So the more rare weapons I can get, the better. So that's why I'm picking up these essences. In the Chamber of Sins level 2, there is a trial. So that's another trial we're going to do, and you can see the book already, so we know that the trial is here. The trial can be either you go down and it's to the right, or you go left and then it's to the up to the top, right? So either left and up, or down right and then top right. That's usually the 2 areas where it can possibly be. After the trial, we're just gonna go look for the exit and the boss. In this zone, there is a lot of lightning damage, so you might want to be careful for basically if you have like a room with skeletons and they're, let's say, magic and there's a rare monster there, because let's say these magic monsters have a modifier where they do extra damage or fire extra projectiles, and then there's a rare monster that buffs them with haste so they cast faster, and you might take a lot of damage. The way to prevent that is to use, for example, a topaz ring, right? So you can sell a green gem with an iron ring, or simply buy a topaz ring from the vendor, or just craft the lightning resistance on your gear, and that's going to be able to protect you from this type of damage in this zone. Different zones have types of monsters that do a lot of certain type of damage, so I'm going to try to also mention which resistances you should prioritize, right? So for this zone, the beginning of Act 2, you want to prioritize a lightning resistance, right? And lightning resistance is going to be also very important in Act 3. So this is something that you want to start getting, right? So in Act 1, you want to start by getting cold res. In Act 2, you want to start building up your lightning res. And then for Act 4, you want to get some extra fire res and also keep up with the other ones. I'm looking at the 2 stone rings. So here I'm going to sell a couple of transmutations because I want scrolls of wisdom and I have tons of transmutations. That's why I picked up so many items. And I'm purchasing jewelry. First of all, we got amulets with strength and int, because this is what my build is going to be lacking. And then also 2 stone rings that have 16 to each resistance, because that's more than the regular single resistance rings can get. The single res rings can get maximum of 30, and the double res rings, the 2 stone rings, can get 16 of each, which is 32. So you can get more resistances if you are using the 2 stone rings. And then if you get just white ring like that and craft res on that, that's going to be the most efficient way of like fixing your resistances on any new character. You can also, if you find extra ones, throw essences at them and things like that. Now we're gonna go to the crypt. The only reason to go there is to do trial, right? So if you've already completed the campaign in this league, let's say a new league starts and you played one character, you completed the entire campaign. On a second character, you're not gonna be forced to do the trials, so you don't have to do the trials on the extra character, which means you wouldn't even go into this zone at all on your second character, right? But on this character, since I am doing a fresh run, I have to do everything, right? So I have to do all of the trials, all of the skill points, all of the lab, everything has to be done on this character. We are fixing up our gear slowly, so you can see I'm shifting sockets, right? I know that I'm probably gonna be upgrading the bow. And what if my next bow has only 1 socket, and then I'm gonna have to swap stuff, right? So I'm already like preemptively changing stuff around. I also purchased Skitterbolts and Herald of Ice. Herald of Ice is really nice, temporarily at least, and Skitterbolts give me a lot of extra damage because they shock enemies, right? The chill I'm applying myself because I'm doing cold damage, so the chill doesn't really help me that much, but the shock is very nice and gives you some extra single target damage. Another thing that we're gonna add soon, if I already had sockets, I would have already done it, but I don't yet. So I picked up Frenzy from Act 2, which costs 1 alteration. And then from Act 1, for a transmutation, we want to buy Mana Forged Arrows, and we're going to combine them together for like an automated setup that's going to give me Frenzy charges, but we need 2 linked green sockets for that, and I don't currently have any extra sockets. So constantly throughout the campaign, you're going to have situations where you're missing certain sockets, and you have to determine whether how important is it, right? Usually, best idea is to just keep going until you find it. It's usually not worth to just like look at every single shop or go back or try to craft very early. Like, it's better to just keep going and accept that you're going to be slightly weaker, and then just keep a lookout for the next upgrades, right? So that's why if you have a plan and if you are prepared and you have a POB and you know already what kind of gems you're going to have to use, it's really nice because you're going to be able to anticipate different socket changes, so you're going to be able to make sure that you pick stuff up ahead of time, even before you need it. So we have a nice bow here with extra lightning damage, and it has 2 linked green sockets, which will allow me to use the Mana Forged setup. I'm also looking for other gear. I'm always trying to find the upgrades. I'm always trying to find sockets. Soon we're going to be able to find 4 links. You can find 4 links whenever you can start finding items of item level 25. So it's going to be around when you're like, I think 3 levels below that. I think the levels vary like 3 levels up and down from wherever you are. We're gonna now go through the riverways. So first, this act, just to summarize kind of the pathing, because this act is a little bit less linear than Act 1. So what we do first, we go top right. Oh, there's a huge amount of leather belts that we get here. So we go top right first, and we cross the first zone, we go to the crossroads. From the crossroads, we go to the Chamber of Sins. And then after the Chamber of Sins, you can either do the trial or you can leave the trial in the crypt for later. Basically, that's a thing you can do whenever you want. And then we go to the riverways, and from riverways we're going to go to the western forest. And then things will vary depending on which bandit you will help. So there are 3 bandits. You can help either one of them or you can kill them all. Usually, probably like 90% of the time, I kill them all. This is one of the exceptions. First of all, it's actually more beginner friendly and it's easier on the gearing process if you help Alira. So we're going to be helping Alira. And secondly, this is a build that's going to transition into crit. So helping Alira is actually not bad even for the late game, because we're going to be fully benefiting from all of the bonuses that she gives. If you help Alira, you're going to get 15% to all elemental resistances. You're going to get also mana regeneration, which is very helpful, especially early on. And you're also going to get critical strike multiplier, which only benefits you if you're actually benefiting from crits, right? Right now, this build early on is not going to be benefiting from crits because we're going to be picking up precise technique, which makes it so that we don't get any bonus damage from crits. But later on, we're going to transition to crit and benefit from that. Early on, the most important thing is the mana and the resistances. 15 to all res is basically 45 res. If you found 45 res on an item, that would be amazing. So that's going to be something that's going to help us a lot. This belt has a huge amount of resistances, so I'm going to put also another res on it because it has an open suffix, and that's going to be a very big defensive change, but I'm probably going to keep the other belt, because if I fit enough resistances in other parts of my gear, then I'm going to be able to just use that for more damage. Here in this zone, you go down the road, and then you have a waypoint, and you can see waypoint is on the right side of the road, so it points toward where Alira is. And on the opposite side, that's where the Weaver is. That's where the Weaver's chamber with the cave with the spider is. That's how you can very easily tell in this zone where to go. So I'm going to help Alira, so I don't need to go talk to her just yet. I'm going to simply follow the road, go down, complete the quest for the way forward. And then I'm going to go to the top left side to where the Weaver is, and so that we can do the Weaver quest. And after Weaver, we can simply log out, because there is no easy way to get out of that. So that's why you want to do this last. If I was killing all bandits, I would go kill Alira, then go down, and then go to the opposite side to kill the Weaver. That's the order that I normally do this in. We find a unique item. I'm not going to be using any unique items other than the one that I'm going to actually make from a recipe that I'm going to show you later. But unique items, when identified, sell for alteration shards. Sorry, not alteration shards, alchemy shards. And alchemies are very useful, of course, for buying skill gems, for upgrading your gear. One of the negative things, for example, about all of essences that you can find early on is that they're going to be taking up a prefix modifier. So if you have like super like small essence, like a low essence that would normally give you like an added physical damage, if it's such a small amount, it's actually better to just put alteration on, or like minion damage or spell damage, right? You don't want to use these on both most of the time, so you would rather just use an alchemy, because it has an equal chance of getting you any of the prefixes, rather than taking up a prefix slot and making it less likely to get the good ones, because you simply get fewer of them. Now I'm selling all of the stuff. I'm selling all the old gear, upgrading some of the new gear. You always want to keep up with resistances, right? Look for upgrades. This is something that comes a little bit with experience, but also you need to know what you need. So I recommend periodically checking your gear. If you have any downtime, you're waiting for a boss to spawn, you're going through a very simple, easy, like linear area, just open your inventory while you're walking, and then hover over different items and be like, okay, what is my weakest item, right? And you're gonna see, let's say you have like a white pair of gloves. Okay, gloves are my weakest item. If I find a good sockets, right? If I find like a 4-link glove, maybe that's when you're gonna like put some essence on it. Or maybe when you are very early on, you can put some essence on it, like a 3-link, or maybe you can identify more gloves and look for them. Here I'm buying a quiver, that is a white quiver. This is another thing that is needed for the recipe. So I have the quiver, and I'm gonna take 1 chance orb as well. That's gonna be another item that is needed for the recipe. So I got quiver, chance orbs, and rain of arrows, and we're starting to get closer and closer to the recipe. So this quiver is a shark tooth quiver, I think, and you can start finding them in Act 2, and you want a normal one, which is the white one, not magic, not rare. Of course you can use magic and rare just to equip it, but if you want to do the recipe, you need a normal one. So you want to make sure that your loot filter is showing it, and you want to make sure that you look in the vendors for it. So we go back to the portal. We're in the Western Forest, and now we're going to go to the Weaver's Chambers, and we're going to do the Weavers. So here you usually, if you can go to the left, you want to go to the left and just follow the outside wall. There is the Weaver's Chamber, and basically that's it. If you have Einhar here, this can be sometimes a huge help, like in any zone basically. If you have Einhar, he's gonna follow you if you either click on him at the beginning of the zone, or if you start attacking a beast, right? If you like hit a beast, then you're gonna be able to have him follow you. But let's say I didn't find a beast, but Einhar was here, I could click on him at the beginning and he would still follow me. So we're gonna put the mark, we're gonna use our banner for the adrenaline and just nuke this guy really quick. And then we have some downtime. I don't have to like aim specifically. That's why it's really nice to play a skill that you don't need precise aiming, right? Even though this is one of those skills that you kind of do need to aim. But still in this area it's very, very easy. So just dropping the ballistas, shooting things, and now I'm like looking at stuff. Okay, I'm putting some MTX on because I got some downtime. I can do that while waiting for the boss to come. So we take the Malagaro spike and everything else, and logging out back to town, and now we're gonna kill the bandits. So I'm gonna go to the crossroads and go to kill Kraken first, and then we're going to go to the other area. We're gonna go to the northern forest, we're gonna kill Oak, and then at the end we're gonna talk to Alira and we're gonna help her. She's gonna give us the item to progress. From Silk here you can pick up, for example, if you're playing this build, elemental damage with attacks. The gems, if you don't pick the reward gems, they're actually going to level. So gems at vendors level up. So there are 2 different vendors, right? You have the vendors in each act, and then you have Lily, right? Lily Roth, I think is the NPC's name, if I remember correctly. And you find her in Act 6. In Act 6, she starts selling gems to you, and she's going to sell gems at level 1. She's gonna have all of the gems. They're all going to be at level 1, kind of like in the library in Act 3, but we're going to skip the library on most characters. So she's going to sell gems at level 1, but all the other NPCs, like the Act 1 NPC, Act 2 NPC, Act 3, these gems are going to level slowly with you up until I think level maybe 15 or something like that. So if you ever need the gems that you can get from those vendors, then you can pick it up leveled, right? So you don't need to buy it early, you don't need to pick up the reward early, it's gonna level with you. So I found a great bow here. On a bow I'm looking for basically flat damage, right? So flat elemental damage and also physical damage increase. Right now flat elemental damage is better because I don't have the conversion yet fully spec'd into, but later we're gonna pick up a mastery, the cold damage mastery, that's going to give us physical damage converted to cold, and the Ice Shot by default also converts some of the physical damage to cold, and that's going to convert all of my damage to cold, and I'm going to be doing all elemental damage. Here we got an Essence of Greed, and I was very surprised how much damage I was doing and how quickly it died, because these golems in general have a lot of life. Here we got a Carnage Ape, another essence. The Fear essence I think is related to minions, so if you're playing a minion build, this is a really good essence to pick up. So here we're gonna just kill Kraken. I'm keeping all of these essences because, again, like I said, weapons, super important, right? So whenever we find a weapon and we can get a base, because as you level up, you get access in vendors to higher and higher bases of items, right? And if you want, you can go to Path of Exile wiki, poewiki.net, and you can, for example, type bow, and it's going to show you all the different bases of bows, and they're going to have varied base damages, varied attack speed, crit and different implicit modifiers on some of them, and also a level and attribute requirements. So you're going to be able to see at which level you can gain access to which base, and that can help you inform you a little bit. Okay, so here, this is something really cool. I got a Chaos Orb. Normally you can use this Chaos Orb to trade with people, but since I'm not trading, this is just a fresh start, solo self-found. I decided to on these boots use a Chaos Orb because I didn't roll anything good. I didn't even have a prefix open, I think, for crafting movement speed. It was just bad pair of boots. I used the Chaos on them and I got movement speed, and that way I can get more sockets freed up because I get an extra socket and I get the red and blue sockets as well. And in general, this is a pretty good base, right? Because this is an armor and evasion base, which will allow me to get green and red sockets mostly, which is primarily what I need in this build. So now I'm checking on my defense tab to see the resistances. I see, okay, resistances are okay. I'm later going to be able to craft some more. So I'm completely fine with that. And we go to the riverways and then to the northern forest. So again, I'm swapping back. I think I had dash for a while. Now I'm swapping back to Frost Blink because we get an extra blue socket, and Frost Blink is a little bit better. One benefit of the Frost Blink is that it deals damage, and that means that you can kill some extra monsters, right? You get more XP by simply just moving around because they take damage, and then you hit them, and maybe you wouldn't have killed them, but because they had like 80% HP already, you killed them. So you get more XP that way. And then also they freeze and chill enemies, which means these enemies are slower, they don't hit you as much, and you're able to basically take less damage from the enemies, right? Which is very, very helpful. Another essence, this is an essence of greed. So greed essence is going to grant you extra life. So this guarantees a life roll if you're putting it on armor. We're looking for the entrance to the oak arena. And I don't have charges for my war banner, so the oak is going to take a little bit longer. I recommend saving your war banner charges for oak, but it's not that big of a deal. If you're not playing a completely crappy build, you're going to be able to kill him just fine. If you're playing a strong build, it's going to be very, very easy. But some weaker builds, or if you're like just not gearing properly, if you're not upgrading your weapon and when you're playing this type of a build, then you might have to spend a little bit of time killing this guy because he heals himself as well. So now we're going to talk to Alira, and this is going to give me 15% to all resistances. I think 5%, I think 5 mana per second regeneration, which is a very big amount at this stage. And then also critical strike multiplier. But soon we're going to be picking up the passive keystone called Precise Technique. So when I pick up Precise Technique, a couple of things are going to happen. First of all, it has a requirement. It only works if your armor rating is higher than your total life. So you're going to see in a moment on the left side, we see I have 411 life. And if I open my character sheet, you're going to see that I'm going to be doing it a bunch of times. I open my character sheet and I select my skill or my attack. I'm going to be able to see the amount of accuracy rating that I have. And that number of accuracy rating simply has to be larger than my life. So in order to accomplish that, we're going to be picking passives on the tree that give me accuracy, and that's going to be completely enough. Also, another thing that benefits my accuracy rating is going to be, for example, War Banner. War Banner gives you extra accuracy rating increase, and you can also use an aura from Act 1 called Precision, which gives you extra accuracy, extra flat accuracy and critical strike chance. But we don't need that because our tree is going to give us enough, because I'm not picking up that much life. If you wanted to play a tanky build, then it's probably not a great idea to play with Precise Technique, because you would need a huge amount of accuracy to compensate for the higher life that you're going to have. But if you're playing something like Ice Shot, which is a ranged skill where we're either like, we're not going to be freezing, but we're going to be at least chilling enemies, right? So we're slowing them, we're killing them from a distance, they're also getting stunned. So we're having a pretty safe playstyle. Most of the time it's a pretty safe playstyle, so you don't need that much life. More important than life is actually going to be other defensive stats such as evasion. So I pick up the Precise Technique, and then the next thing we're going to be going for is going to be Onslaught, right? So Onslaught on kill. Onslaught is a buff that gives you attack speed, cast speed, and movement speed. Basically just speeds you up, makes you faster, and it's very much worth investing into. This zone is kind of like a maze as well. It usually goes in kind of a shape of a letter S or letter N. So you see from the beginning I went up left, and then it's gonna be, you have to go to the side and then down right, and then it's gonna go, now it's gonna go up again and then left again. That's how this zone typically goes, right? In this type of a zigzag shape. So that's how you can navigate it. And then we click on this and everything becomes dark and we move on to the next zone. I'll try to help you navigate through the zones. Certain zones have different tells. There's going to be some more examples of that, and I'll try to tell you exactly how to tell where to go in each of the zones. In the Northern Forest, this is where, this is your absolutely first time starting a campaign, you have a quest from Helena, I think is the NPC called, to go into a cave here, the dreaded thicket, and then you go into a hideout and get your first hideout, right? And that's where you're gonna have your crafting bench. It's very, very useful. Of course, you should do it as soon as you possibly can, so that you can use like transmutations and alterations to craft your gear. If you already have that hideout, there's absolutely no reason to go into that zone. So here I'm looking at different sockets. This bone bow is looking juicy because it's a nice base. However, it has only one socket, and I am going to be using a mastery that gives me accuracy depending on how many green sockets I have in my bow. So if I only have one socket, it's going to be 100, and if I have 3, that's going to be 300. So I want also at least 2 green linked sockets, because I have this, I have the mana forge setup, right? I want to later also put my setup for mark on hit, where our sniper's mark is going to be automated. So that's what I want the sockets for. So here in this zone, you generally want to stick to the right side and just keep going up, right? So you can see this zone is crazy because it had like the corrupted zone, and it just looks a little bit crazy. It has lots of like dead ends. This is not usual. Normally you just follow the right coastline and you just follow it all the way to the end. You see another dead end. This is not typical for this zone, but the principle still applies. Typically, you know, the quickest way is going to be to just follow the right edge of the map and just go upwards. And eventually you're going to go to the waterfall, and that's how you traverse this zone.
Wisdom.
In terms of the build, regardless of what build you play, in terms of you want to stay around the level of the zone, right? So you can see, if you look at the level of the zone, once I close my inventory, you're gonna be able to see the level of the zone, and this is 22, right? So if you are around level 20 to 22, you're completely fine, right? If you are higher level than 22 and you feel strong enough, you should probably stop killing so many monsters, right? Because there is no reason to do that. You can just simply walk forward, right? Walk forward, kill fewer monsters if you're like above the level of the zone, and you don't need to be because you feel strong enough, right? If you actually feel weak and you ever feel like, okay, this is very difficult, I don't know, like how can I make my character stronger, you can simply do it by gaining levels and rerunning the same zone. To rerun the same zone, you go to a waypoint or you go in front of the zone, and when you click on the zone itself, you hold control. When you control click, it gives you an option to create a new instance of that zone, and it's gonna be a fresh zone with the same monsters that you had before. So if you find like a zone where there's lots of monsters to kill, and there's lots of magic monsters, like guaranteed magic monsters, this is a good zone to do that. So for example, there's going to be I think Desecrated Chambers in Act 5 is one of those zones. Docks in Act 3 is one of those zones. I'm going to also mention that when we get to that area in the game. Here we got a recipe, very important recipe. This one is the movement speed that you can craft on boots. So this requires an empty prefix or a white pair of boots, and you can craft, I think it's like 10 to 14% movement speed, something like that, and it requires 3 augmentations. So that's what I would definitely recommend if you haven't found movement speed boots naturally, right? If they haven't dropped for you, and if you haven't found them in the vendor, then I definitely recommend doing that. If you want to be diligent, you know, and look for them in the vendor, I recommend using regex, right? So even if you just type MOV, right, like the beginning of the word movement, then you're going to highlight items that have movement speed modifiers, which there's a couple of shields that have that. So that's going to be highlighted, but if it's highlighting boots, that means these boots have movement speed on them, right? So you look at that and you can very quickly find boots with movement speed without having to look through every single pair of them. So I definitely recommend taking advantage of that. And if you're using the regex string that I have linked in the description and that I have in the notes for the POV for this build, you're going to automatically have that in. So now I'm going to back to the shop to sell this stuff, because I know that if I kill the boss, he's gonna drop a lot of items that I'm gonna want to pick up, and I don't wanna exit the area before that. Also I wanna stack my war banner, right? So I know that this from this zone to the boss, basically it's gonna be just like one zone, right? The boss is basically in this zone, because when you're going through these stairs, it's like a fake zone change. You're still in the same zone, it just teleports you to a different area. And you can see, again, this is like a pyramid, and you're going up in a pyramid, so the zones are getting smaller and smaller, and you can see the entrance is typically opposite of the exit, right? So this is left corner of a diamond shape. So now I want to find another corner of this diamond. So typically it's going to be to the right, right? If you're starting on the left, it's going to be to the right. If you're starting at the bottom, it's going to be up typically. It can be on another corner on the side as well, but that's less likely. So for Vaal, you don't want to blow your load at the beginning, okay? You want to hold on, because he's gonna come up, he's gonna spit out minions, and he's gonna jump down again. So what I want to do is I want to set up my ballistas, I want to put sniper's mark on him and hit him, and then I'm gonna kill the ads, and then when he comes back up, then I'm gonna use my war banner, because I'm gonna have more time to hit him, and you're gonna see how much damage I'm doing, right? So I make sure to put my sniper's mark, I kill the ads, I make sure to put the ballistas, and now I'm gonna use the banner so that I can have the adrenaline. I'm gonna just completely melt him, right? And because I have lightning damage on my bow, and I'm also using skitterbots, right? Either way, I'm applying the shock. Actually, if I was not using skitterbots, I wouldn't have the shock, I guess, right now, because we're using precise technique, right? So we're not critting, and we don't have any extra chance to apply shock. You need either a chance to apply shock or ability to crit without, you know, anything breaking it, like the precise technique, or there is also elemental overload, I think might mess that up. You're not doing like extra damage with crits and stuff like that. But yeah, so that's why skitterbots are being used right now, because it's a good amount of single target damage. But soon we're gonna be switching to different auras. In Act 3 you get access to a lot of auras that reserve 50% of your mana, so you can use like one of them plus a herald typically, or one plus skitterbots if you have low mana costs, or you can just use multiple heralds if that's still working well for you. And later we're gonna pick up some mana reservation efficiency, and we're gonna be able to run multiple big auras. So here we get a lot of items. We talk to Clarissa, and we continue going to the left where the town is going to be, and then we can either just keep going up, but I have full inventory, so I chose, as soon as I got into town, I log out, and then that allows me to log back into town, go to my hideout to craft something, right? So I actually didn't log out, yeah, I actually just straight up went to my hideout. So I used a macro with Awakened PoE Trade. I think by default it's like F5, and what it does basically types /hideout. If you type /hideout and press enter from town, you can just go to hideout without having to go to the waypoint. You cannot do that from any other zone, you can only do that from town. So if you're in town, you can do it. You can also do it if you're in somebody else's hideout. So we can talk to the vendor, we can sell everything, and here I can already start looking for 4 links, which are gonna be massive. 4 link is something that you're gonna reliably find in Act 3 or Act 4 usually. If you get unlucky, then maybe in Act 5. If you get mega unlucky, then in Act 6 you get some guaranteed quest rewards that give you 4 links. So pretty much any build can cruise through the first 5 acts on 3 links, so that's not a big issue. So this is the entrance to the lab. We still have to do 3 trials, so we still need to do that. That's going to be later on the way. And again, I'm trying to like clear my inventory a little bit. I still am not dropping everything. I'm not dropping all of the currency because I'm still going to be using it. So I definitely recommend keeping a little bit of your currency with you, because you're gonna have to craft something. You're gonna, let's say if you do library in this act and you buy gems from the Siosa, the NPC there, you're gonna have to have the currency with you. Dropping alchemy, dropping transmute, that's very nice. And in this zone there is gonna be two things. There's gonna be entrance, the sewer crate, that we're gonna go into later, and there's gonna be crematorium. So you wanna basically go to the side that allows you to go. There's gonna be one side where it's like a dead end very shortly, and then there's gonna be another side. So we're simply just progressing and going to the right and then up. There's gonna be like a one little square where there's like a mini boss in this area. This mini boss used to be like a very dangerous mob. They moved him. I don't know. He used to kill a lot of people, I think. They moved him now. It's like an optional character to fight. And we're gonna be going to crematorium. So crematorium, there is a lot of fire damage mobs. So you want some fire resistance. But the most dangerous thing is actually lightning damage. So at the end of crematorium, you're gonna fight Piety, and she and her minions are doing a lot of lightning damage. So here we pick up the waypoint. Sometimes there is like a dead end with the trial, and then after doing the trial, it's actually faster to log out, go from town to the waypoint, and then go the other way. So we're gonna be potentially, this is actually one of those zones. So you can see the trial already, right? On the minimap, you can see the book, you can see the levers. So this is where we're going. We just need to find a way to get there. We got a penetrating arrow quiver, which is pretty nice because this one has insane stats as well. It has life, res, flat damage, attack speed, and the pierce. So projectiles piercing is very, very nice. I'm gonna be swapping this quiver for an even better one that we can craft, but this is a very nice pickup for now at least. If you find like a great item like that that is good for leveling, you can leave it in the stash, and then your next character will have an easier time leveling as well. So yeah, this is one of those areas that I was considering whether to go to the left side, but I think here possibly logging out and going to the right would be a good choice. But I'm still not sure if there is nothing to the left, if there's no way to go up and the right afterwards, because that could also be, yeah, it's also here, right? So you'd have to be certain that it's not here. So yeah, so this boss is doing a lot of lightning damage. Huge amount of lightning damage, so really be careful for that. And if you're taking too much damage, just walk a little bit backwards, because it's like a storm around her. She shoots like balls of lightning. You can simply walk away and she's gonna like chase you, and you can use your flask and then come back and kill her. So we got the bracelet, we can log out. If we did the trial and we got the bracelet, we can log out and go back to town, and then we can pick up a reward. So here I'm picking up Hatred, which is a cold damage aura that uses a portion of your physical damage and grants it as cold, and then increases your total cold damage. So it's very, very good for scaling like physical to cold conversion. And then at this vendor, I'm going to also look for rings. I'm going to also look for amulets. So we have an onyx amulet. And I was thinking whether I should buy it or not, and I bought it, and I put an essence on it as well, making it rare, because that's another item that I need for the recipe, right? So rare onyx amulet. If you don't find an onyx amulet, what you can do is you can actually make one. There's a very easy way to do it. Simply get any amulet, doesn't matter what, and then go to Act 1 and you buy one blue gem, one green gem, and one red gem. You can just spend one scroll of wisdom for each. And then if you sell those 3 color gems together with an amulet to a vendor, you're going to get an onyx amulet back. So that amulet then can be essenced to become rare. And together with the rest of the items, you can make a very, very strong quiver for leveling with it. So now we got the key. We can go to the sewers. The sewers, there's going to be some lightning damage there, and in the sewers you want to find 3 busts. Generally there's going to be 1 before the waypoint and 2 after the waypoint. So first you want to go to the left side, and somewhere on the left you're going to find the first bust, which is going to be, you know, exclamation mark. You pick up the quest item and then you continue to the waypoint. And then after the waypoint, depending on the layout, it's going to be either on the left or on the right, you're going to see. So this is the first one. Then the next one is going to be right after the waypoint. And here I think I'm going to do like a cute little skip. we can just walk to it normally. So here's the second one, and here you see this like a T-shaped bridge above. Whenever you see this, when you have the second exclamation mark, second quest item, is always going to be to the left. If it's not, then it's going to be to the right, right? So you will check the right side. If there is no this T-shape, like two square thing, and if you see it, then you go to the left, and that's where the last one is going to be. And the exit of this zone is always going to be to the top left. So that's how this zone layout typically looks like. Yeah, we're picking up. What passives we're picking up now? Oh, now we're pathing toward the onslaught. Yeah, the onslaught nodes are very useful. If you are anywhere near that, I definitely recommend grabbing a source of onslaught, because it's gonna speed you up massively. Like movement speed, any skills. You can see a lot of the time I'm not even attacking things. I'm just attacking one time, and then I'm running past the monsters and letting my Mirage Archer kill as many of the monsters as it will, right? It's not really important to kill every single monster. You just need to kill enough monsters to keep up with the levels, to stay around the level of the zone, right? And even like fall a little bit behind. The people who are speedrunning, people who are interested in doing the acts as fast as possible, typically will stay like 2 or 3 or 4 levels below the level of the zone. The higher the level of the zone, the further you can kind of stay behind it. And then they might catch up in a zone that is really good for XPing, right? There are specific zones that have a lot of guaranteed magic monster packs, and these are really good for XPing. So now we're in Catacombs. This is a zone that you only have to do once per league again, because this one has a trial, and if you've already done this trial, there is nothing else of interest that you need to get from here. This one has two books, right? So when you know these minimap icons, the books, there will be one for the trial and then there will be one for the lore. We got lucky here and we got the trial one. I opened this box here. You can see that this strong box was rare, so you can identify these. And then you see the modifiers. Later on in this run, I think I actually died to one of those boxes, but it's great because it serves as an example to show why these boxes are dangerous and what you can do to deal with them. The most dangerous thing about them is going to be the freeze, right? They can actually freeze you, and then if you don't, like, there is a frame in which you can press your movement ability, so you get frozen, but you also do the animation of jumping away, and then you're not in the middle of all of these monsters. But if you are in the middle of all of these monsters, then they can destroy you. We got a 4-link gloves, green, red, which is pretty nice. The green, red is not that good now, although I could still use green, red, but I'm more interested in getting my main setup first, right? My self-cast setup first. So I'm gonna put my self-cast setup, and I'm gonna simply add to it elemental damage with attacks, which I already was leveling in the offhand because I got it from a quest reward. If I had 2 red sockets, if you have like green, red, I could put, for example, Ballista Totem, Ice Shot, and then I could put like added cold, which would be the second green, and then elemental damage with attacks, which would be the second red, right? So that's how I could utilize this one. Once you get to Act 6 and you get access to all of the gems, there's more different servers that you can utilize, but all of that will be in the path of building that you will find in the description. Okay, so now we're turning on the aura. We got the hatred, so we got hatred instead of skitterbots. So hatred is gonna be a little bit better, but we are losing the shock from the skitterbots. I think later after doing the lab, I realized that I don't actually need the war banner, and then I swap the Herald of Ice to skitterbots for some extra single target damage, and then later still we're gonna go for Grace, because having Grace aura is very, very useful. You just reduce the incoming damage by so much if all the monsters are attacking you. Very useful for mapping characters such as this. Yeah, so here we progress. There is a quest in this area. You can see I skipped the exclamation mark. You pick up this item, you get it to Furgraves in the docks. It's a completely useless quest. It gives you like a little item, like just a rare item or something. It's absolutely skippable quest, so I definitely recommend not doing that one unless you're like really struggling for gear and you just need more levels and you need to kill stuff and there's nothing else you can do. Yeah, we got another bow here, so I'm gonna be checking here. I want to wait for my frenzy charges to drop, but I have to kill the mobs. I'm trying to wait for my frenzy charges to disappear and see which bow would be better so that I can equip the better one. Here we pick up the ribbon spool. So Battlefront, you want to go pick up the waypoint, which is always going to be in the same area. Then you pick up the quest item, and then you go to the top left. And in the top left, there is going to be the docks. And after doing the docks, you pick up the quest item, and then you log out and you go back to this waypoint in Battlefront. Docks is also a great area to catch up in XP. There is a huge amount of magic packs, big amount of monsters, but you need to be careful if you are very low level, if you're like a little bit under leveled, because this area has a higher level than the previous one by 2, I think. Then you want to make sure that you have at least a decent fire res, because I think the dogs here spit fire, even though it's blue. I think it's fire damage. You can pick the waypoint here. It's optional. If you want to do the zone multiple times, then you can pick the waypoint. If you're only doing it once, like me, and you don't care, you don't need to get the extra XP, then you can just skip the waypoint here. Waypoints in general, there are certain waypoints that you definitely want to pick up and certain waypoints that are optional. But there's always something that can happen, like you can disconnect, right, on a league start. Oh, GCP, you can disconnect on a league start and then the waypoint will save you, right, because it will stop you from having to rerun stuff. So I got GCP, you see I immediately portaled out, right? So that is because we can do the recipe now. So I'm looking at my quiver, determining is it worth it or not. Then I'm gonna sell a bunch of these items that I don't need to free up the space. And then we have Sharktooth Quiver that is white. Then we have a rare Onyx Amulet, Rain of Arrows that is at least 1% quality, and 1 Orb of Chance. That is the recipe for this quiver. So this quiver gives me huge amount of stats. It gives me strength, dex, int, cold damage to attacks, attack speed, AoE, life on hit, right? So whenever we hit enemies, we gain life, and then implicit also gives me life on hit. So this is huge. This single-handedly fixes any attribute issues that you have. It gives you a good amount of damage. It gives you some sustain. So this is a great quiver to craft while leveling. And if you don't find the GCP, the Gem Cutter's Prism, it's completely fine, because in Act 3, which we're in, you're gonna do lab. And one of the options for the rewards in lab is like give 2% quality to a gem. And you can give it to your main gem, but it's really not gonna do that much for you. It's much better to give this 2% quality to the Rain of Arrows and then use the Rain of Arrows for the recipe. And that way you're gonna have this great quiver, which is gonna help you much more than the 2% quality on whatever gem you're gonna be using. So if you're using like a bow attack skill, if you're playing like lightning arrow, if you're playing ice shot, something like that, galvanic arrow, anything like that, it's gonna be very, very useful. So now we got this quiver, we get a little bit stronger, and you're gonna notice that I'm just gonna keep getting stronger and stronger, right? We're gonna keep adding improvements to our gear, and we're gonna keep unlocking crafting recipes that are gonna allow me to make the character stronger and stronger. So we're killing everything. Typically in this zone, it doesn't matter if you get lost a bit, because as long as you're killing monsters, you're fine, right? You get such a great XP in this zone that it's absolutely fine to just take a while in finding this sulfite, right? Thaumatic sulfite, I can't even pronounce that. Whatever the quest item is called. So here I'm gonna sell stuff. I'm gonna check first if this has like great rolls, then I would consider using like jewelers and fusings on it later. Looking for 4 links again, or like 4 good 4 sockets, or good bows, or things like that. Always on the lookout for upgrades, but you don't want to spend too much time, right? So that's why it's helpful to have this string that shows you the items that you're interested in terms of the sockets. Again, you can see me checking my character sheet, and that is to see how much accuracy do I need and how much life I am allowed to have, right? Since I'm playing the precise technique build, which is something that is a little bit tedious, right? It complicates the process a little bit, but if you can do it, if you can pay attention to your accuracy and make sure that the accuracy rating is higher than life, it's going to benefit you hugely, because this is the most damage that you can possibly have at this time. If you're not using precise technique and going for crit, early on you're going to be doing less damage, and it's going to be less consistent as well. So that's why most leveling builds that are in this part of the tree that are hit based will typically tend to pick up the precise technique. So in the Solaris temple, usually you want to go from the first zone, you want to go like bottom right. That's usually where it's gonna go, and you kind of want to follow the red carpets, right? If you follow the red carpets, eventually you're gonna end up in the right area. So if you see these 2 unique big ribbons, you know you're going the right way. And then shortly after you're gonna have yeah, their waypoint is before, then shortly after you're gonna have the entrance to the level 2. And in level 2 sometimes there's like a skip to the left, so that's why I'm checking to the left, and in this case we can go straight up left. So I typically see if I can go left. If I can, that's where I go. If not, then I'm going bottom right. And we just follow the carpet and we go to the NPC. And after that NPC, you're gonna be able to get a recipe. So you can see very, very quickly we traversed this zone because we took this little shortcut by jumping over the gap. And then we want to pick up the waypoint, talk to the NPC, we pick up quest reward, usually whatever attributes you're missing. So for me, it's typically strength on a ranger or intellect. And then you also want to go to the side area because it has a crafting recipe. So this crafting recipe is fire damage. Fire damage might not be the most useful on this build, but a lot of builds use it, especially caster builds that level with like Rolling Magma, Holy Flame Totem. If you're playing a build with that type of setup, if you're playing with like Armageddon Brand, which is a very, very popular leveling setup, you definitely want to grab that recipe. Yeah, so after grabbing that recipe, I'm still checking for gear upgrades. And then we're gonna continue moving forward, go to the sewers, and we're gonna open the entrance, and we're gonna get one of the more important crafts here, which is the physical damage craft, right? So this craft enables me to put physical damage increase or flat physical damage on my weapon. So if there is one of these things already present on a rare weapon and there is an open prefix, I'm gonna put the other one, and they basically work synergistically, and I'm gonna be scaling physical damage, turning it into cold, and that's also gonna be scaled by the hatred. And if you have like a huge amount of physical damage on your bow, you're gonna have a really good time with this skill because it benefits from it a lot. Gravicious here on this specific build is not important. You kill it to get access to level 2080 gem rewards. So again, Armageddon Brand, things like that. If that's what you want, then you're gonna have to kill him. My build doesn't have to kill him. I just kill him to just show the damage and just show how to deal with him. You just want to make sure you avoid the meteors falling from the sky, and that's it. And now we go to the Lunaris temple. If you are playing a build that needs some gems from the library, for example, you're playing like another popular leveling build, Poisonous Concoction, and you need like things like shield charge to move faster and so on, you definitely want to do library before going here. So after the waypoint in the Ebony Barracks, you're gonna go to the right side and you're gonna go straight up to the gardens and to the library. Here I'm mixing and matching my gems. I'm trying to get the sockets fixed because I am actually going to drop the war banner now. And I want a blue socket so I can use Frostblink as well as Skitterbots, right? So I'm gonna be putting Skitterbots back, and that way I'm gonna be running Hatred and Skitterbots, and I'm not gonna be running the War Banner because I don't actually need the accuracy. The War Banner is great because it gives you extra accuracy, right? It gives you extra adrenaline, the damage as well, right? It's amazing. However, I'm going to be getting that damage consistently by using Skitterbots. And here I'm also going to buy another gem, which is faster attacks, because I just got another 4-link, right? So that's going to give me the ballista setup with 4-link. And I already have the main setup as a 4-link. So now we have 2 4-links and we're cruising. Typically, you're going to get 2 4-links by the end of Act 3, maybe by the end of Act 4. If you have a loot filter with a sound notification for 4-links, that is very, very helpful because often you're gonna end up killing monsters behind you, right? If you have like large AoE, or you're like running and shooting projectiles backwards to finish something off, or you're going to be like using Mirage Archer like I am using, and the Mirage Archer is gonna be killing stuff for you. Or if you're using like damage over time or poison skill, oftentimes monsters are gonna die behind you, so having a good loot filter with sound notifications is very helpful because then you know whether you should go back for something or not. I have this specific sound when I drop a 4-link, so that way I know, oh, I need a 4-link, I go back and check it. I don't need a 4-link, I don't go back and check it because there's only one item that makes this sound, right? And it's a 4-link. This boss here, you can completely skip him. In most zones, unless you are in need of currency or really struggling on XP, as in being you're like, let's say you're like 5 levels below the level of the zone, you don't really need to kill these unique mobs, right? General rule is that if there is a big pack of monsters surrounding a rare or a unique, and you can kill them all together, and then the rare monster has like half HP left, then you finish him off because that's pretty efficient. But if it's alone by itself and it's gonna take you a long time, then you don't want to kill it, right? Here in this zone, you are looking for staircases that go up. So once you find a staircase that goes up, and let's say it goes up in the bottom right direction, then you know that it's either gonna be, the next one is either gonna be, you know, bottom right, or to the complete to the right, or to bottom left, right? It's always it's never gonna go like backwards, right? It's always gonna go like in one direction, either diagonally in like a zigzag way, or like straight up in one direction, right? So we know here that definitely I shouldn't be going back. I need to keep looking for a staircase that goes up, right? I should never go back down, right, in this area. So this staircase goes here, and here we have like cards. You have one card on one side and two cards on the other side. Always go in the direction where there is one, because basically you can think about it as where there are two, it's already too crowded. That's not where you want to go. You want to go to the other direction because there is space there, right? And that's going to be the right way to go. The other way is a dead end. So that's, for example, another one of those tells where you can figure out where to go in an area based on some kind of a landmark, right? There is multiple little things like that in different areas. We're going to be fighting Piety at the end of the zone, which does basically damage of all elements, I think. She does lightning damage by default, and then she transforms and does either fire damage as a melee, or she does cold damage shooting at you. Like, basically she has ice shot, just like we do. So the most important res, I think, is the cold, because if you get frozen, you get completely screwed. Otherwise, you can kind of deal with it. So I'm going to pick up the recipe first, make sure to do that. We're going to set up ballistas, and then we're just going to nuke her. I got a good bow. I get a good amount of damage. The build is doing completely fine. She doesn't even really have a chance to transform into anything because we kill her too fast. And then you can log out, and then remember, after killing Piety, you get another skill point. So go to this guy, Grigor, and he's gonna give you another skill book, which you can use to, you know, get more passives, which is what we want to do. We got a nice rustic sash. This rustic sash actually has strength, which is great. It has some life, it has a couple of resistances, and it has elemental damage of attacks as well. So this is very nice. So I'm gonna look for different rings as well with resistances, try to upgrade my resistances, and then somehow justify removing this amazing leather belt that I have, which gives me more life, and it gives me also a huge amount of resistances. But I want the damage. I felt like my damage is not amazing. Like, maybe it is amazing compared to like different leveling setups, but for this leveling setup, I know the damage can be even better, and I want it to be a little bit higher. So that's why I'm going to be actually equipping this rustic sash. A good way to figure out what to craft, which resistance to craft on your gear, is to simply equip the stuff you want to equip. So like right now I equipped my new ring, and then I look at my defense character sheet page, and then I see which resistance is the lowest, and that's what I craft, right? So if you increase the lowest one, you're gonna have them kind of balanced. You never want to have, like, you know, max res of one or two of them and then nothing from the other one. You always want to make sure that you keep them kind of balanced, unless you're very, very, very early on, where you're like Act 1, you need cold res and nothing pretty much from the other ones, but you don't really have that much gear early on. Now we go back to Ebony Barracks waypoint and go to the right to the Imperial Gardens. And then in the Imperial Gardens, you kind of want to follow the brick road, right? The stone road. That's what you want to follow. This like main alley, and that's going to lead you to the waypoint. And then from the waypoint, if you go to the left side, you're going to find the library, which is where you can do quest for the extra skill gems, but we don't need that. And if you go to the left and then up, just the completely top of the zone, that's where you're going to find the last trial. And after the last trial, if you are at least level 30, you can do the lab. If you are below level 30, you should probably continue progressing, and then at the beginning of Act 4, you can do the lab. But I feel confident in doing the lab, and I want some more damage for the Dominus fight, so that's why I'm going to be doing the lab straight after this trial. And I picked up the waypoint, so after doing the trial, I can log out, and then I can go to the labyrinth, and after that I can simply come back to the zone from the waypoint. another crafting recipe. This one gives you all attributes, so you can craft strength, dex, and int on your gear, and you can also craft like combinations of those. So now that we have 6 trials, we go to the lab. I recommend actually picking up another life flask. So you can see I have 1 life flask. I recommend you do 2 life flasks for the lab. So have like 2 life flasks, 1 mana flask, and then 2 quicksilver flasks. That's going to be completely fine, because you're going to have situations where you might run out of flasks if you press them a little bit too much. I'm probably not going to do that, and if I am, I'm going to find a way out of that situation. But you might be stuck somewhere with traps hitting you, with the spikes hitting you, and no flask charges, and you probably won't have any regen at this point, and you're gonna be kind of screwed if you don't have an extra life flask. There is a website, I think PoE Lab, where you can go and check out the recommended path through the lab, because it's a little bit randomized, changes every day. But if you did it already that day, the same lab is gonna have the same type of a layout. Isaro, usually you have an option to either kill these extras, right? So you're gonna have like statues, gargoyles, you're gonna have boxes that cast curses, or all kinds of different things. If you disable or kill all 3 of them, then they're not gonna spawn at the end, right? In the later encounters. But if you don't kill them, they're gonna stay. If you kill none of them, different builds can't really control that because they have like big AoE or just accidentally kill things. But let's say it spawned portals for me. If I didn't kill any of those portals, then at the end of the lab, Isaro would give me additional key for the chest, right? So if I wanted to maximize the amount of loot I'm gonna get here, I would not kill these extra things, and I would simply just make sure to kill Isaro as soon as I can without killing any of the other things, and that would give me the extra key. I don't really care either way. In this run, I'm just killing Isaro and just trying to make the fight easier for myself and just deal with it normally. So here, basically these statues, they empower him with some elemental damage. If you click on them, then they stop working, right? And they activate again after like 30 seconds or something, so you have to keep clicking on them. Here I wanted to click the second one, but unfortunately Isaro died, and there's nothing I could do because he died while it was rising up, and I would have to wait for it to rise up, stop hitting Isaro, but then maybe my Mirage Archer would finish him off, right? That's the problem with like running Mirage Archer or damage over time builds, stuff like that. You can't really control your damage that precisely sometimes. Gonna level all of our gems. And yeah, important thing here, for example, you can see this like floor being red. This does fire damage, so if you have fire res and if you have regen, you're gonna be fine. You can run through that. You just have to kind of know how much damage it deals, so try to pay attention and see how much damage you are taking from it, depending on how much life you have, how much regen you have, and what is your fire res, and then you can determine whether it's okay to run through it or whether you should wait for it to go down and then go during the save time. I mostly just run through it because I have at this point pretty decent fire res, typically either capped or close to being capped, and then I just use my life flask while running through it and I'm fine, because I kind of know the rate at which I'm gonna be losing health. But if you're not sure, you can try it, you know, dip your toe in and see how much damage you're taking, and then see if you can run through this, or if you should just you know, chill a bit and wait for it to dissipate. We're moving to the next zone. You can always click on this little item in front of the entrance or exit to any zone to see kind of where you are on the map and whether you should be progressing that way or whether it is some kind of an extra side room, right? These extra side rooms, they can have some rewards, but typically we don't care about that. So we're just looking for the aspirant's trial. So this is, I think, the third one, if I remember correctly. Yeah, this is the third one. So we'll be able to just kill this guy and get our rewards. So we get the chests. So he's gonna drop 1 key, I think, because I didn't like leave everything up. I disabled some of the things, but if I left everything up, he would drop like 3 keys. He's gonna drop the key, he's gonna drop a bunch of items, and then also he's going to grant us access to our ascendancy, and he's going to grant us access to another reward which has to do with gems, right? So we can either get a transfigured gem or we can get extra quality. So if you're looking for a specific transfigured gem because your build calls for that, make sure that at least in your stash you have an extra gem that you can turn into some kind of a transfigured gem, right? It can either make you some currency or you can have it used in the future. So for Ascendancy, I am picking Deadeye, and I am picking the Gathering Winds for Tailwind. This is not the strongest, but this will make me the fastest, if that makes any sense, right? So if I picked Chain, like if you want to just wreck shit, right? If you just want to destroy things, if you want to like feel like you're doing more damage and kill more things at the same time, then the Chain passive is a little bit stronger, but the Tailwind will give me more single target damage, and it will make me run faster, right? So it will make me simply progress faster, even though I'm not going to be able to kill as many monsters as I would with the Chain, but I'm going to be able to run faster. So I'm looking for more upgrades, I'm looking for more forelinks, trying to figure out if there's anything that I can use, because for example I want to upgrade my helmet. It only has 3 sockets. It's not that great. I could put something on it. I'm looking at my resistances now and I realized, okay, this has an open suffix at least. I guess I'll craft the res, right? So we're gonna spend another transmute, put the res, and now we have capped resistances. So my fire, cold, and lightning, all of the elemental resistances are at 75, which means they're capped, right? So I have maximum. Now the only thing I can do is get evasion, get armor, and get some life and energy shield, those types of things, but my elemental resistances are capped. Later on in the game you can increase the cap up to like 90 with endgame gear, but early on it's gonna be 75 and that's it. I have Grace as well here, so I'm going to pick this up because I know that my next few passives are going to be speccing into mana reservation efficiency, and once I pick up the entire mana reservation efficiency wheel with the charisma notable, I'm going to be able to fit 2 big auras, and instead of Scarebots, I'm going to be running the Grace, which is going to give me a huge defensive boost. So here we're following the big road with the cards, that's going to lead me to the palace. And that's going to lead me to the Dominus fight, which is the last fight of this act. So in the Scepter of God, this zone, again, is kind of like, follows the rule of the diamond thing, right? Where every zone is kind of like a square that's tilted, but it's like circular. So again, it's going to have like 4 corners, and the entrance is going to be in one of them, and the exit is going to be in another one of them, always, every single time, right? So if you see that you are at the bottom of a circle and you're going to like here to the top corner, right? It's kind of weird to talk about circles and say it has a corner, but you know what I mean, right? It has like, here we have at the bottom of the entrance, so now it's either going to be left, up, or right, right? So if I go long enough to the left, I see there is nothing there, then I'm going to go up now, right? I'm going to check the up direction, and I'm going to see if it's there. I'm going to see also the ring. I'm identifying the ring, checking up if this has any upgrades, and there it is. There's the exit in the top corner of the circle. Here, this is again the top corner, so we're going first to the right, checking the right corner. It's not here, so it's either going to be on the bottom or on the left. And I'm starting to pick up passives for physical damage that does cold, and then I'm going to have access to the mastery that's going to give me cold physical damage converted to cold, because by default I think Ice Shot converts 60%, and then that mastery gives me the remaining 40%. These yellow things, you can see these like yellow bubbles these monsters are making. Those are proxy shields, and direct hits do not affect monsters inside of them if they come from outside. So if you're standing outside of a proxy shield, you cannot hit a monster that is inside of a proxy shield, right? You have to get in there, or if you're using like mines or traps, you have to throw it in there, right? So you have to pay attention to that. There are certain skills like Essence Drain or whatever that apply debuff, and then that debuff deals damage, and then that completely pretty much bypasses it, right? Or like if you're using Cold Dot or Toxic Rain, that's gonna completely bypass proxy shields as well. But if you're using like a ranged hit, proxy shields are pretty annoying for those types of builds. Here we have Einhar, amazing. Having Einhar with you on any boss fight is great. He does a lot of damage, so we always welcome him. He's our best friend. Here, I just want to make sure that I'm not standing in the middle of every single one of these mobs, and we just take them down one by one. So there's, I think, like 5 or 6 adds before the boss, and then we have the boss, and in the first phase the boss has basically two moves. He either does a smash or he does a beam. If he does a smash, move away. If he does a beam, you should have capped lightning res at this point and use your flask to be just fine to face tank it. So we're putting a mark, he's gonna do the smash, so I'm moving away. And we're doing lots of damage to him because my build is pretty strong at this point. We're doing a lot of damage. We have the Tailwind, I have a decent bow, I have Hatred, I have Skitterbot, so basically 2 damage auras, right? We're reserving mana for 2 skills that give us extra damage rather than defense at this point. We got the nice unique quiver, we got the belt, we got some also flat damage on our jewelry, I think. So we're doing a lot of damage at this point. And here in the second phase, you want to kind of stay inside of his bubble because he's going to do like a rain of blood. It's going to apply corrupting blood to you. So if you stand outside of this bubble, you're going to be affected by it and it's going to be doing damage to you. You can put a portal down before he enters this phase. And then if you start taking a lot of damage and you run out of flask charges, you can simply just go back to town. And now Act 3 is behind us. This is pretty much the most complicated part of the game. The first 3 acts typically are the most stressful because you have so much juggling of gear. You need to find your 4 links, you need to find your 3 links, you need to find your socket colors, get all of your skills. You're buying so many skills and you have to do all of this at the same time as progressing through the campaign, killing monsters and setting everything up. But after that, it's pretty chill. Now we're gonna have only minor changes to the build. We're going to be looking for gear upgrades that are actually substantial. So we're going to be looking for stuff that has resistances, life and open suffixes, for example, so that we can craft more resistances. Very important to keep picking up items that give you chromatics, right? So the chromatic recipe, which is green, blue and the yellow sockets linked. Because now if you find like a really good upgrade, you find an item with good stats on it, then you're gonna want to make sure that it actually can fit the right gems, right? You're gonna have to recolor the sockets and you're gonna need a bunch of chromatics for that, right? So we definitely want that. So I'm dropping some items that I'm gonna need for later into the stash if I potentially have to swap some sockets around, and then I'm selling everything else. This bow that I'm holding is not equipable yet because I'm not high enough level, but I'm keeping it because I'm not sure if it's going to be an upgrade or not actually, right? I'm going to actually have to test it and I'm going to do it in the hideout. Checking for other bases, checking for other upgrades. There is no bow that I would actually want to get. Different bows have different things that they're good at, right? Certain bases have like higher crit chance, but not much higher base damage. So that bow right now is pretty useless to me, right? Because I'm not scaling crit, I'm with precise technique keystone, right? So crit doesn't interest me at this point, but later on that will be a very important factor to consider. So we're going first to the dried lake. In the dried lake, you kind of want to stick to the bottom left. You just go to the direction of just down and sticking to the left, and that's going to be how most of the time you're going to be able to quickly find this guy, the Vaal, right? You also pick up the recipe here and just smash this guy. It's pretty simple. He has very predictable pattern of moves. You pick up the banner, log out, go back to town. If you haven't done the lab yet, this is, for example, one of the times where it's good to do the lab. Either here or before we start moving to the Calm and the rest of zones. That's where typically people do the lab. We can also check out flasks, right? So I'm looking for flasks because I want a Sacred Life Flask. That is level 36 requirement, because that's the flask where we're gonna craft on it with the bestiary, which I'm gonna show you. Here we got the sulfite things. Even if you don't if you don't know what it is for, just click them. This is gonna give you some of the yellow juice. Yellow juice is used in another league mechanic called Delve, where you go into the mines. Even if you're not gonna be interacting with it at all, clicking on these things will sometimes give you rewards like divination cards that give you alterations, which is very nice. Like you drop a single card, you give it to a guy and he gives you like 10 or 20 alterations, which is amazing. So that helps you like roll your flasks or roll other gear that you have. In mines level 2, we're looking for a spirit. There's like a quest where you click on a spirit to free somebody's spirit, and that's going to give you another skill point. So we're definitely going to have to explore this zone a little bit. If you're not familiar with it, if you're not familiar with the layouts here and how this really works out, you need to make sure that you're exploring this zone until you find that spirit, and then after you find the spirit, you go toward the exit. So here I'm looking for it, I'm trying to explore, and I think it's gonna be to the top, right? So it's gonna be up. Yeah, it's here. So we have this exclamation mark, and then we also have an essence that we can kill at the same time, right? So yeah, whenever you have like pack of monsters and an essence and a zone boss or something together, it might be worth killing it because you're getting huge amount of experience, huge amount of items. Typically rare monsters and unique monsters have higher item quantity and rarity, so they're gonna drop more items. If you're ever low on transmutations and alterations, make sure to target those uniques and rares, and that will give you more items, right? If you need to like gear up because you're very low on gear. The white mobs drop very few items in comparison. You will definitely notice this immediately. So now we go to the crystal veins. In crystal veins, next to the waypoint, there's going to be a crafting recipe where we can put cold damage. So for example, cold damage to attacks on our weapon. That is something that benefits the ice shot. However, if typically increased physical damage is going to be better, especially like the better bow you get, the higher base damage, the more impactful it's going to be. Because if you were given a choice between the same amount of physical damage and the same amount of cold damage, it's actually better to get the physical damage, because we're not only getting that amount converted to cold, right? Because we're gonna have 100% conversion, but we're also getting physical as extra. So for example, the 20% of the physical is going to be given on top as extra cold damage, right? From the passives and from the hatred aura. So that's why it's better to get the extra physical damage than the extra cold damage. However, if you already have flat physical and you have increased physical and you still have an open prefix, then you can craft added cold, and that's going to be probably the best until you go crit, I think. Because once you go crit, then for example, lightning damage is going to be good because it's going to give you the ability to shock, right? Because we're not going to be running skitter boss forever. This zone is going to have like traps that, arenas that close on you and you have to kill them. There is a way to skip some of them. For example, with blink arrow, it is possible to skip this combat where the stuff closes on you and you have to fight the monsters. But typically, it's fine to just do them. They have blue monsters guaranteed, so you're gonna get decent experience from there. And it's not really an issue because it doesn't speed you up that much. Because you have to like wait for the cooldown of the blink arrow every single time you jump, because you cannot move, because then you would trigger the event. So yeah, we're killing just the blue mobs, we're getting XP. If you are low level, let's say this is level 37 zone. Let's say I was like level 33 or 34, and I wanted to make sure that I'm fighting monsters that are closer to my level. Then after this zone, instead of progressing and killing the boss, I would pick the waypoint and go to the other side. I would go to the Kaom's Dream and do that first, which is also gonna be area level 37, and then I'll do both of the area level 38 zones, right? So that I'm fighting monsters that are closer to my level, because if you are too far away from the monsters in terms of your level, like if you are early on like 3 or 4 levels below, and then later 5 levels below, and then later 6 levels below, if you're too low or too high even, you're gonna get an experience penalty, right? But if you're staying like within 2 or 3 levels of the zone, you're gonna be completely fine every single time, so you don't need to worry about that. That's why I try to keep this run kind of within the level range. I'm looking at this bow and I'm like considering, okay, which is giving me more damage? This is giving me less damage, but then maybe I can also craft something, right? You always want to consider whether you can craft an item as well, because that's going to be very impactful, right? If you equip an upgrade and it's worse, you also have to figure out, okay, but is the old one crafted or not, right? Can I put a craft on the new one as well? Because that can change things as well, right? You can make the weapon much better, especially if you have things like you have flat damage on a weapon and you can craft increased damage. That's going to be definitely massive. We got Essence of the Woe. So Essence of the Woe, typically pretty useless on a bow leveling run. You can still slap it on bows, but it's going to take up a prefix for spell damage, which is useless. But if you weren't using the unique quiver. It's a really good essence to throw on a quiver because actually it gives you something that we benefit from, increased damage with bow attack skills, right? So that's one of the few actually slots of gear where we can use it, and it gives us something really good. On other pieces of gear, it will give you like energy shield, which is not too bad because there are not that many prefixes that we want. We're mostly interested in the suffixes, right? The resistances. That's going to be the important part. So the Grand Arena, this guy is going to go through stages. Make sure you're not standing in the spinning swords. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to see because these spinning swords are kind of blending with the background and you're not sure if they're doing much or not. They actually do huge amount of damage. That's what can potentially kill you, right? These spinning swords are constantly doing damage, so you want to make sure that you're not standing inside of them. This guy is invulnerable while he's in his animation where he's like, you know, charging up and kneeling or whatever, but you can curse him, you can debuff him, you can set up your ballistas, and then when he becomes damageable, when you can damage him again, then you just shoot him with all of that setup prepared, so you can very easily take this guy down. I'm gonna drop some stuff in the stash that I don't need. I'm gonna check for the flasks, right? So I have a flask here, and this flask has ignite, so I'm gonna put an alteration on it until I have an empty suffix, right? So I'm gonna craft it again, still craft it again. Okay, now we have only prefix on it, which is beneficial for me, and I have an open suffix. That means I can go to the menagerie as long as I killed 4 beasts, and I can scroll down and there are different flask modifiers. So we want the ceiling one, right? The ceiling modifiers is going to give you bleed immunity and remove bleed if you use it while bleeding. So one of the next zones that we're going into, Belly of the Beast, which is coincidentally also zone level 36, that has monsters that puncture you, which gives you a massive amount of bleeding. And typically a life flask would be enough to deal with it, but sometimes if you have like low amount of life, if the monster is also like rare or has like some magic monster, it has a modifier, extra physical damage or something like that, then it's gonna apply a massive bleed that the flask might not be enough to deal with. And also if you're running, you're taking triple damage. So sometimes you would like just stop and take lower damage, let the flask heal you. But if you're like surrounded by insane monsters, there's like corpse explosions, there's crazy stuff exploding around you, and you kind of have to run out of there, you're gonna be taking more damage from bleed and you can die to that, and maybe life flask is not enough. If you have bleed removal, it will be night and day difference, right? If you have bleed removal, you will not even notice that. You'll be like, I'm taking damage, I'm pressing flask, I'm no longer taking damage, right? It's easy. But if you don't have bleed removal, you're gonna suffer. If you haven't killed any beasts, right? If you haven't done that, you can use also alteration to just craft it normally on the flask, but this frees alterations up, and it's pretty quick because you can just guarantee it, right? You don't have to fish for it. You can just go to the menagerie, kill the mobs, done, right? And you get the guaranteed modifier that you want. If you want like freeze removal, that's another one that I would highly recommend. I like putting freeze removal on my mana flask and bleed removal on my life flask, right? That way I will typically always have mana flask charges, so I will never be in danger of not having that available. And then whenever I'm taking damage, whenever I'm bleeding, I'm taking damage. So I want to use my life flask naturally, so that will immediately deal with that. So that's the setup that I recommend, right? And I wouldn't do it before this level, really. Earlier than that, you're going to be switching your flasks too often. But I think at this point, and then maybe later on in like Act, I don't know, 7 or something, you do it again, and then you do it for the late game. That's it, right? You don't want to do it too many times. If you do it like 1 or 2 times, that's okay, but you don't want to like swap your flasks constantly and then craft them constantly. You just want to do it like once or twice, and that's going to be enough. In here, we basically just keep going up, keep climbing in this zone. There is a couple of ways to skip certain parts of this zone, but it's pretty advanced, and you have to learn how to recognize specific layouts, so we're not really going to bother with that. Just keep going up and keep killing monsters. This zone has pretty decent XP. There's a lot of magic mobs in here. Yeah, so we're gonna go through the Count's stronghold and then fight the boss. He does all the fire damage. This is really the time where you really want to be capped on fire res, right? If you're not capped, if you don't have 75% fire res, you're really gonna notice this guy doing huge amount of damage to you. But if you have 75 fire res, you're gonna be fine, right? So make sure you're not standing in these like fireballs that are flying. They usually cover half of the arena, so you want to stand in the other half of the arena and just shoot the boss from there and take your time. Yeah, we go back to the high gate. Now that we did both of the dreams, I can also check the bow. This looks pretty insane. Huge amount of damage. I cannot equip it yet, but it has 4 sockets, huge amount of damage. It has attack speed, it has projectile speed as well, 2 flat rolls, open prefix. It's insane, right? So this is gonna be my bow for a long time, the one that I just found. Absolutely crazy bow. Glass blowers, bubbles, I typically just use them on my white Quicksilver flask because they give you 5% quality, increases the duration, and you can use that early on this Quicksilver. So now, Belly of the Beast. This is where the bleed monsters are, right? So you will see these, like these guys, yeah, these red guys that like stab you with this long tentacle, and you see there are like magic ones here. Yeah, if these guys stab you and you get punctured by them, you can take huge amount of damage from a very nasty bleed. So the bleed removal for this zone specifically is very nice. So now we level up. We are level 38, and this is a zone level 38 as well. So this is perfectly matching, right? We're staying on par with the levels, and we're having just easy time cruising. I try to make sure that I'm not under leveled or over leveled, so that you kind of can get an idea of like how many monsters you're supposed to kill, what you're supposed to skip, right? And I'm not doing anything out of the ordinary, right? Basically, if you copy what I'm doing, you're gonna have a pretty good time, right? If you make sure that you stay up to date on your gear, right? Huge amount of damage now from this item. Really, really crazy. I can also recolor the sockets. If I recolor the sockets, I'm gonna get even more accuracy because every single green socket on the bow is giving me 100 accuracy. So we're gonna also be able to do that. Now I can craft increased physical damage because this weapon has pretty high amount of physical damage as a base, because it has low attack speed and low crit, but it has huge amount of physical damage at this base. So that's why the increased physical damage there, I think, was the best craft in terms of like how much damage I can get. So this is now we have a great weapon. Always keep up with the weapons, always pick up rare bows and bows that have potential to become good if you slap an essence on it, because they have like good base and good sockets, and you're gonna have a really good time leveling any kind of a bow build. Bows are in a pretty strong state right now, and this is like one of the simpler bow builds that you can play. It's very fun, pretty safe. I enjoyed it. I played it last league. There is some footage on my YouTube channel if you want to see like an end game version of this build, like just destroying legions. I was mapping with this build, doing legions with like a headhunter, and it was absolutely insane, and I really, really enjoyed it. So that's why I figured a good leveling setup for it, because I thought I might want to play it in the future. But I didn't end up making a guide for it. However, this is kind of gonna serve as that, and you're gonna find the POB in the description. So now I'm checking offense. You can see, okay, I got 1073, I think, accuracy rating, which is higher than my life, so I'm completely fine. Precise technique is working, it's giving me more damage. We're happy, we're just blasting. Next zone is gonna have some mini bosses. Yeah, here I'm like recoloring this. I'm like, okay, just future proofing my accuracy to make sure that I have a lot. Now 1371, yeah, huge amount. Now I can have 1370 life technically, right? If I had this much life, so I would have 1000 more life, I'd be fine. So yeah, divination cards. There are gonna be some things that I'm not picking up. Like I might, for example, not even go back to pick up a Chaos Orb or something, because again, this run is just for demonstration purposes. This is not a real, you know, this is not a real character that I'm gonna be playing afterwards. I'm just getting it through the campaign and showcasing how the campaign works, and having like a, I think, really good guide for progressing through the campaign, because Path of Exile 2 is going to be coming up soon, and Path of Exile 1 campaign is not going to be changed, and I haven't really seen any like walkthrough videos for the campaign other than just leveling guides that are focused on mostly how to make the character on the build, how to level the build specifically. But I haven't seen a video that was specifically focusing on the campaign and how to go through it. And since there's going to be a lot of new players trying PoE 1 before PoE 2 comes out, and even after, I thought it would be a really good idea to have something like that out, so I can refer people to this video whenever someone is looking for a campaign walkthrough. Now this Cold Mastery I'm picking is going to give me exposure. Exposure means simply reducing the resistances of an enemy. So cold exposure reduces cold resistance of an enemy, and that is mostly impactful against bosses. So we're going to be doing more single target damage. So you want to kill these guys. There's also a way, if you are playing from America, if you're in NA, you're going to have quicker loading times than me, because I'm playing from Europe. And even if I have low latency, I have like 20 ms latency, the game still has to connect to a server in Texas in order to like load to the zone for some reason. So if you picked up waypoint here, you could go kill that boss on the side that I just did, and then log out, go through the waypoint to this waypoint, right? Go from the waypoint in time to this waypoint, and it'll be actually be faster than just going backwards, right? But if you're playing in EU, all of these logout tricks take a little bit more time, so they're not always worth it. You want to make sure that you pick up all of the quest items here, so there are like 3 items. And this waypoint, if at any point you die and you accidentally click go back to town, or you log out, or you disconnect, it's really painful to run back to the zone, because you have to run through all of the belly of the beast stuff. It's like all of this labyrinth, you have to do it again. So I would definitely make sure that you pick out the waypoint actually in this zone as soon as you get into it, just for safety. There are, like, I think every league there's a post of someone posting about how they forgot that they didn't pick up this waypoint, and they have to run this whole thing again, and everybody is, you know, press F to pay respects, because it's painful. We got another mana flask. I'm looking for a mana flask that is potentially enduring. An enduring mana flask is a flask that has a modifier that allows you to press the flask and it's gonna stay active even if you fill mana to full, right? So you don't have to press it always when you run out of mana. You can also press it preemptively, right? I'm separating here my portal scrolls because I have some time and I don't have scrolls of wisdom, and I can serve some extra portals for scrolls of wisdom. That's what I'm planning ahead of time to do. And here we got Malachai. So first you hit him, make sure to not stand in the slum. Then we hit the Piety, and then we hit him again, and then Piety again, and then we move on to phase 2. Very straightforward. This fight can be pretty confusing, so I'll try to explain everything about it, because first time people do this fight, they're a little bit overwhelmed. So yeah, we just alternate. We kill Malachai, Malachai, Piety, and then we just stand to the side, and we wait for the door to open, and then we're gonna hit Malachai again, and then he's gonna activate one of the hearts. So there are 3 hearts. There's one at the top right, at the bottom, and top left. So number 1 is gonna be the top right always. We're gonna have to kill it. Then we hit Malachai again. Right, so right, like this one on the top right. We kill Malachai again. Then bottom, Malachai, top left, Malachai. So that's how it goes, right? So we're hitting the Malachai first. It's getting out of his way. Now I'm preparing for the top right heart. He's gonna activate it. We nuke it, and then we kill him again. And then after we kill him again, or like damage him, then it's gonna be the bottom heart. So again, I'm setting up in front of it already ahead of time, killing the heart, and we go back to him for the 3rd time. And then we go to the top left heart, setting up ahead of time, and killing the heart, and then we finish him, and that's the end of Act 4. Very straightforward. At the end of Act 4, we're also going to get a couple of skill gems. I think I'm going to be getting Mark on Hit, which costs an Alchemy Orb, so I'm going to immediately purchase that. Mark on Hit is very useful because it's going to make it so I don't have to press any extra buttons. I will automatically just put Mark on Hit whenever I hit a rare or unique enemy. And the magic and normal mobs, we don't need that. We wouldn't normally be casting it on them anyway, so that's a very useful thing to do. So yeah, we're gonna go to the these guys, buy the Mark on Hit, and then afterwards I'm also gonna get Barrage as a reward, and the Barrage is going to be something I'm gonna be linking to my Ballista Totem setup. Swapping some stuff around because I need the linked sockets, right? So I can have a Mark on Hit, and then I can have Sniper's Mark, link them together, and that's gonna be casting it automatically. This can be sometimes a little mana intensive, so you can alleviate that by having it linked with a life tap sometimes as well. And the reward, Barrage, which we're gonna use later in our Ballista setup. And now we move on to Act 5, which is the last act of the first half of the game. The game is basically divided into two parts, first 5 acts and then second 5 acts, which have you going through pretty much the same zones, but they are very changed, right? They're very different. You go through them in a different order. There's different monsters there, and it's very much plays out differently, different bosses and so on, but you kind of go through the same like familiar areas. So in this zone, the ascent, you basically just go up, cross the bridge, and you just keep going up until you find the device that's gonna teleport you to Oriath or whatever. So in this act, you will encounter monsters that hit a little bit harder. This is where it's actually pretty good to have like a determination aura or grace aura already, or have some kind of a block or something like that, because this is where monsters start hitting a little bit harder. You're gonna start noticing a little bit more like physical damage, big hits stunning you if you don't have enough defenses, or if you're just like getting hit too much, right? In our build, we're not really gonna have that issue because we're hitting mostly like we're either like chilling stuff or we're hitting it from a distance, and I have huge amount of damage. I got a good weapon, so if you have a strong build, it pretty much trivializes the game. And you can kind of look at it as the stronger you are, the much more stronger you can get. So to look at it in a different way, like if you get a stronger weapon, you're gonna be doing more damage, of course, right? So if you're doing more damage, you're gonna be killing monsters easier. If you're gonna be killing monsters easier, that means you're gonna end up killing more monsters. If you kill more monsters, you're gonna get more XP. If you get more XP, you're gonna get higher level. If you have higher level, you're gonna be stronger. If you're stronger, you kill more monsters, right? So it kind of compounds, right? That's what I mean. It's like a compounding exponential effect. So the stronger you are, the much easier the game becomes. So that's why small differences are very often underestimated by people, but they matter a lot, right? Because it's not just that one difference. Like if you have 10% more damage, you'd think it's not that much, but actually that means you're potentially killing 10% more monsters, which means you're getting 10% more XP, which means you're getting your levels 10% faster, which means you're more than 10% stronger, which means you're killing stuff even faster, right? So this effect compounds, and it's really important to pay attention to even small details. Like you can see this ring that I'm equipping, 8 to 19 cold damage to attacks, huge amount of damage. Like it's really worth equipping, and the evasion on it, also worth it, right? Even the 1 health regen, also worth it. Like the accidental like damage that you're gonna take every now and then, if you have just a little bit of regen and life gain on hit, it's gonna make it seem like you're not taking any damage. But if you don't have any recovery, like you don't have regen, you don't have life gain on hit, you don't have leech, you're gonna end up like taking a lot of damage, and you're gonna have to spam your flask, and you're gonna run out of your life flask, and you're gonna be miserable. So it really matters, right? All of these little differences add up. So here I have some physical damage, which is gonna be great. I can craft some res. So I'm equipping this, checking, okay, lightning is the lowest. I'm gonna craft the lightning res, right? So I'm trying to already future-proof my character for the next act. You can see I have over 100 on all of the resistances, and that is really important because at the end of Act 5, when you kill Kitava, you're getting minus 30 to all resistances, so all the elemental and chaos res. And that means that if the cap is 75, it means if you want to be ready for the Act 6, you want to have at least 105 of each of the elemental resistances. So that's what I'm aiming for, right? That's why I have over 100 res of each. And I'm still looking for upgrades. I'm still looking for better gear because I know that in the next act, I'm going to have 30 res less. So in this zone, the control blocks, you want to go to the top left first. And that's going to allow you to get to the quest item first, and then you see these barriers between the balcony and the ground. Some of the barriers are like bent and broken. You can actually jump through those, right? So you can frost blink or blink arrow. You're gonna see now I'm gonna jump through that. There's a gap here, and that can be jumped through. So that's how you can basically navigate this zone much easier. If you didn't know that, you would have to walk around and it would be very miserable. So top left first until we go here and we find this item, and then we go up to the right. And once you go a little bit up, then you want to go completely to the right. And if you go to the right, then you're going to basically end up going to the only way you can go to and kill the boss. And he's going to drop a very peculiar set of items. So we just progress through this. And here we go. This is the zone where we have the boss. He has a magic pack in front of him. We drop the totems and I completely obliterate him. We got a huge amount of damage right now. Again, it's not crits because I cannot crit. This is just like my consistent damage, right? So my damage at this point is pretty huge. And we go to the Oriav Square. We pick up the waypoint. You can go to the town and pick up the rewards if you want at this time. I typically choose to just progress and pick them up later. And in the Oriav Square, you go basically straight up, right? Like up and to the right. And once you get to the end of the zone, then you go right down, right? Just completely to the right side. And that's how you're gonna find the entrance to the next zone. Yeah, we have right now 777 health, which is pretty low at this stage. But again, I'm playing a ranged build. I'm playing a precise technique build, so I'm on purpose not picking up too many life nodes, right? I'm prioritizing damage because I want to go through the campaign quickly. And I'm confident enough that I'm not going to be getting hit all the time. If you're getting hit all the time, if you find that you have enough damage, but you don't have enough survivability, instead of using Hatred, you can use Grace, right? It's also a green socket aura. It has pretty much the same requirements as far as I know. In terms of the dexterity, you're gonna have plenty of dexterity either way. It's not ever an issue for a ranger. And you're going to be much tankier because you're gonna be avoiding most of the attacks, right? You're gonna have a huge amount of evasion. And also from a quest reward, as soon as you get to the Oriav Square, you can pick up a flask that's going to give you either extra evasion or armor whenever you use it. In the Templar Courts, you want to go top right first, and you kind of go in like a loop, right? So we're going up the right, then we're going down to the right, and then we're going down to the left, and then we're going up to the left. So you always want to do this kind of a circle pattern, or this like half circle or whatever that I'm doing here. So now we're going down to the right, then down to the right, then we're going down to the left. And then as we get to close to the end of it, I kind of know the size of the area, like from memory. I can kind of gauge where the zone is going. And I know that now I have to go up, and that's the entrance to the Chamber of Innocence. And this is the zone I was talking about before, where you can catch up in levels. So this is a zone with monsters level 43. And in this zone, you kind of want to go in a loop that is kind of reverse of the other one. You go first up to the left, and then down to the left, and then down to the right, and then up to the right. So again, like a circle, just basically counterclockwise. And it has huge amount of blue monsters. There's a lot of blue monster packs that are guaranteed on these platforms. I'm here making a detour down to pick up the recipe as well, which you can pick up when you're in this area. And then I'm going to continue again in this clockwise circle, because that's where I have to go in order to progress. And you see another blue pack, another blue pack. And all of these blue packs are giving huge amount of XP, right? It's a lot more XP than killing white monsters. So that's why people will typically get to the zone and they're like level 40, let's say, and then maybe they run it a couple times to just catch up on levels. Maybe if they don't have a 4-link, get a 4-link here, and prepare for the next acts, because in the next act, of course, you get less resistances, so you need better gear, and it's like a big jump in difficulty. Probably the biggest jump in difficulty in the campaign is from Act 5 to Act 6, because you're going to be taking a lot more damage. There are scary monsters in Act 6 and some scary bosses there, and you're going to be penalized by having less resistances. So definitely you want to make sure that you're preparing for that area properly, and one way to do that is to just run this zone a few times, right? So you can go right up till the right until the boss. Before the boss, there's going to be a lot of blue monsters you're going to see here, right? This area. You have one blue pack, another blue pack, there's going to be another one in the middle here, and there's another one also in the right corner, right? So there's like 4 blue packs here guaranteed every single time. And you can get so much XP by doing this. So if I wanted to level more, I would log out, and from town I would enter this zone again, creating a new zone. But I don't need to, so I can just kill the boss, because I'm insanely strong right now, right? You can see like I melted this boss. He has still some animation skewed, but he's already down to his half HP, where he spawns these waves of mobs. So I use this time to like check my gear, because it's fairly straightforward and simple. He spawns 10 waves of monsters, and if you don't kill them right away, they also spawn proxy shields, but it really helps that I have a huge amount of damage, so that even just my ballistas obliterate them. But yeah, I'm around the level of the zone. I have a very strong weapon. I am over 100 on all the resistances. I'm gonna be almost capped on resistances when I get to Act 6. So I'm very happy with the level of the gear here. I'm very happy with the level of XP here. The character feels strong, it feels good. I got my lab done and everything. so we're ready to progress to the next act. The Innocence fight is probably like one of the longest boss fights. He has multiple like forced stages, right? First phase he has like 2 stages, and second phase he has 3 stages where you have to kill these ads. If you're using something like Blood Rage or whatever, don't forget to trigger it on the ads so that you can kill them and get frenzy charges. And you can also refill your flasks while doing this. He has few dangerous moves. He does like a laser beam where you have to get behind him, and he also has like a bullet hell, few slams. But if you're following exactly what I'm doing and you're paying attention to the gear, you're picking up all the bows, you're probably gonna have a decent bow at this point, and you're gonna just destroy him before he can really do much, right? Like with this setup, we have the ballistas, we have the sniper's mark, we have the frenzy charges that are automated as well, so it's very comfortable. Automating different things, like for example mark on hit with the sniper's mark or the frenzy charges, is very useful, because while you are casting these buffs, you're not attacking, right? You can think about it this way: if you would attack something 3 times and it would die, and you can put a buff on it that takes as much time to put on as it would take you to attack, and the buff gives you 10% more damage, it's not worth it, right? Because you still have to attack the same amount of times to kill the same monster. But if the buff gives you like 50% more damage, then obviously it's worth it, right? And it depends how long you're gonna be in that fight. If you're gonna have to attack something 20 times and casting something for the duration that it will take you to attack 1 time will give you even 5% damage, then it's pretty much worth it, right? But if it's gonna take you like, you know, only a couple of attacks to kill something, then it's no longer worth it. But automating these things just frees up this time for you to just simply attack, frees up, you know, your mind to just focus on dodging the mechanics and not having to keep track of all of these debuffs. So now I allocated the charisma notable, and that means that I will have enough mana reservation to use 2 50% auras, right? So I'm taking out skitterbots, no longer need them, and I'm enabling Grace. So Grace gives me flat evasion and increased evasion. So I'm getting more evasion just from the gem, and also increasing the evasion that I have on my gear. So I would definitely prioritize using gear that has evasion on, which is dexterity requirement, and then naturally that's what you're going to be using most of the time, because we have to basically make sure that we have the right socket colors, and most of the gems that we're using are green, right? I'm trying to recolor this to not have red sockets, or to have like green, blue, for example. But unfortunately on this base, I'm very lucky to get red sockets, so I just wasted all of my chromatics. But with green, blue, I would be able to add also power charge on crit, and I will be able to start going crit soon. But I think it's better to go crit at the timing that I will actually do it in this video, which is like when you get to Act 10, right? Getting to Act 10, you basically run out of good passives that you can pick up that are not related to crit, so it's better to spec out of precise technique and go into crit, and you're going to be doing comparable damage with the higher ceiling in order to grow and make your character even stronger later. So we go to the ossuary here, and here again we do like a loop around to pick up the item to activate the Kitava's altar. And then in this zone, what I like doing is, first of all, I run to the entrance, I pull the lever, and then I go back to the tomb and pick up the item, because the door takes time to open, and in the time that it's opening, I'm gonna be picking up the item. You're gonna see this in a moment. Might be abstract before showing it, but yeah, so I click the lever first, then I pick up the item. Right, okay. I also have to throw out an item from my inventory, and then we can go pick up the crafting recipe. I have full inventory, so I'm gonna log out anyway. But you can just go outside and continue walking from where you were, from the waypoint. But we picked up the waypoint, so I can just pick up my rewards. So I pick up Jade Flask here. I can sell all of the stuff that I don't need. And here's a bunch of quest rewards that we're getting, right? So we're getting the jewel. If you have some, you know, if you get like a lucky jewel and you get a huge amount of beneficial stats on it, you can potentially pick up a jewel socket somewhere nearby your passives and benefit from that. I think we're gonna have like a 2-point jewel socket that we can potentially pick up. I'm crafting on this bow because I'm not sure if it's actually gonna be better than my current bow or not, but after equipping it, I see that it's actually not better even after crafting, right? So this bow is not as good. I'm gonna save it but it's not going to be better than what I'm using currently. So I'm going to throw everything I don't need into the stash, go back to town, and then fix my hotkeys a little bit to make sure everything is right, and go back to Overseer Tower and also talk to this other guy, Vilenta, to get my skill book as well. And then we go back to the Oria's square, right, to the town. And from there, we're going to be progressing down and to the left. I was checking here, I think my POB to see which passives I take, and I decided I'm going to go grab more life. I have a lot of accuracy, so I can afford to do that. So yeah, here we go, down and left. We're going to cross a bridge, and then when you are in the middle of a square, you want to drop a portal, because that's going to be the quickest way to progress. It's one of those, another one of those situations where it's actually better to drop a portal and do it kind of a convoluted way than to just straight up walk backwards, because that'll take more time. So now we are in the ruined square. You want to go kind of up to the left a little bit, drop a portal right here, and then you go straight down in order to go to the reliquary. And in the reliquary, we want to do a quest that's going to give us another skill point, and you want to make sure that you don't log out here, but you're going to end up back at the waypoint in order to just go from that waypoint to town and then through the portal. This monster has a Soul Eater modifier, so Soul Eater is a very, very dangerous mod. Basically, anytime you kill monsters around that mob, he gets buffed, right? So the more monsters you're killing, sometimes you're gonna have situations where you kill a bunch of monsters, this one guy survives and he has the Soul Eater buff, and he's now insanely fast and strong, and basically you should just run most of the time, unless you have a very strong build. In this zone, you want to go basically do a big circle clockwise or counterclockwise. I prefer doing it clockwise. And then you pick up the recipe as well. This recipe here gives you accuracy, which might be useful because if you are ever too low on accuracy, you have an open suffix on something you can craft it. And there are 3 items that we have to pick up in this zone for the quest. Trying to just kill the magic mobs. I'm not really paying attention to like killing all of the rares, right? You just skip that. And this is zone level 44, so it starts dropping currency in bigger stacks. You're gonna notice that after this point, you're gonna sometimes not find some currency items for a while, but then you're gonna drop like a stack of like 4 transmutations or something. And that's gonna basically make it so that you don't have to pick them up as much as before. And all the currencies are basically gonna be dropping more and more. We still have like 1 item to pick up here, so we're going down, basically going clockwise through this whole area. Still picking up chromatics because we're gonna be getting some 4-socket, like 4-linked items from quest rewards in the next act, and I want to make sure that I can recolor them to whatever I want. And then we got all of the items, but we don't log out here, and we make sure to go back to the waypoint. So we're continuing going clockwise. That way we're not backtracking, and we're walking through an area that still has some monsters, so we can kill them, get some flask charges, and get some XP and items and stuff like that. And from this waypoint, we basically just go to town, get the skill point reward, and then go back to the portal and fight Kitava, which is the last fight of the Act 5. Sell some items here. My flasks are currently fine, my gear is fine, resistances are fine. The pass is picking up some more life, so almost 1k life. This is, you can have this much life like in Act 3, but I'm in Act 5. It's just that on this character, you really don't want to pick up too much life, and also my gear doesn't happen to have a lot of life. If my gear happened to have a lot of life, I would also have more life in general, right? Because the notables and the smaller passives that give me increased life would be more effective. They're not that effective early on. The most effective thing early on, actually, what you can do is pick up Life Mastery that gives you flat 50 life. The earlier you pick it up, the better it is, right? Because it gives you flat life before you can have that much of it on your gear, and early on, since you have a lower total amount of life, it is more valuable. And the more life you have on your gear, the more valuable and the stronger the increases to life become on your passive skill tree. Okay, we've got some blacksmith whetstones. I just keep picking them up so I can put them later on weapons and have higher quality weapons, right? Since that increases our damage. Set this guy up. He has a few moves. So he has this sweep, right? So if you stand on the other side of the sweep, you're completely fine. He has like a slam where he slams the ground and releases like a wave of damage, which does a lot of damage. You wanna dodge out of that. If you stand very close to him, it's gonna be harder. And then he also has this move, right, where he spawns like a degen on the ground, and then he has this move where he spawns like concentric circles that are gonna explode, and you basically want to use your mobility skill to get out of that, right? So save your mobility skill for either these concentric circles or for the slam that he's gonna do, where he's gonna like attack with this wave, right? He's gonna like slam the ground and wave is gonna come at you. Yeah, this degen is this is the slam, right? So now he did the slam, I dodged out of that and just make sure to deal enough damage to him to push him into the next phase. He's gonna drop the heart. It's completely fine. Heart has a lot of life, but if you have a good build, you shouldn't have any issues with this. If at any point you run out of flask charges or life charges, or he does this degen ground and you feel like, okay, it's gonna be very difficult for you to dodge things now, you can just portal out, right? Anytime you can portal out of the fight. In PoE 2, I think it's gonna be harder, right? It's gonna be more difficult to portal out because it's gonna be like longer animation, and you're gonna have to, you know, make sure you find like a safe spot or something. In PoE 1, you can just drop a portal anytime, and you can portal whenever you want and refresh your flask charges. You can see now my resistances went down, and in the next act, I'm gonna be completely fine because I prepared for it ahead of time, right? And now it's gonna be Act 6, which is the start of the second half of the campaign. In Act 6, the first thing you want to do is you go to the left and you do the quest in the Twilight Strand that requires you to clear every single monster in this area. Sometimes there might be like a ghost tormented spirit somewhere in the corner. Sometimes there are monsters that are the crabs that are buried underground. So definitely make sure that you look for those. If you're not sure how many monsters you have left to kill, you can type /remaining and it will show you how many monsters you have. And if you're below 50, it will show you the exact number, right? It will either say more than 50 or it will say a specific number like 3 or 5 or 2 or 1. Typically it's going to be just some zombie hiding in the corner. It's going to be somewhere where you didn't explore, or it might be like an underground crab, or it might be if you clicked, for example, on a strongbox or something, could be also like a different type of a monster that hides underground until you get to them, or activates only when you get to them. So make sure to pay attention for those. But in general, it should be pretty easy to kill everything here. After you kill everything, you're gonna get this line on the screen, talk to Lily for your reward, but you're not gonna do that, you're just gonna go to the coast. Because Lily, at first, she's gonna be like very far down, you're gonna have to go all the way down to the ship to talk to her. But after you kill the next boss, I think it's Yokohama, then you're going to be able to talk to her in front of town, right where everyone else is. So you wanna talk to her later when she moves to a more convenient spot, which happens after you kill this next fire boss. So we go to the coast. I do not go to Tidal Island. There's no reason to do it unless, like, I don't know, you're playing in hardcore, you're low on XP, you have shitty gear, you need some gear, you need some XP, then you can do that. If you're like me, around the level of the zone, your build is strong, you cap your res, just progress. Go to the mudflats and go to the right side of the area, and that's where you're gonna find the unique boss of the area that's gonna drop an item that allows you to open the door. The door is gonna be somewhere on the top left side of the area. So now we're killing this guy, the big orange mob, and we got Eye of the Conquest, and then we go to stick to the top area, right? We stick to the top wall of the zone and just keep going to the left, and that's how we're gonna find the exit out of this zone. So again, this is mud flats. It's like similar to the zone from Act 1, but it's a little bit different, and of course has different monsters, different quests, different everything. And these monsters do a lot of cold damage, right? So in this act, you definitely want to cap your cold res. If you could cap any res in this act, cap cold res. That's the most dangerous. The Yokohama will deal lightning. There's also the fire damage, but I think the cold is the most dangerous because the last boss as well definitely requires you to have capped cold resistance. So we go to Yokohama's keep, and then we kill the boss. And the way you kill this guy is you first damage him, then he's gonna activate 4 totems, and then you kill each of the totems. This flamethrower thing keeps following you, so if it ever bothers you too much, just go to the opposite side and start moving from there. It goes pretty slowly. If you're on the opposite side of it, you're gonna be completely fine. So we kill this guy, and we pick up the recipe, and we can continue moving. So we move up and to the right. I just open the box because it spawns a lot of monsters, and I want to get some XP, right? I want to make sure that I'm keeping up with the XP, staying strong, and you know, keeping up with that, because that's what I would recommend you do, right? If you want to feel strong and have an easy time. So now, after killing 2 Hama, the Lily is going to be in the front, and we can talk to her. We can get the book that gives us some regrets, so that we can respec our points if we ever need to, and then we're also gonna get access to all of the skill gems. So whatever skill gems you need, now from this point on, you have access to every single skill gem that you can purchase in the game. So if you want some certain auras, if you want some mobility skills, if you want certain support gems, if you want like cast when damage taken setup, which I'm gonna put on soon enough, this is where you can get that, right? So I'm gonna talk to her, and then I'm gonna get some extra skills. So another thing you can also grab is like inspiration, because we're gonna be doing going to crit setup later, but right now, since I'm not doing that, I don't need it yet. So I'm gonna grab focused ballista. And focused ballista is gonna make it so that whenever I attack, my totems attack. So I'm swapping a couple of gems, the faster attacks, for focused ballista, and then added cold for the barrage. So that will make it so that whenever I drop the totems, they're not gonna be attacking on their own now. So I'm gonna be only dropping them whenever I intend to also attack myself, and they will basically trigger every single time I attack. And the faster my attack speed, the better that is, right? If I have a slow attack speed, then maybe it's better to leave the faster attacks with them. But if I have a huge amount of attack speed, especially later on, it just scales better in terms of your maximum single target damage potential. So that's why we swap to that. Still looking for other gems. I think this is all. And now we're gonna start moving toward getting the extra projectiles. We're gonna get 2 extra projectiles from our skill tree, and that's going to allow us to drop the lesser volley, and we still will fire 3. And then later, after the 3rd lab in Act 10, we're going to get 2 more projectiles from our Ascendancy, which is going to give us a total of 5 projectiles without using any extra support gems for the projectiles and getting damage penalties. So it's very comfy that way. This skill doesn't need that many projectiles. It basically just allows you to clear better. So you definitely don't want to like invest like crazy. This is not like tornado shot where extra projectiles are also adding to your single target damage. This is simply just increasing your coverage and the amount of clear that you have. The extra projectiles and the chain make this a very comfy clearing skill. In the ridge, you're trying to find a way to go up to get to the lower prison, and in lower prison there's going to be a trial for our next lab, and also the exit. Sometimes the trial is kind of in an unusual way, kind of like you have to go past the exit to get to the trial. So in this area you're gonna see, I think it's gonna go then to the left and then down. We got some jeweler's orbs. You're gonna start dropping more currencies. You're gonna start dropping like more alchemies, binding orbs and stuff like that. So definitely feel free to use some of these currencies to improve your gear and try to make your character stronger and stronger. Yeah, we got a 4 link here. That's armor and evasion, which is good, which allows me to get some extra red sockets, which I want. This crit shrine doesn't do anything for me because I'm not doing any extra damage with crits, but I'm still melting these giant coat hangers. These coat hangers, cages, whatever you want to call it, they're absolutely massive. They have huge amount of life, so a lot of the time it's better to just skip them. So now I'm going down. I already know that the trial is going to be past the waypoint, past the exit. So I'm heading down, and sure enough, there is a book here and there is a trial here. And that's first of the trials that we need for the next lab. The second lab is something that we're going to be doing at the beginning of Act 8. So right as we finish Act 7, we're going to go to town, and straight after that, we're going to do the lab. But before that, we have to collect all of the trials. The trials are always the same in the sense of like which traps do they have. So for example, in this zone, it's going to always be this trial that has these specific traps. So if you figure out how to do this once, you're gonna know how to do this forever. They're not that difficult as long as you have some life flask and you press your life flasks, you're gonna be completely fine. So we go back and then we exit the zone, and then we're going to climb through a tower. Basically every single next zone is gonna be like higher floor, and we go to the top of the tower, and there is gonna be a boss that does lightning damage. So if you have like options of swapping between gear, let's say you have like a couple of rings, and you have an option to either cap your cold or cap your lightning. For this boss, you would want to cap your lightning resistance, because that's the type of damage it's going to be doing. So basically there's an entrance, then you have like a empty space in the middle, right, in this zone, and you kind of want to go around this empty space, and then on the other side of the area somewhere is going to be the exit. Usually it might be like a loop, you might have to like circle around, like in this case, right, we came from the top and we go back to the top after walking around this empty space, but that's how the layout is gonna like fit in like a square diamond again. That's basically how it works out here. So this is area level 47. I think I'm close to that level. Probably I'm around level 47, 46. And that's also what I would recommend here. In terms of the single target damage, attack hits sometimes can struggle with that. And a general principle for having better single target damage in the campaign is to add another setup. What I mean by that is, you can see I'm using a regular attack, and then I'm using also ballistas, right? If I wanted to, I could also use mana forged setup, right? So we have mana forged arrows that cast frenzy for me, but I could also link another ice shot to it and added cold and you know, elemental damage with attacks, and have another 4 link that does damage for me, right? So adding more setups and utilizing the sockets, leveraging the amount of sockets you have, is gonna be the way to increase your damage. Different setups, for example, have things like cremation plus Armageddon brand, right? Or if you're playing minions, you're gonna have zombies and skeletons, and maybe also summon raging spirits, and maybe also specters, right? So if you can, if you're, for example, using like a dagger skill, like for example, was it Cobra Lash, right? I saw, for example, people who are leveling Cobra Lash are using Blade Trap, right? Because you can drop the trap, it has like a duration. So if you have a skill that has a duration or can do damage at the same time as you stack those together, and that's basically how you're multiplying your total damage that you're doing, right? Like if you have a skill that does lightning damage, and let's say you're using like a spark, then you want to add like Orb of Storms and maybe even Stormbrand, right? Because you can drop these two and they will do damage at the same time as you're casting the spark, thus multiplying the amount of damage you're doing, right? It doesn't really make sense to use a skill and then use another skill and then alternate them if they're just doing instant damage. But if they're like damage over time, have some duration, or you spawn like a totem, adding a brand, adding a trap that has duration, adding something that debuffs the enemy. Those are the best ways to increase your damage while leveling. Basically, you can level with anything you want as long as you adhere to these principles, right? So if you have good passive skill tree, you keep up with the gear. If it's an attack skill, keep up with the weapon. Then you're gonna be able to do enough damage with pretty much anything if you add enough, if you utilize enough sockets, right, for extra setups. This guy does fire damage. You wanna get him to about half HP. Sometimes he's gonna chase you like a maniac forever, and you're gonna keep running away, and you're gonna be like, why is this guy not stopping? I already damaged him enough. That's because he has an animation queue to slap you. You have to go to him and let him slap you, and then when he slaps you, then he's gonna jump away, and then you can go here and kill him. But he's gonna, sometimes monsters are gonna have animation queued. For example, the Brutus, right, in the previous area in the tower, also has that situation happen sometimes where he really wants to slap you, and if you don't let him slap you, he's just gonna keep running after you forever. So you have to get close to him. He's gonna swing. You can dodge it, you can move away, but you have to let him swing, you know. And if you let him swing, then he's gonna leave you alone and move on to the next phase. It's like a weird thing with the animation being queued, and it cannot be executed, so it cannot be cancelled. In this zone, the Western Forest, there's gonna be a waypoint, and if you see the waypoint, you can go in the direction of that waypoint. So if it's on the left from the road, you go to the left, and that's gonna be another recipe there that gives you attribute crafts, which is very useful. Attributes are something that you're always gonna have to have some extra attributes, and there's always gonna be something that you need to fill in with your gear, right? So if you're playing a witch, then it's gonna be strength and dex most likely, right? If you're playing marauder, then it's gonna be int or dex. If you're playing ranger, then usually you're gonna need either strength or int. Usually the thing that is opposite of wherever you are on the tree is gonna be what you're gonna be lacking, because you're not gonna be getting it from travel nodes, and you're gonna be needing some supplemental attributes from the gear. The best way to get that on gear is to either use these crafts, so you need an empty suffix. If you find something that has life and couple of resistances and other empty suffix, you might not need the extra res, but you can use that empty suffix to craft the attributes. And another way to craft attributes on gear is to also use essences that can give you guaranteed attributes. That's why essences are really nice early, because you can shore up these weaknesses of your build, whether it's a specific resistance or a specific attribute, and make sure that your gear has that, right? It doesn't really matter the total power of the item, but it matters that it has these specific things that your build needs to just function in the first place. In this zone, you kind of want to go to the left side first. Most of the time the exit is going to be on the left side, and you try to find the wall, and then you go up along that wall. I kind of know exactly like what angle I'm supposed to go at, but if you follow kind of what I'm doing, and then you go to that wall and then go up, most of the time you're gonna find the exit, and if not, then you just continue and you go to the opposite wall, and it's gonna be on that side. Here you want to kill, this is doing like chaos damage, you want to kill these 3 spitting things, Rislata's Nest, and then you're gonna kill the boss afterwards, and then after that you can log out to town. Rislata is one of the gods. Killing gods gives you Pantheon powers. At the end of the previous act, or at the end of this act actually, I think, yeah, at the end of this act, I usually like to allocate my Pantheons, right, which are the default hotkey, I think is G or something. You can check this out in your hotkeys, how to open the Pantheon menu, and as soon as you unlock the Pantheons, you can go to town or to your hideout and click on them to enable them, and they give you some defensive bonuses. They're very useful, and you definitely want to make sure that you use whatever your character needs, right? A lot of the time people ask which Pantheon do you use on this build, and it most of the time is situational depending on what content you're running. So after killing Rislata, we go back to the waypoint and keep going up in the riverways until you find the unique boss of the area. So you just keep going up the road, and once you find the unique boss of the area at the end, then you're gonna go to the right side, and that's where the exit is going to be. This is one of those areas where it's really useful to have a skill that allows you to jump through gaps. Sometimes these bridges are going to be not connected and there's a river. So for our build, this is Blink Arrow. Different builds can use something like Flame Dash, right? Flame Dash or Leap Slam, right? So Blink Arrow, Flame Dash, Leap Slam, those are the 3 main mobility skills that people use. And they're always going to be good enough to jump over the most common obstacles, right? So here we got to the top of the zone, and now we're going to the right, because that's where the exit is going to be. And then the next zone is also kind of tricky to navigate, because you kind of want to go down to the right, because that's where the exit is, but first you have to go up, which is a little bit confusing. So first in the beginning you go down and find like a little log bridge, and then you want to go up, right? After this, you just want to go straight up, right? If you can, you just want to keep going up as much up as you can, right? Otherwise, you're not going to be able to progress, and you're going to end up walking into dead ends. So you want to go up here, and then it's going to lead you to the right side necessarily, right? And here, when you get to this area, you get to the wall. That's where you're just going straight down and to the right, and that's how you're going to end up at the waypoint and to the next zone where you can continue. Not bothering with killing all of the beasts anymore. I just made sure that I kill a few beasts early on so they can craft the flask. And I think it requires 4 yellow beasts to craft any of the flask crafts. I think I killed already enough to have another craft whenever I want it, which actually I'm gonna do after I have a bad accident. We pick up the flag here. We go to the passage. This is another one of those tricky zones. There's gonna be I think a hideout here. I think there's a hideout here, and then there's another there's exit on the other side. I like sticking to the bottom if I can, and that way most of the time the exit is gonna be either you go to the bottom and then to the right, or you go up. It's either straight up, and if it doesn't let you go up, then it's gonna be down and then to the right. You don't want to go too much to the right early, because you're gonna end up at a big dead end. So you can see I'm kind of sticking to just going straight down. There's only one tiny dead end, and then eventually I'm going to end up at the end of this, and there is the exit. And here we got the beacon. The beacon has a very cool, like it has like a unique quest thing that you have to do, and there's like a cool, interesting skip you can do. There's a bunch of different skips in this game. You can jump over certain gaps that are like, you might not be aware that there's a gap there, but there are gaps. You can jump through them through like blink arrow or leap slam or flame dash. And there's a bunch of different tricks that speedrunners use to be faster, and here's gonna be one of them. The Essence of Sorrow, another essence. We just kill every single essence because I want to make sure that I have strong gear at all times. I heard alchemy drops, so I checked back, but it's actually in front. And then we go here, we just go straight up in this zone until you see this kind of a sand bridge, or at least like narrow path. And then afterwards you want to do the escort quest. So while you're doing the escort quest, you have to stand in a circle for the device to keep moving forward. And as the device is moving forward, the enemies are going to attack you. If at any point you feel like you're taking a lot of damage, just move away, right? Let it fall back a little bit. It doesn't matter, right? It's not gonna go straight to the back, but make sure that you just don't die, right? You don't want to have to rerun this entire zone. It's better to walk a little bit out of the circle, make sure you're dodging the monster damage and not dying, and taking it safe rather than having to rerun this zone. And if you're strong and if you feel confident that you can stand in the circle the whole time, just press your flasks and make sure that you're leapfrogging your ballistas or whatever else you have, and just preparing for the monsters to spawn on top of you and attack you. Some of these are going to be rare monsters, some of these are going to be blue, and they might potentially do a lot of damage, so you have to be ready to just get out of there whenever it gets too dangerous. Then we're going to go do the left one, and after the left one we're going to sail to the next area, which is going to be their last area of this act. Progressively the acts get shorter and shorter. Next act I think is actually one of the longer ones. It has a lot of different quests, a lot of different side quests for the skill points, but then afterwards like act 8, 9 and especially act 10 is very short. Probably act 5 and 10 are probably the shortest ones. We're escorting this thing. You can see different animations below the monsters. Like you saw, this one had like a red and the yellow like rays circling around him. That typically indicates physical damage, right? So extra physical damage. If it's like green, it's like a hate aura, right? So you don't kind of know what to expect. So now I picked up an extra projectile, and here I'm gonna go trigger the beacon, run away from it, and then go back so that the Waylam is spawned already before the boat comes. Right? This is like a way to cancel the animation so that I can do this faster. You don't have to do this. Just a curious thing to know. But yeah, I shoot 4 projectiles now, which is interesting with the volley setup, because it actually makes it so that I'm not shooting a projectile right in the middle, because they're like symmetrical. So in the middle there's no projectile, and that's actually going to end up making one of the fights very dangerous, because I'm going to be not hitting a monster, right? If the monster has a very small hitbox, you can actually miss it, right? So I would actually recommend that you don't do what I did here and you don't pick up this passive right away, but go right up to the passive that gives you extra projectile, and then go right up to the next passive that gives you the extra projectile, and then pick up them both one after another, right, within a level, so that you don't play too long with an even number of projectiles with the volley setup, particularly with like 4 projectiles. For some reason 4 projectiles is very awkward with the volley setup. With the LMP, like lesser multiple projectiles, that'll be better because you can kind of aim them. The closer your mouse cursor is to you, the more spread they're gonna be, and the further your mouse cursor is from you, the more narrow they're gonna be, and that way you can kind of target where you're shooting better. But with the volley, they have a fixed gap between them, and you can't change that while shooting. But this boss, for example, has a big enough hitbox that it doesn't matter. It's a big, long intermission here where you have to listen to Nessa talk, so it's a great time to organize your gear, look for upgrades, figure out which parts or which items that you're wearing are the weakest, right? And see what do you need to upgrade to kind of like have a greater idea of what you need to look for the vendors. And this boss, the key to this boss is, number 1, have your cold resistance capped. Number 2, don't panic, right? You're gonna panic when the waves close around you, but all you need to do is like keep walking to the back of him so he cannot slap you. And then when this happens, just find a quiet spot. Just find a spot, stand somewhere, and make sure this wave thing shooting from the wall doesn't hit you. And just like if something is on top of you, move. If nothing spawns on top of you, don't move, right? You don't need to keep running. You can just stand in one spot. Often nothing is gonna hit you ever, and you can just stand in one spot. This thing, we use our flask. It kind of has like damage aura around him, but it's pretty quick to kill him. He doesn't take that long to demolish him. You see, I'm standing in one spot, not really moving, and nothing was hitting me, right? So you can very safely do that. You don't want to run into the wall of water, and you don't want to panic and just run from one thing to another thing while they're damaging you. And if you ever run out of life flasks, you can simply portal, right? Like I did here, between the phases. I overpressed my flask, right? Because I was just carelessly walking through the damage, the stuff hitting me. So I'm just portaling back to town and picking up the flask charges so I can use the flasks and heal myself and never be in danger. And after killing this guy, we're gonna get our pantheons, but this is the end of Act 6. And here I simply log out, go back to town, activate my pantheons. So I pick up the top left and bottom right, right? The top left one is from the boss we just killed, and that gives you, I think, stun recovery, right? It gives you an ability to be chain stunned, basically. So if you are stunned for a couple of seconds, you're going to be immune to stuns. This is very helpful because sometimes you can have unlucky situations where you're like flame dashing or shield charging, like going forward very, very fast, and you jump into a huge pack of monsters and you didn't know, but there's a shrine behind them that gives them all crit, and they all have extra physical damage aura, and they just demolish you, right? Because they stun you, and then you cannot jump out of there, and they just destroy you. But if you're immune to stun, you're gonna get hit once, you're gonna get stunned for like half a second, but then you're gonna be able to just run out of there because you're immune to stun for a couple of seconds afterwards. In this area, in the Broken Bridge, you can do a side quest that gives you an extra flask. This is not always required, but often it is nice to do at a league start because it allows you to get the extra flask that is either a defensive flask or it can be a phasing flask, I think is available here as well. So you have a bunch of different flasks. You can go back to town and you can pick whatever flask you like. So you're going to see the Whalam showing me this, and here are the options, right? So you can get defensive or offensive flasks. You can get a diamond flask if you're doing crit. I got the granite flask for armor. It had some terrible roll, so I pressed an alteration on it and got something else. So now I'm using 3 utility flasks, 1 life flask, 1 mana flask, right? And later on, you're going to be able to automate them. There are instilling orbs that allow you to set certain conditions, like whenever you have full charges on a flask, then the flask activates. But until then, you just have to manually press them. And the way I do this, I just press them all at the same time. I don't think about it, and it's not like the most efficient, but it's easier for me to do it that way. We kill some mobs and we go to the left. The exit of the zone is always going to be to the left. And in the crossroads, you want to go straight to the waypoint, and then afterwards you want to go down to the crypt. You don't want to... There are certain like areas where you could go up and the game kind of tells you, oh, go up there, and then you go up there and then you find out, oh, actually you need something from another area, right? So don't read quests, don't listen to the NPCs, just follow this, right? This is just the quicker way to do it, right? Because the NPCs would send you on a wild goose chase, while you can just simply instead of, oh, go check out this curious thing and then realize you have to have an item to progress, just go straight to where that item is, right? So in this case, we're going to Fell Shrine Ruins and then to the Catacombs. You want to follow the road. I get a Vaal Orb here, so I get excited. And if I had a lucky roll here, I would get a Vaal Ice Shot, which would be amazing, but I didn't get it. It's like 1 in 7 or 1 in 8 chance, something like that probably, to get the Vaal skill. So definitely worth trying, but if you don't get it, it's not a problem. You can still buy it, or you can do side Vaal areas to either find it or find more Vaal Orbs to craft it. So we get to the catacombs here, and in the catacombs here we're gonna have, or the crypt rather, sorry, not catacombs, same thing. In the crypt you're gonna have a trial of ascendancy, and then a sarcophagus in which you go into to progress to the next level of this. And that's what we have to do for the quest to pick up the map item that we later need to progress. These ghosts are very dangerous. You can see these little ghosts here that are flying around. These are very dangerous. They do physical damage, I think spells, which typically you're not going to have any defense against at this stage. So you're going to be absolutely demolished by them if you stand too close to them and too many of them. Because physical damage typically is more dangerous the higher the hit, and they attack pretty slowly, or they cast pretty slowly. They're not like rapidly hitting you, but they're hitting very hard. And if they have like an extra physical damage aura, they hit even harder, or if they crit. And also you cannot evade it. Evasion doesn't work on spells. For spells you would need something like either spell suppression or spell dodge or spell block. Typically people will eventually spec into spell suppression, but that is something that you start getting as you're getting into maps. Early on you're not going to have that much spell suppression. The class that gets all of spell suppression, the ascendancy is a Raider, and Raider and Trickster get a bunch of spell suppression quite early. It's easier for them to cap it. Other classes have to rely on either getting it on gear or getting it from the passives or some other sources of it. There's a lot of them in the game, but spell suppression is a very, very valuable stat. After getting this map here, I log out. And then we're gonna go straight back to the crossroads, and from the crossroads we're gonna go to the map device, which we're gonna find in the Chambers of Sins. We can sell this, we can drop some items that we don't need in the stash, just to keep the inventory a little bit clean, and then go back to the crossroads. In this act, you're gonna start encountering chaos damage, right? So there's gonna be, I think, Maligaro, which is a boss a little bit later on. You're gonna also find in the next act zombies. At the end of this act, the boss is doing a lot of chaos damage, and there are like chaos damage spitters that do like fizz and chaos damage spells. So there is lots of chaos damage that starts to pop up, and typically you have minus 30 chaos res at this point. Because just as with the elemental resistances, you get minus 30 after killing Kitava, but you don't really find it much on gear. So definitely keep a lookout for amethyst rings. You want to make sure that you pick up amethyst rings and you buy them from the vendor, because you can like put some essences on them or just craft regular res on them, and make sure that you get at least some chaos res. Chaos res is pretty important, and if you don't have any of it and you get into map and you're at minus 60 chaos res, you are going to be absolutely smoked by chaos damage. So definitely make sure that you start working on chaos res at this point. It starts becoming relevant more and more the further you progress from this act. So yeah, act 7 is where I would like definitely start working on it and looking for chaos res on gear and starting to try to incorporate it together with your other resistances and with life. Yeah, in this area you're looking for bridges. They're always going to be somewhere around the corner of the area, and then here you want to hit Maligaro. Always want to like kind of stand behind him. Right now my setup is pretty unfortunate, because as I said before, I have these like 4 projectiles, so I end up missing so many attacks and doing less damage. I have to rely on my ballistas, that I like overspend flasks as well, and I end up having to portal out to just refresh my flasks. And in this area, if you portal out, you actually don't end up in town, you end up in Chambers of Sins, because this is kind of like a map, and you end up back at the map device. So here I'm hitting this guy, but I'm actually not hitting him. All my freaking projectiles are just flying past him. So I have to go back, and from the waypoint I have to go back to town, and that way I can refill my flasks. It's not a big deal, but it's a little bit annoying, and I think that's why I would not recommend getting 4 projectiles for such a long time. Like if you have 4 projectiles for 1 level, that's fine, but try to make sure if you're using the volley, lesser volley, and not lesser multiple projectiles, to either stick to 3 or 5 projectiles, and make sure you're not using this like 4 projectile setup, because you can see like it misses attacks, right? Like the attacks are flying actually past the boss, and it's very, very unfortunate. But soon we're gonna get to the 5 projectiles, and we're gonna suddenly see a drastic change. Magically, my damage is gonna improve without getting any damage because the projectiles are gonna align better. So now we talk to Silk, and then we basically use the same principle of the waypoint pointing to where we need to go, right? So if the map device or the center of the area is in the middle, right? Then the waypoint is basically like an arrow that points to where we need to go to progress. Here we can get some upgrades. I got a better belt, a little bit better belt. I'm checking out other gear that I have. Then we can go back to the Chamber of Sins, and then we're gonna go to the bottom left. Already talked to this guy, and we will find another trial of ascendancy in the Chamber of Sins level 2. And this trial is always gonna be to the left. So you always wanna go up and to the left, right? Just strictly go to the left, and then it's gonna go upwards. That's where you're gonna find the trial of the ascendancy here. And then the exit of the zone, I think, can be possibly to the top or the bottom, right? So it's either up or down, depending on the zone. I'm just carelessly running through all of these and just flasking my way through. Just using flasks to negate the damage, basically, because it's not that much. And then here we can either go up or we can go down. I think this one is going to be actually probably down. There is a way to go up, but I don't know if it goes all the way. I'm making sure to kill all of these magic packs because of course magic monsters give me more XP. And then we're just trying to find way out of here. I think this might be a dead end. Yeah, this is a corrupted zone. So whenever a corrupted zone spawns, most of the time this means it's a dead end, right? So there are certain situations where it's not, but a lot of the time corrupted zone means a dead end, and that's why this zone went so high up there, but there was actually no way to pass through. So you're gonna encounter situations like that. So always remember, corrupted zone basically corrupts the layout. It basically breaks the layout and makes it weirder sometimes. So here we have Alva. I'm not going to interact with any of the league mechanics here, just going to focus purely on the campaign and on the progression through the campaign. But I have some build guides, so not build guides, some guides for the specific league mechanics, and you can find those on my channel as well. There's a little skip here where you can, like, if you aim at a specific pixel, you are able to jump through this fence with a few skills. So that's what I was doing there, standing next to that. But normally you can just walk around and it takes you 3 seconds longer, so it doesn't really matter. Through the den, we're just gonna go straight out of the zone. There's like a boss here, but we don't need to kill it. And then in the next area, there is a boss that does a lot of bleeding damage. So this is a great time if you upgraded your flask and you don't have bleed removal. This is another good time to make sure that you have bleed removal. Okay, this guy was doing insane amount of damage to me for some reason. It's gonna skip it. No reason to fight monsters that are too difficult. There is no special reward waiting for you at the other end of that fight. Most likely it's just gonna drop nothing or some garbage. So like if you're telling yourself, okay, this monster is so hard, it must drop a lot of loot, that's typically not the case. Typically it doesn't really matter. So if something takes too long because it has specific mods that counter your build, just skip it. Here we're picking up some nodes. I'm still at 4 projectiles, and this is the boss where it really shows, because this guy has a very small hitbox and it's very easy to miss him. And other than my totems hitting him, I'm practically not attacking this guy because my projectiles are flying past. So I'm like trying to not name lock. Name locking is when you have your cursor on the monster, highlighting the character when you see the name on the top, right? But if you don't see the name, that means you're not name locking, right? So I need to kind of aim besides him, right? I kind of aim to the side. I portal out because I completely ran out of flask charges, and I'm like trying to figure out, okay, let me add maybe let me just try to swap my skill gems. Maybe instead of using volley, I'm gonna be using instead of using volley, I'm gonna be using add cold damage. So I'm gonna be using only 2 projectiles, but it's gonna be easier for me to aim these projectiles specifically at the mob. That's why I swapped this, because it was very painful not being able to aim. When you don't have the volley support, your projectiles originate from one point instead of like parallel to each other. So that means they're shooting from one point, and if you're standing right next to the monster, you're guaranteed to hit him, and they simply like fork outwards, right? And the closer your cursor is to your character, the more the wider the angle, right? And the further your cursor is, the more narrow the angle. Here there's a corrupted zone. Sometimes there's an entrance to the cave down there. That's why I was checking it, because if it's possible to go down, it's worth checking down. But in this case, it was just a corrupted zone. That's why there was a way to go down. We get lots of our gems leveling. You want to make sure that you pay attention to your gems and what they require. Particularly for me, that will be the red gems and the blue gems. You want to see what are the requirements, how many attributes do you have, and where do your attributes come from, because sometimes you're going to have an item that randomly has a bunch of attributes that you need. You're going to level your gem, and then you swap that item for an upgrade, and suddenly you don't have the required attribute. So you want to make sure that you always rely only on the things that you have guaranteed from your passive skill tree or from the reliable item bases that you can get. You can get heavy belt for strength. You can guarantee up to 35 strength. And you can also get amulets with attributes that you can guarantee. Other than that, you cannot guarantee any attributes outside of crafting them from the bench. This boss here, if you don't feel strong enough to kill these side bosses, like this boss, which gives you a skill point, you could potentially skip it and then do it at the end of the campaign, right? Do it when you're like a little bit higher level. I am progressing in a way where at every stage of the leveling I am very strong. My character is strong enough to do all of these bosses very easily, because I'm not pushing like a very fast tempo where I'm sacrificing my power for speed. But if you ever feel, like the boss is too hard, or it might be too hard, your character feels weak, you can skip it, come back in a couple of levels, get 5 more levels, and then you can do this boss easier, right? And it's gonna save you a little bit of headache if that's an issue ever. Here we have a lot of quest items, the fireflies. Whenever you pick up all of them, oh, this is the time. Yeah. Summons, skeletons, +2 levels, and freezes, right? So because I got frozen, I didn't manage to press my frost blink. You can like buffer it, right? You can press the chest and then quickly use your movement skill to actually jump away while you're getting frozen. But this one, I didn't manage to do that, or I wasn't thinking about doing it, and I got frozen. I got absolutely demolished by these monsters. So this is where you need freeze removal, right? There are different ways to do it. The easiest way early on to get immunity to freeze is to simply craft it on something like a life flask or a mana flask, right? Because these flasks usually you're gonna have charges for. So I typically craft it on a mana flask. The next time I'm gonna be upgrading my flask, I'm gonna be definitely looking to put freeze removal on it, and I can either do it through alterations or I can do it through the bestiary. Now we got the causeway. So this is an area where if you ever could have something like a spell block or spell suppression, it would help you a lot. These spitters, they are spitting at you, actually not attacks but spells, and these spells do physical and chaos damage. So armor helps, getting endurance charges helps, having spell suppression or spell block helps. The way you can get spell block at this time, for example, is if you're playing a shield build, you can get something like a Tempest Shield. And a Tempest Shield is going to give you guaranteed spell block and immunity to shock. So that spell block is going to be very helpful here. You can, for example, replace some aura temporarily for it. And spell suppression from gear, of course, is going to be very useful, but typically you're not going to have a lot at this stage, but any amount really will help, because particularly if you have a lot of attacks coming at you, you're gonna suppress some of them, so it's gonna offer a decent amount of mitigation, like in terms of the total damage. Since spell suppression reduces incoming spell damage by 50%, then if you get like 10% spell suppression, that's 5% less damage taken overall on average from all of these hits. After getting this item, it's nice to portal back to town, because you can get 3 skill books now, right? So I can get 1 skill book from this guy for this item, and then I can also get 2 skill books from Eramir for progressing and killing the boss, right? So we get 3 points now, and we are almost at the point where we get the extra 3rd projectile, that we can basically have 3 projectiles now without using the extra gem for it. Here I'm separating, you can shift click to separate items, and you figure out how many of them you want, and then I'm gonna be selling some of them so that I get scrolls of wisdom, so I can just identify items. But at this point I'm kind of stopping upgrading other than the weapon for me, since I'm not gonna be playing this build any further. It's actually a very nice pair of boots with really nice sockets, nice socket colors. So I'm gonna swap that in right away. But yeah, you should definitely continue picking up gear, continue upgrading your gear all the way to the maps. Because again, at the end of Act 10, just like at the end of Act 5, you're gonna lose 30% res. So you wanna overcap for that. So you wanna make sure that you have 105% fire, cold, and lightning res, right? And you can gear up in Act 10. You can do the desecrated chambers, and you can get a lot of XP and gear there, and very easily make sure that you're ready for maps. But this is something that you already want to pay attention to, right? So make sure that you're prioritizing upgrading your gear. Here I'm picking up Steel Skin, that is level 1, and then also cast when damage taken. So this will allow me to automatically benefit from the guard skill, which is Steel Skin, which is going to absorb some of the damage I'm taking and remove bleeding whenever I take damage that is listed on the cast when damage taken gem. The important thing to note is you'll see that I have all of these skills linked. If cast when damage taken is linked to a skill that is below its level requirement or equal, it's gonna work with it. But if it's above, then it's not. So I have it linked to another setup, but in that other setup, I have an active skill gem that is too high level to work with cast when damage taken, which means it doesn't really, it's as if they weren't linked. But if it was like a lower level skill gem, I would have to be careful to not accidentally link something to cast when damage taken, because then I couldn't use it myself. It would just work on a trigger, and I probably wouldn't want that. And as with the as for the guard skill, you want to make sure that you level this skill, but only up to the point where it's not gonna overtake the level requirement of the cast when damage taken. So level 1 cast when damage taken requires, I think, level 38, and it supports skills up to requirement level 38. So if your supported skill, that the active skill that you want to be triggered has higher level requirement then the cast when damage taken, is not gonna work, right? So you want to make sure that you read the skill gems properly, and you make sure that you get the right levels on them. So now we go to Temple of Decay. In this area, this is again pretty straightforward, but there are going to be some like flicker spiders. You can take a lot of chaos damage here. So this is one of the more dangerous areas in terms of like how much damage the monsters are doing. But it's pretty straightforward to progress. It's going to be very useful if you have a good movement skill, such as a blink arrow or flame dash, because you're going to be able to jump across different gaps. And again, this is like, you just go to the other side of the diamond, kind of, that's how you progress through it, right? So I started at the top of the area, it tells me to go down, okay, I go all the way down. I cannot go to the right, okay, I go to the left, right? And usually you're going to go in like this L shape, and you're going to end up at the staircase where you need to get to progress. So we can see that I have my skills leveling, so I'm leveling the Steel Skin until it's gonna say it's like level requirement 36 or something, and then I'm gonna just stop leveling because I know next one is gonna be 38 or higher, so I don't want to over level that. So here, this is the bottom of the diamond, so I know the exit is gonna be somewhere at the top, right? Because you can see it's kind of like a bottom corner where the entrance is. Okay, we got freeze immunity. This is great. So I got freeze immunity on my life flask that I found. And now we're going to also need some bleed immunity. So I'm probably going to go and get that on mana flask, right? If I can. Because I want to have both, right? I want to have the bleed immunity and I want to have the freeze immunity. Yeah, we got another exit. This is Temple of Decay level 2. And the spider is going to be there soon. The Arakaali, the spider, has few mechanics that you want to be careful for. It has purple beams that you want to stay out of. It also shoots. The most dangerous mechanic, I think, is where she like leans to one side wherever you're standing, and then she starts like spitting laser. When she starts doing this laser thing, that's what you need your mobility skill for, to just jump the heck out of, because that's what's going to kill you most likely. Everything else is pretty mild. But that laser beam spam, like the laser barrage, is probably the most dangerous move that she has. So this is what you want to look out for, and this is what you want to save your movement skill for. In the beginning, she's going to start at the top corner of the arena. So that's where you're going to see I'm going to be starting my setup, right? I'm going to put the ballista totems and stand there in anticipation of where she's going to spawn. And then depending on RNG, she's going to like either go down and go to another corner, or you're gonna be able to DPS her longer and just push her to the second phase where she picks up the other NPC, and second phase is basically the same thing. She just gets some extra abilities that you're probably not gonna see if you're doing as much damage as I'm doing here. So if you're following this build or any other solid leveling build, you shouldn't have any issues. There have been some funny instances of people leveling with builds that are not good at leveling and having really hard time with this boss, and then people laughing at it. There are some memes in the community about that, but overall this is not a very difficult boss. So we have level 28 requirement on the steel skin, so I can still level that. And then the entrance is gonna be up somewhere in the middle here, and there's the entrance to the boss, the Arakaali's web. And this is the last boss of this act. So after that we're gonna be going to town and doing the lab. So I set up here, start doing damage, and I stand on one side. I walk out of the webs, because she also spawns like webs that slow you. And then I stand in here. She does like spitting of something. Usually you just wanna hit her from one side. You can see she starts doing an animation. Go to the other side, right? So now she's gonna come from in the same direction. So we're gonna spawn our ballistas here, start hitting her, and then she starts doing an animation. I go to the side. So this is the dangerous move, like this laser thing. And then I almost killed her. She still goes down. Okay, we're gonna wait for her. She's gonna either go on the left or on the right. I think pretty much always on the left. And then we're gonna finish her off, and that's it. And you can just progress to the next act. In Act 8, this is where things will start picking up for our build. We are gonna become much more powerful with the completion of the second lab, which is also called the Cruel Lab. This monster is being very annoying. So in the Sarn ramparts, you wanna basically follow along the wall. You just go to the right until you see entrance, and then you go up on the wall, and then you go in the reverse direction until you see the town. And if you are above level 50 and you feel comfortable, you should just do lab right away. Otherwise you can wait until you're a bit higher level. You can like wait until you're like level 55, because that's I think the level of the lab. So level 55 and above, if you have like 2k HP, this is what people usually recommend. I'm going with a little bit lower HP, but this is all still pretty fine if you have the same HP as me and the same stats as me, because you're prioritizing the same gear, you're having the same tree, then you're gonna have about the same experience as me, right? But if you are not confident in your ability to do lab easily, then first of all, make sure you have a second life flask for the traps, and then secondly, get some extra levels and do it a little bit later. There's no issues with that. It's not really necessary. Here I have like an insane ring. Res, evasion, massive life, another res, chaos res, crazy ring. So I absolutely will buy that, even though it costs 3 alchemies. But it's completely worth it because it just does so much for me, including getting me like a huge amount of life, chaos resistance, which is very hard to come by. So now my resistances are kind of scuffed, so I need to figure out how to remove my lightning resistances, and I can do that by using a scour, right? So if I craft a res and I have also a scour, I'll be able to replace whatever res I had with a new resistance, right? So I'm looking for lightning resistances. There's a lightning res craft. I can replace it for a craft for another one of the resistances. So I'm doing cold res, and then here I can replace this craft by using an alteration, and then I don't have to use a scour because I can simply alt it until I have prefix only, and then I can craft the res, right? So here we're missing fire res, so that's what I'm going to be crafting on this. And now we're fine on resistances again. So we are 75, 72, 75. Pretty acceptable. I would like to get that cold to 75, but it's okay. Missing only 3 points. We're going to work on it. And I'm going to be good enough to go to do the lab right now. So I'm pretty happy about this upgrade because it's a huge amount of extra life, evasion, and chaos res, which is very hard to come by, at least at this stage. And then we also have an extra suffix on this, and I'm looking at my thing, I'm like, oh shit, I actually can craft on this, right? So I can go now and craft the cold res on this, and I can actually be capped on resistances. So always make sure that you check the prefixes and suffixes, make sure you see if there's something open that you can craft on, and in this case, we're going to be able to craft the extra cold res and have all of the resistances capped. And that's great. So we got all of the resistances at 75 or above, and I also still have some chaos res. So that's really good. We're not sitting at minus 30. We have some extra chaos res, and in this act, there's going to be some chaos res at the beginning of it, like chaos damage at the beginning of it. So that's very, very helpful. So now we're going to an area level 55, which is this cruel lab. And we're gonna progress through it. Every single lab has more rooms. Definitely recommend looking at PoE Lab website to see which way to go. It's gonna give you some tips and tricks about completing the lab, and you always wanna click on the current location thing to see where you are and where to progress. If you do lab enough, you're gonna notice certain patterns, just like with every single zone. And in general, I'll try to give you some pointers as to like where to go. These statues, they basically require that you damage them. If you keep damaging them, they're not gonna fully charge up. Their life kind of regenerates, and if you let it regenerate all the way up, they're gonna activate and they're gonna empower Izaro. But I'm doing such a stupid amount of damage right now, even with the bow upgraded like multiple acts ago, that I don't even have to think about it, because just the extra projectiles are flying away and killing them. Here, this lever is actually unnecessary to click, I think, but and also this lever, but clicking everything just so I don't have to go back to it. And in general, you kind of want to progress like up and to the right. That's usually where the exits are gonna be in different areas. So here I'm trying to stick to the right wall, and as long as I can progress and I don't see any other things. Like sometimes you'll have like a how do you call it, like a puzzle. There's like a puzzle where you have to click on things. You know, if you add that puzzle, that's not where the exit is, so you go the other way. These circles on the ground here, you saw that I stayed away from. This is called the bearers, like bearers of fire or whatever, or bearers of lightning or whatever. These do a lot of damage, particularly because if you have an AoE skill and you kill a pack of monsters that have this modifier at the same time, then all of these circles are gonna explode at the exact same time. And since it's like all combined damage at the same time, it kill you very, very easily, right? Just because of the sheer amount of them. You don't have any time in between to react and flask and stuff like that. So this is very dangerous, and if you kill them, you want to stay away from that. You can test, you know, if you see one, see how much damage one of them does. And if it does like 20% of your HP, then you know 5 of them destroy you, right? So you know like what to pay attention to. Here we've got a skeleton. I think they're called the lieutenants. So these lieutenants, I can just kill them. And I think I was trying to kill all of them just to make it easier for myself. And I ended up accidentally killing Izaro before the last one was dead, so one of them spawns. It doesn't really matter. If you want the extra key, you kill none of them. If you want it to be easier, you kill all of them. That's it, right? That's how it works with all of these lab things. So we got the last one here. But I think the Izaro actually despawned already, like he phased already. He just has some like queued animations. Just like, you know, with these monsters I told you about, that they want to slap you because they have a queued animation. But this guy was already dead pretty much. So now we go up and then look for the exit here. In this type of a layout, exit usually is going to be like up. You can see like I'm not going to the right because there's this puzzle there with the escort thing. So it's gonna be here, and I'm gonna go click on the current location. This is going the wrong way, so I go to the side and there's the exit here. Estate crossing, there we go. We see steel skin, so it's at 32, and this requires 38, so I'm checking it, seeing if I can still level it, and then I'm telling myself basically when I should stop leveling, because this is something that is very easy to forget. You just automatically click on level up on these skills, and then when you have something that you're supposed to stop leveling up, me personally, because I got ADHD, I got really bad short-term memory, so I will almost always forget. Like 80% of the time probably I forget to not level up this skill when I'm supposed to not level it up. And then I have to go, and there's a recipe that you can use which uses a scouring orb. If you sell a skill gem with a scour to the vendor, you're gonna get the same skill gem but one level lower. And if you sell a skill gem with a regret, then you get a level 1 gem, basically like a fresh gem. But it's gonna keep quality, right? So you can de-level the gem but keep the quality, for example. That's why this recipe is useful. Okay, we're destroying this guy, just running circles around him, making sure he doesn't hit me. When in doubt, run in circles. That way you will probably not get hit. We got some jewelry here, which is great. Then we got this, which can allow me to either get a transfigured gem. I'm not gonna bother with any of that. At the league start, you can either get quality on your gem if it's useful, or you can get the currency, which is typically very bad, or you can get the extra transfigured gem. But here we're gonna get the chain. So skills chaining an extra time means basically whenever we hit a monster, if there's another one in range, it's gonna jump to that one as well, right? So basically we're doubling the amount of attacks pretty much that we had. Like we're doubling the amount of hits we're going to be able to inflict on a pack of monsters. And because we also have like AoE attached to our skill, the clear is going to look very, very good. So here you can see as I start attacking stuff in a moment. Why am I not attacking stuff? Oh yeah, because I had wrong hotkeys, because I swapped my skills. So now I have to fix my hotkeys and make sure which one is the ballista and which one is the real one, because they have the same supports, pretty much like the same colors, so it's hard for me to tell which one is which. But okay, now we're attacking stuff. You can see stuff is exploding. Okay, we got a highborn bow, potential upgrade. Now things are exploding, and we're taking a lot of damage because whenever you kill these zombies, they leave a puddle on the ground that deals chaos damage. So you want to make sure that you're pressing your life flask or moving out of that as soon as possible. This zone and the next zone are very dense in terms of the monsters, so they're actually pretty good for leveling. If you're behind on levels and you want to get stronger before doing lab, this is actually one of the better zones to go through, because there are big packs of monsters, there's a lot of them, and they are in a very narrow space, so for many builds it is very easy to hit a lot of them at the same time, right? You're never like shooting in the open space. There is always basically a monster on your way, so you can very quickly level here. Got a chisel. Chisels are a currency used for putting quality on your maps. When you quality your maps, just like any other item, quality on maps gives you extra monster item quantity, but they basically drop more items. This is kind of a difficult boss if you're not sure what to do, or if you don't have enough damage. If you have enough damage, like I have a huge amount of damage right now, I'm very comfortable doing this boss. But if you didn't have enough damage, you can either keep running through this zone, or you can use the actual mechanic of the boss fight, which is to click on this little wheel, this like circle thing that you turn, and that will basically stop whatever is the current mechanic of the boss. He is either red and spawns red circles, or green, or purple. If it's purple, I think it slows you. If it's green, you deal less damage. If it's red, you take more damage, right? So the most dangerous is red, I think, because that makes it so that you basically take more damage. She does this teleport move that explodes at the end, which is very dangerous, but I have enough damage. I clicked the valve just because I was not sure how much damage I'm going to be doing, and I ran out of flask charges, but we managed to finish her off before she like jumped up and started another phase. So here you want to go to the right side first. In the Doedry cesspool, you go to the right side. This act is pretty complex in terms of navigating, similar to Act 2, where you can do it in many different ways. It's non-linear. I think I have a pretty efficient way of doing it that minimizes the amount of loading screens and the amount of time in general. So it's the fastest for me, and that way I can, do the campaign as fast as possible, and I have the same set way that I do this act every single time. So in this area you follow the left wall first, right? So you always stick to the left wall, kind of like the rule of going through any maze. Stick to the left wall first, you're gonna find the item, and then you keep sticking to the left side, and if there's a way to go down or if there's a way to go left, that's always what you want to do, right? So again, I'm sticking to this wall and I'm going down, and I'm looking for a path. If I'm never gonna like go to the right and leave space open on the left, right? If there's some way to go on the left, always gonna go to the left, and every single time you're gonna end up at the right place. So here there's gonna be the next zone, and after coming out of this zone, we basically are just gonna go up and stick to the right side, right? So we're always gonna stick to this like outside wall of this area. This boss is gonna do something known as DD or Detonate Dead. He's going to basically explode the corpses that are lying around, and that does a huge amount of damage. The damage of Detonate Dead scales with the life of the monster, which typically is higher than any base damage of any skill that you could use or any monster could use. The monsters in the game, in the campaign, are basically using the same skills as you. They're just modified a bit, right? The way that it's coded, they're basically using the same skills as you. So you want to make sure that you keep moving and you don't stand in the same place, you don't stand on top of all of the corpses, because if he detonates them, you can get one shot very, very easily, right? He does a lot of damage. Now I'm picking up some life gain on hit, and I'm gonna pick up some life and mana leech, and that is where the build starts feeling really good, because I no longer need to press my mana flask, no longer need to press my life flask most of the time, and it's just comfy cruising, you know, just one button for hitting things, a couple buttons for moving around, and we're just cruising. Here we're sticking to the right side, and again, it might seem like maybe you're going the wrong way, because it's not going the direction that you think it should be going, but always stick to the right side as you're exiting here, right? You always stick to the right side, like to the bottom of it, and check diligently if there's like a pathway to go there, and that way you're gonna end up going the right way. So here, again, we can go to the right or kind of left, you know what I mean, like kind of sticking to the outside wall here, right? Kind of sticking to this side. If my character moving forward can turn right, if that makes any sense, that's where I want to go, right? So we're sticking to this side until we see the exit, and then we just go straight up to the exit. In the grain gate, there's a tell that you can use to figure out the right way to go. Whenever there is a corpse in front of an entrance, that's the right way to go. Here there's a corpse, you see, in front of the entrance, we go in, right? If there's no corpse, we don't go in, we just keep looking for the corpse. Here, no corpse, actually we don't go in here, right? There are only corpses that I killed, but there was no like corpse of a mob. Here's a corpse, we go in, right? So whenever there's like a corpse in front of this, you go in, and that's gonna be the right way, and you're gonna get to the area where you have these guys that you have to kill for a skill point. And after you kill them, continue to looking for the corpse. Yep, nice corpse sitting in front of the entrance. That means this is the right way to go. And we continue going kind of to the right side where the exit is going to be, and it's going to be the Imperial Fields. If you haven't done the lab, this is a good point. Sometimes I do lab at this point. If I'm playing like a weaker character or like zooming really fast and having really low levels, this is where I will be at like level 55, because I'll be like 3 levels below the level of the zone, because this is level 58 zone. So I will get to the waypoint here and go to the lab. Otherwise, you use this waypoint and you go to the town to pick up your skill points. You're gonna get 2 skill points from the quest that you've done. I accidentally clicked the Doedry Cesspool, but I should have clicked the town. So you're gonna pick up a couple of skill points. I cannot pick up the skill point now because I have a full inventory, so I need to sell the stuff first. I'm gonna also pick up the ring. I'm gonna look for upgrades as well. Potentially can find a better bow, because I haven't upgraded my bow in a long time, so I'm definitely looking for a better bow. Destroying the stuff I don't need, selling this for some alchemy shards, and now we can pick up the reward. And then another one is going to come from Clarissa. She's going to give me another reward. We get a nice ring here. I'm checking my resistances to see if any of those rings are worth wearing, and I'm going to be able to basically improve my resistances for after the campaign, because that's something that you should be still continuously doing. So we get the second skill point. I'm checking the gear, looking at what I can craft, how can I fix my resistances, and I'm gonna look for other rings and amulets as well. You can also look for belts. Belts are also something that is pretty easy to upgrade. If you have a really shitty belt, there's a lot of belts that can have really good implicits that you can buy from the vendor that are going to be better than what you can find on the ground, right? You can be on the lookout for belts that give you strength, that is like 35 strength or 40 life or 24 physical damage, like the max rolls, and then you can craft on that, and that's going to give you some extra stats, because like I said, even the small things matter, right? That's why I'm crafting here on this amulet, because it has an empty prefix. I already have life on it, I think, so I'm not crafting life. Even if it had no life, I would probably still craft the added physical damage to attacks, just for simply more damage. And now we go to the toxic conduits, and we go the other way, right? Because kind of like in Act 4, we want to stay close to the level of the zone and kill monsters that are close to our level. So we don't want to progress too much in one direction. If there are like if kind of like the content is like a fork, right? You have 2 ways to go. You want to progress a little bit in the one way, and then take a waypoint, and then progress the other way, right? And that way you're going to be more in line with the levels of the area, Here we just go to the straight up to the right. This whole zone is basically you go to the right side and you kind of stick to the outside of it. You want to see like this, you know, this cliff or whatever, like this hole in the ground, like you're kind of walking along the edge of a cliff, and you're going to the right side. We found our first map. This is pretty early for a map, but when you get close to area level 60, you can start finding maps, and that's going to be something that you're going to engage with after the campaign. So now we can pick up some extra life, and soon I'm going to start running out of points to put into stuff that benefits me or benefits my damage without going into crit. I would have to like travel to further parts of the tree, which I don't want to do, or like get some like less efficient nodes. So we're gonna in the next act swap into, or in 2 acts we're gonna swap into crit. So again, we're progressing, still going kind of along the right wall and going to the bathhouse. And in bathhouse there is a lot going on. So first you need to pick up the waypoint. Make sure to pick up the waypoint here. This is very important. And then you go to the middle of this area, and you're gonna have like a running dude that's charging at you that you want to kill. So you kill this guy. This is for a skill point. So we kill this guy, and then we go first to the left. And in the left, you either gonna have entrance to another zone, or you're gonna have a Trial of Ascendancy. In this case, we have a Trial of Ascendancy, and the other thing is gonna be above it. So we do this trial. You don't have to do it exactly like I'm doing it. You can be less of a maniac and like just go a little bit slower, wait for the lava floor to disappear and go whenever it's safe. But I'm just going through it as fast as possible and spamming my life flask because I kind of know my limits, so I know that I can get away with doing that and do it at this stage, and I'm not really worried. And now after this, we go up. We stick to the left wall, and that's going to be the second objective. So if you found the door, then the trial is going to be up, and if you found the trial, then the door is going to be up. And this is a very dangerous zone. If you don't have grace or determination on, you're going to be probably dead as soon as you kill the first pack of porcupines here. So you want to be very careful. The porcupines deal damage as they die. So here I had an unfortunate scenario where I was hitting this guy and he left like an insane nasty degen on the ground, like a cold damage degen, and I stood in that and I got out of that, and then I hit the next pack and they exploded and killed me. I thought I can get away with it because I didn't have life flask charges. I thought I can get away with it, kill this one pack, and then heal myself up with a flask. But unfortunately the spikes flew straight into me, didn't evade them, didn't dodge them, and they killed me, right? So this is a very dangerous zone that you want to make sure that you're using your defensive flask. You want to make sure that you're using your life flask. And these porcupines are going to do huge amount of damage if you don't have like a defensive aura going on, right? You can see, like, especially if you have good clear, good damage, like the faster you deal damage, the faster they're going to damage you. The cool thing about playing this build is that later on, when we swap to crit, we are going to be freezing the monsters. And a monster that is frozen whenever they die, their corpse disappears, and the on-death effects are not, they don't work, right? So these porcupines, if you froze them and kill them, they wouldn't be exploding, right? Because if the monster is dead and there's no corpse, nothing can cast the ability, pretty much. That's how the game works. So a lot of people use different ways of removing corpses just as a defensive measure to stop these on-death effects and to also remove the corpses so that they cannot be further exploded by like detonate dead and stuff like that. This boss is very annoying. You basically want to constantly move, constantly run in a circle. You're gonna be fine. All of these white balls that are chasing you, they're gonna hurt you. So constantly just run in a circle and you're gonna be fine. It's gonna take longer. It's gonna be annoying to fight this guy, but that's what you have to do, right? If these balls explode on you, then you're gonna do a lot of damage. The smaller ones deal damage over time. So you just wanna basically permanently run in circles and just hit whatever you can. And that's pretty much what I'm doing here. And this one gives you skill points, so you definitely want to make sure that you're doing it. Yeah, we kill this guy, and he will be one of the first monsters that drops item level 60 items. You can see nothing showed for me here because I'm using a loot filter that is hiding that at this moment, because I'm not going to be doing Chaos Recipe. But if you are playing for the first time, if you're progressing, especially if you're in a trade league, this is the point where you want to start looking for items level 60, right? My loot filters specifically highlight items of item level 60 to 74 with orange background. So if you're using that, one of my filters, you're gonna know that these are the items that are valid for the chaos recipe. But if you're simply in a zone that is level 60 and above, up to 74, you're going to be getting items that are in the right item level range for chaos recipe. The chaos recipe is basically you sell a set of weapons, so either 2 one-handed weapons, two-handed weapon, one-handed weapon and a shield, or a bow and a quiver. So set of weapons, chest piece, helmet, gloves, boots, belt, amulet, and 2 rings, right? So basically like a full equipment, everything you would need to equip the character fully. You sell a set of that that is rare. The items need to be rare and between item level 60 and 74. You can press Alt when you're hovering over an item to see the item level. And if you sell that to the vendor, you get a Chaos Orb, which is basically the basic currency of the game. And if you sell them unidentified, you get 2 Chaos Orbs, right? And that is something that a lot of people use once they have good enough gear to go into maps. Like if I have my resistances capped and I have a good weapon and I don't need any like urgent upgrades, I can just start doing maps. I will stop identifying items and I will just pick them up, put them in my stash tabs. And if you have more stash tabs, it's going to be a little bit easier to do. But basically, I just drop them in the stash tabs. And once I have a lot of them, then I'm going to just do the recipe multiple times and get like 20-40 chaos. And that's a great way to get some starting currency. So you saw that after logging out, I went back to the same area and then progressed to the Lunaris concourse and then went up to the left. That's how you want to progress here, the most efficient way. It's going to allow you to save some time and you're going to completely skip one of the zones. Instead of having to run through the entire zone called the Solaris concourse, we basically backtracked half of a zone, right? That was already explored. So it's actually faster to do it that way. And that's the efficient way that I tend to do the campaigning. In this area, in the Lunaris temple, you follow the blue carpet here, and these ribbons, these big blue ribbons, not the small ones, but the big ones, they do actually insane amount of cold damage, and they have a huge amount of like freeze duration. So it's very easy to get frozen by them. This is actually an area where you kind of want to get some freeze removal because you can potentially get like stun locked to death, right? You can just get absolutely obliterated by them. So I definitely recommend getting some freeze removal in preparation for this zone. Lunaris Temple level 2 is basically the same as Lunaris Temple level 2 in Act 3. There's just different types of monsters and blue instead of red, but you still want to follow in kind of like one direction, like into one quadrant, and look for staircase leading up. So I see here, this cannot go to the right and this cannot go down. So I know it's not going to be here. That's why I'm backing off, right? Because I know already it's not going to go to the right, it's not going to be going down, so it has to be back where I was. So that's why I'm going to be going backwards, and it was the right call because the staircase is going to be right here leading up. And just like with the Act 3, there was a cart on one side and 2 carts on the other side. And you always want to go in the direction where there's only one. And in this area, there is going to be like a flower pot, like a white purple-ish flower. And where there are 2 flowers is a dead end, and where there's one, that's the right way to go, right? So again, you want to think about it in a way where it's like, where there are 2, it's crowded already, that's not where you want to go. You want to go where it's like empty space, where you can get into. So it's gonna be in a moment, we're gonna go up the stairs, and then here we're gonna have like after the next staircase, I think, is gonna be the flowers, and we're gonna basically go wherever there is 1 instead of wherever there are 2. And so it's like another one of those little tells that you can use to find your way quicker. I'm checking out these weapons, I'm seeing whether it's gonna be an upgrade or not, because I'm still looking for a weapon upgrade. I think I'm still using the weapon that I've been using for a really long time, and we definitely need some upgrades. So yeah, here we have these flowers that will go where here are more flowers because the zone ends very quickly. So I guess this is a confusing bad example, but typically you only see either 1 or 2, and you're gonna be able to easily tell that. It doesn't really matter that much because the dead end is very small. But yeah, that's something that you can use. And here we're gonna have one of the 2 bosses that we need to fight Solaris and Lunaris. We're gonna need to get like the fragment of the moon and fragment of the sun, or whatever they're called. And this boss is doing cold damage and the other one is doing fire damage mostly. And you need to make sure that after you kill the boss, you pick up the item that it drops, the quest item, because I've done the mistake before of like killing the boss and then automatically logging out, and then I had to run back and grab the item because I forgot to pick it up. So that can sometimes happen. We go through the portal and then there's the guy, we drop the ballistas and basically nuke him. And there's also a craft here that you can pick up that's going to allow you to craft some more stuff. Yeah, the moon orb. Yeah, we need to pick up the moon orb here. So here we have some bows. I think I'm going to soon find a bow that has like item level 60 requirement. That's going to be an upgrade. And also Divine Life Flask is a good flask to start like crafting on. If you want to get like a good endgame flask, Divine Life Flask is a good choice because it has a higher amount of mana recovery than the Eternal Flask. I think the Eternal one recovers it over shorter duration, which is not as important because often you want kind of like an instant flask. So people usually just use the Divine Life Flask in the endgame. Oh, it's huge. I put Alchemy Orb on this, and I got huge roll for fire and lightning damage and attack speed as well. So I'm immediately going to hide out and immediately crafting increased fizz damage, I think. That's going to be probably the best. And then level 60, I can craft cold, but I think fizz is going to be better. Yeah, we're going to go to the fizz damage. I'm trying to do the math. I'm seeing, okay, if I craft increase, what is the average damage increase I'm getting? And this is one of those examples where I said before, if you can get similar amount of cold or physical, you would rather get physical. So the highest amount of physical I can get is by actually increasing the base physical damage on this bow already. And I also put quality on it, which further increases the base physical damage. So this is going to be the best way to proceed with this bow. And that's going to give me a huge upgrade when I hit level 60 and basically carry me until the end of the campaign. Level 60 is where you can run, for example, the Promenade or the Blood Aqueducts if you want to farm up some levels, because those zones are very straightforward, have a lot of monsters, and are very easy to level with. We're going back to Imperial Fields, and we're progressing the second half of this act, the second part of it, and we're gonna go to the Solaris Temple, kill the Sun guy, and then we're gonna go to the Promenade and kill Solaris and Lunaris, which is actually quite a difficult fight, but there are some tips and tricks I can give you for that as well, I guess. Yeah, and the Imperial Fields, you just keep going up, just following the road and just keep going up. Diagonally, usually it's like to the top left, and in the Solaris Temple you want to go to the left and then you want to go up usually. This is like a dead end, so first we're gonna go down and then typically it's gonna go to the left and then it's gonna go up. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that I'm killing the right amount of monsters. If you are not sure like how much you should be attacking, right, and how much you should let your Mirage Archer do the work, you should test it, right? Honestly, if whatever skill you're playing, try to every now and then test your damage, right? So run next to a pack of monsters, hit them once, see how much you're doing, see if you have like any automated things, if they are finishing them off or not, and then you're gonna make sure you can find like a nice tempo, like a nice cadence for like how often you should be attacking and how much you should be running, right? Because you never want to be attacking too much and just hitting air, right? And just hitting monster that had like 5% HP and a Mirage Archer would finish it. So that's what you want to be doing. And a good way to tell if you are attacking too much or too little is your XP, right? Because it's gonna naturally translate. So you're gonna see if you are like 5 levels above the level of the zone, you're hitting way too much. You're spending way too much holding down whatever button is that you're attacking or casting with, right? And you're just killing way too many monsters. But if you're like 5 levels below the level of the zone, then you probably should attack a little bit more, right? You should pay more attention to blue packs and make sure you're killing them. You should make sure that you're paying attention to all the basically anything that's worth killing. You should be probably killing because you're kind of behind in XP, right? So that's what you need to be paying attention to. In this zone, kind of follow the carpet as usual, go through the portal and kill this guy who's called Dawn, the something, I don't know, the Guardian of Solaris, the Bringer of Solaris, or something like that. So you kill this guy, make sure to pick up the item, you know, the Fabergé egg that's red, and these items basically look like that. There's a blue and a red Fabergé egg. And then you go back to town and you go to Solaris and Lunaris. You can, of course, check out for gear upgrades. So we hit level 60. Now I can swap my items a little bit and we can be very powerful for this fight. So we got this, we got the bleeding removal, right, on the flask. So I got a bleed removal on the flask, and then I can grab another flask, I can put something on it and try to get a freeze removal, right? So as soon as I got a prefix with an open suffix, I can go to the menagerie and I can put the freeze removal. And those are the two most important things, bleed and freeze removal on flasks. The other flasks, as you're finishing the campaign and you have spare alterations, is very much worth crafting as well. So on a Quicksilver flask, get the highest item level Quicksilver that you have. And first, if it's white, put some glass blowers bubbles if you have on it to increase the quality and extend the duration. And then you want to put on it either something that benefits your charge, so like charge duration, less charges used, increased duration, something like that, or like gain charges when you crit, anything that gives you extra charges. Definitely not like increased effect, reduced duration, because early on you're not gonna be able to sustain that. And then get things like increased evasion, increased armor, chance to avoid being shocked, increased movement speed, increased attack speed, reduced effect of curses on you. Those are really good things to get, right? So you want to make sure that all of your flasks have some good modifiers on them and they are not neglected, because it's a huge amount of power, right? If you think about it, reduced chance to being shocked, for example, if you have like 50% reduced chance of being shocked on a flask, and then you have some of it also coming from your passive skill tree with this build, then you're going to be able to be immune to shock instead of getting shocked. And that can be a difference between taking, 40% more damage or 40% less damage. So it can be absolutely mean the difference between you dying a lot and not. Same thing with like curses, right? Curses can be very nasty, like vulnerability gives monsters chance to inflict bleed on you. That can be a difference between having a bleed inflicted on you or not. Also, different curses reduce your elemental resistances, and this is very, very dangerous. Usually you want to be kind of overcapped for that reason as well, because there's like maps that either have monsters or have modifiers that put elemental curses on you, which lower your resistances, and that is a huge damage multiplier to the damage you're going to be taking. Because if you think about it, if you are at 75% res and you, for example, get 5 res less, even if you get like 5 resistance less, you'd think you'd be taking 5% more damage, but actually no, you're actually taking 20% more damage, because from 25 damage you're going to taking 30 damage, right? It's like a huge difference, right? Like from 75 res going to 70, it's not just 5%, because you were taking not the full 100, you were already reducing a lot of it. In my guide for beginners, I explained this a little bit better, so you can go into that section of the guide. There should be a timestamp for the defense section of the guide, and in that guide I can explain and giving some better examples on why actually it matters. Like the points of your resistances higher up matter more, right? The difference between 0 and 5 is much smaller than the difference between 75 and 70, right? That is much more painful to lose these resistances when you have so much. Lunaris and Solaris basically have moves where you have to just move away from them. The Lunaris just has like she drops stuff from the ground and she throws things at you. Solaris does a beam, and then she also does a different beam that is like more narrow, and then it splits. If you stand behind her, you're gonna be fine most of the time, and just never stand in the same place because the roof is basically gonna be falling. But that's it. That was Act 8, right? That's Act 8, and now we have Act 9. So this is the penultimate goal, the penultimate act, in which we start with the Blood Aqueduct, which is an area that has a divination card that drops from it that gives you Tabula Rasa. Tabula Rasa is a chest piece that has 6 linked white sockets. If you ever feel like you wanna use a build, if your build like needs a lot of sockets and you really wanna set it up early and you don't want to wait for like getting currency, or you're playing an SSF, you really want to 6-link early on, you can farm this area and get the Tabula Rasa, but it's probably going to take you like 10 or 15 levels to farm it. Usually I don't recommend it. I've seen a lot of people recommend this to newer players. I would actually say probably not worth doing on almost any build. If you're playing on Trade League, it is much better to continue progressing, do the Chaos recipe as you're progressing, and buy some kind of a 5 link or a 6 link from the trade side. Just get any like corrupted 6 link that has the right colors that you need and has some life and resistances. So you're gonna be completely fine. You can get stuff like that cheap for like 20 chaos or something like that, and it's gonna be similar price to the Tabula Rasa, but it's gonna be a much better item for you. And even like running with a 5 link is going to be just fine. Because if you go to a 6 link right away, you're most likely going to encounter severe mana issues because you're not going to be able to support them, right? Every single support gem that you're adding, if you read them, they have a mana cost and reservation multiplier. So they make you actually spend more mana. So the more supports you have, the more mana cost the skill is going to have. The descent is a very straightforward area. You just go down. You just go down wherever the area leads you. There is no like specific tells. If you see I'm going here. I'm not sure if it was left to the right. It was to the right, so now we're gonna be going down. There's gonna be like a bridge here, and then we just continue progressing until the next zone. Next zone has some specific things that you want to do in a specific order. So in the next zone, which is the desert, you want to make sure that you find the waypoint and take it, because you're gonna have to like get out of the zone and portal out and then get back to it. So you want to make sure that you find the waypoint. Then you want to make sure that you find the ritual area, which is a quest. So you will find an exclamation mark. You click on an item, and then you have monsters around you spawning. You have to kill them all and then pick up the item at the end. And then you want to make sure that you find to the right side of the zone an entrance to another desert area where you're gonna be basically doing a quest. And then with portal, go back to town and get an opening to it. So yeah, first we're gonna go and look for the waypoint, right? We look for the waypoint and the ritual thing. Those are the first 2 goals in this area, the Vastiri Desert. This thing on the left side of me is a Syndicate encounter, Betrayal, pretty complicated league mechanic. I have a full guide on it, but it is being a little bit reworked. It's very much worth doing, gives a lot of XP, but the NPCs in it are pretty difficult to beat early on. So you click on this item, you kill everything around you, make sure to kill all of the monsters around you in this little circle until you get an item from it, and then I'm gonna give that item to an NPC. So you make sure to kill everything, you get the Storm Blade, and then you wanna go to the right and look for the waypoint. If it's not to the right, then it's gonna be a little bit up, and then once you find the waypoint, we're gonna go just completely to find the right wall of this area. So here I see it's not gonna be further up, so we're gonna have to go down and then go a little bit to the right to look for the waypoint. There's also gonna be a recipe here, easy to find it. So this recipe is attack and cast speed. We go to the waypoint and I go to the right side, and I typically go to the right side until I find this little bridge which connects it to the next area, and then I portal to town. And in town you want to talk first to this NPC, these 2 guys, and then you get a bow or a quiver, you talk to Sin, and then you talk to them again, and they give you this bottle, the bottled storm. So you get the bottled storm, and that allows you to access the area in front of which we just left the portal. Selling the bows, because they're not gonna be better. I have a pretty spicy bow at this time, so I'm happy with my bow, don't need to upgrade it. And then we go to the oasis. In the oasis, you basically want to pick a wall and run along that wall, and there are going to be 2 entrances. There's going to be the Forbidden Vault, which you completely ignore. It's just some RP for the betrayal mechanic, it doesn't do anything. And then in the other entrance, you're going to find the Scorpion boss, and the Scorpion boss is pretty easy, pretty simple, but if you don't know what to do, it might take you a long time. So I'm going to explain exactly the mechanics of that boss as well. Killing this guy has a lot of life. These coat hangers are scary sometimes. If they have modifiers, they kind of use like a cyclone move. They can do really huge amount of damage. You can see as I'm killing them, I'm getting massive amount of XP. All of my gems are leveling, and we're keeping up with the level. So I'm now level, I think, can I see the level? Your elemental level, I can see the level, but I should be around level, yeah, 62. So we're keeping up with the campaign. So here, this Scorpion, as soon as you lower his HP to about this much, he's gonna despawn and then appear in here in this area, right? So his tail appears, you wanna let it attack you once. So you wanna stay kinda in range. He attacked me once, he moves. He attacks me once, and then he moves, right? So I want to let him attack me. You don't want to go too far away from him. I let him attack me, and then I move away, right? I want to make sure that every single time he spawns in this new spot, and I remember every single spot where he spawns, he's able to see me and attack me, right? And then I move forward. And if you stand in these like quicksand animation thing, you're gonna get a debuff that slows you, so you want to make sure that you avoid standing like directly next to the tail. So we're progressing with it, we're letting it attack me, we're letting it move, and then we're just following it or slightly in front of it. It's gonna be last attack here, then it goes to the next area, and in this area he has a couple of phases. So first we want to damage him as fast as possible, so that we push him into the next phase. And in one of these phases, in both of these phases, he can do this move where he just jumps in and out, kind of like a fish out of water or whatever. And you want to make sure to just continuously keep moving throughout that. If you keep moving, he's not going to hit you ever, because he's going to be very slow and behind you. After he goes into the ground here again, he stands in the middle, and you just need to let him attack you for a while, and then he comes out again, and then we just finish him off, and that's basically it. That's basically his boss, right? He doesn't drop anything that you need to pick up in terms of the quest, so you can just log out, go back to Highgate, and talk to this lovely lady, and pick up your skill book. And then we can use it and go back to the waypoint, which is why it was very important that we pick it up. Otherwise, we would have to walk all the way again. Pick up more life. Soon we're gonna be swapping to crit, but there's still a few more points that I can pick, and we go straight up. In this area you go straight up to the exit and you find the foothills. In the foothills you go straight to the right side. If you stick to the right side, you're gonna encounter the waypoint right away and the entrance to a side zone where you want to go right away, right? So grab the waypoint in the foothills by sticking to the right side. We are doing the delirium mirror. I accidentally ran through it. Doesn't really matter, you can run through it or not. You pick out the waypoint and you go to the right to the boiling lake. And then in the boiling lake you go to the top right. Usually it's gonna be up and a little bit to the right, and that's where you're gonna find the boss of this area. And it's like a basilisk, so if you stand in front of him, he has like an animation where he charges up, his eyes start glowing red, and then he can petrify you, which means basically you're gonna be kind of frozen. So you want to make sure that you stand behind him when he does that. Your totems can also get petrified, your minions can get petrified, so whatever, you can move behind him and hit him from behind. That way you're gonna be immune to whatever silly move he's trying to do. And there's also a recipe there. So this is the boss. We hit him, he starts charging up now, and then we move behind him and we're completely fine, and we just kill him. He's basically like a pushover if you stand behind him, but if you stand in front of him, it's gonna take a while to kill him. Trying to click this crafting recipe that didn't want to be clicked. We log out, go back to Highgate, and then we are gonna continue. We can talk to these guys, sell some items. This is a cool unique amulet that is used by magic finding builds. We go to foothills and then we progress to the top left. In foothills you can also kill this big centaur guy. If you find him on the way, just kill him. This gives you an item for a quest that gives you some regret points, right? So you can like respec some passives. It's completely optional, you don't need to kill him, but if it's on the way you can do it for a couple of regrets. Here we get some cluster jewels, some other items. At this point, I'm not really going to be upgrading my build. We're almost at Act 10, and since I'm not going to be going into the maps, for me it doesn't matter. But if I were you, I would definitely keep picking up items that are relevant to my character. So I would keep picking up good evasion bases, right? If you find items that have evasion, that have dexterity requirements, they're going to be more likely to get green sockets, which is mostly what you need, right? So like armor evasion bases, because you need a mix of green and red, those would be the best, and they are usually the best bang for your buck. Like having some armor and having some evasion is pretty good, especially if you're using flasks that have armor and evasion and increased armor and evasion. That is going to allow you to be a little bit tankier than otherwise. So the base armor and evasion on the items matters quite a lot. At the beginning of this zone, somewhere to the side, there's going to be a trial. This is the one before the last trial. I think I walk like through these. Yeah, I walked through these. I'm still not dying, so it's pretty hard to die. I'm walking through these like I'm blind and I'm still not dying. But I'm gonna portal here because that was a little bit silly. I need to get some flask charges. But yeah, I was just trying to demonstrate that you don't need to be afraid of these too much, as long as, you know, you can get out of them in time. But they're not doing that much damage. You can over flask that, right? You can spam your flask and heal up. There's multiple mechanics in game where you can do that. Later on, I'm gonna show you like a boss where you're gonna be able to just face tank like a crazy ability, and depending on the build and how much recovery you have different capabilities of face tanking things. So if you don't know, you can of course always limit test, or you can play it the safe way. But if you want to like get better, get faster, it's good to limit test sometimes, which is why I would recommend for newer players to play softcore. If you play hardcore, you're gonna be like restarting over and over, and it's gonna be you're gonna be not encountering the same difficulties. Playing in hardcore, if you're starting out first time, is gonna be a little bit challenging, and then it's gonna be easy, and then you suddenly die. And you're like, what did I die to? I don't know. Did I learn anything? I guess not. And you go again. And then it's gonna be easy because you went through that part of the game already, and then you suddenly die, and you're like, what the hell did I die to? Oh, I guess I learned about a new mechanic. This mob does something like that. Okay, you learned a thing, right? And then you have to make a new character. So it's much slower to actually learn about the game by playing hardcore than it is by playing softcore, at least in the beginning. Later on, if you want to learn to make a character tanky, if you want to learn to make a character not die, then playing hardcore is gonna necessarily force you to do that. So it's gonna force you to learn that, right? You're gonna have to like look up different monsters, what they do, and so on, and it's gonna help you learn in that way. But in the beginning, I would definitely recommend softcore. That way you can limit test, you can figure out how much damage everything does without being too afraid of it, right? Instead of like having to dodge everything because you're afraid it will kill you, you can actually try it and see, okay, this hit me for like half of my health. That's quite a lot, right? Maybe I don't want to get hit by that next time. So it's like much quicker to learn if you're going to be playing softcore. This boss, you basically don't want to stand in the beams. Don't stand in the beams, and don't stand next to him when he's charging up, trying to explode. Pretty simple. After here, we can log out if we took the waypoint. Make sure to take the waypoint in the previous area, right? So this area has two side areas that give you an item for progression and give you like a quest for a skill point. So you want to make sure that you take a waypoint there so that you can go in and out very quickly. Dropping some stuff in the stash, and we go back to the quarry. Yeah, the quarry is where you definitely want to pick up the waypoint. If the refinery was on the right side, I know that the entrance to the other side area is going to be on the left side here. The refinery is usually always on the right or on the top, and this area is either on the left or right. This area also, the tornadoes do a lot of damage, especially like the smaller tornadoes that get spawned do a lot of damage, so you want to make sure that you're dodging them. You're gonna have to damage this guy, and then you're gonna have a band of guys spawn, then you kill them, and you just alternate between those two, and they're gonna drop like a feather, and then you bring to town for another skill point. After that, it's gonna be quite dangerous area again. So this is a little bit of a dangerous fight. The main problem with this fight is limited recovery, because you have a lot of time where you cannot hit anything, you cannot kill anything. So you're not gaining flask charges, but you're getting hit by the tornadoes, right? So if you're spending your flask too much and you're panicking, you press your flask multiple times, you're gonna either suffer, or you're gonna die, or you're gonna have to get back to town to refill your flasks. That's why I kind of recommend for beginners to have like 2 life flasks. If you get comfortable, if you get some recovery on the build, you can get 1 life flask, but I think 2 is a decent recommendation. And at this point, since I have mana leech and mana gain on hit, I actually don't need the mana flask at all, so I could swap this flask for a life flask, or I will later swap it for like a crit flask or something like that, if I swap to crit. This zone belly of the beast, similarly to the belly of the beast in Act 4, has these all. You see, like I just got punctured, I was hit by this rare monster and he bled me. This does a lot of damage, so again, you want to make sure that you have bleed removal for this area, because it's very, very dangerous. There is also a monster. Sometimes it can spawn in this area. It also spawns in the Blood Aqueduct that looks like a crazy weird like hybrid between like a spider and a crab and a scorpion thing. And they detonate corpses. They spawn. If you ever see like a red beam coming from the ground, and you wonder what it is, don't step into that because it's probably gonna one-shot you. So those are the types of monsters that can spawn here. Very, very lovely. Now we progress to the Rotting Core. And from here we're gonna have multiple boss fights. This is one of the scary. Oh yeah, this guy. There was like this scorpion guy. This guy that here, that's the blue big guy. Yeah, these monsters are potentially very, very scary if you stick too long around them. So we're gonna have 3 mini boss fights, and then we're gonna have a big boss fight against a combination of those 3. So we have 3 areas. You can go into whichever one you want. This is a chevron area. This is gonna do lightning damage primarily. So lightning resistance definitely required here. You just want to progress through this, run through it all the way to the end, and then you're gonna have a boss that deals lightning damage. She has pretty telegraphed moves. She either throws balls at you, which you can dodge just by moving to the side, or she charges up a big ball, or she summons a guy to hit you. All of this pretty much does lightning damage, so you want to make sure that you're not standing too much in one place. You're running in circles. That's basically the basic rule of PoE defense, right? Run in circles. Like, a lot of the defense comes down to movement. You will notice, like, that in particular situations, I move certain ways, because I know that if I keep moving, I'm not going to get hit. And if I stood in place and just pummeled on the monster, I would actually probably die faster than the monster would die, right? So there are certain spots where you want to learn where is it good to move and where it's good to stand. All of the time when I make a build and I have perfectly good time with it, there will be players who will not have perfectly good time with it because of the playstyle, right? They're not moving enough, they're not dodging enough. So if it's like a squishy build that I'm playing, I can be okay with that, but some players might not be okay with that if they are not moving quickly enough, right? If they don't know how to stutter step quickly. So certain builds that are squishier, that are not investing a lot in defense and are focusing on like fast clear and stuff like that, might be a little bit more difficult to pilot unless you properly like learn how to move your character. This guy does, I think, physical and chaos damage. We got an amethyst ring, and then we got a Dodri who puts curses on you. So anytime you fight Dodri, basically you don't want to curse her if you have an option not to, because typically she's either going to like absorb the curse and do more damage, or she's going to reflect to you or something. So you typically don't want to do that. Here we progress through this area, and she's going to do like a move where she teleports to the middle and she starts screaming and she does like a big wave of damage. The normal response to that is to stand behind one of the pillars that curses you. There are 3 pillars on the sides, and if you stand behind it, you're safe. However, I am destroying them instantly because I fire projectiles that split from the sniper's mark and destroy them immediately. So I simply face tank it and press a flask. And because I'm attacking quickly, I have life gain on hit, I have life leech, I have enough resistances and life in general, and I have the flask. I was able to tank that. But you might not be able to tank that depending on how tanky your build is at any given time. So you might want to either portal out or make sure that you're not killing these pillars on the sides and you stand behind them. This guy, you basically want to never stand directly in front of him because he's going to like throw heavy red balls at you, which is not pleasant. So you want to make sure that you avoid that. You kill these scorpions, set up around him and just go somewhere behind him and attack him. He does an animation, you jump away. He does another one, you move to the side. It's pretty simple if you do enough damage. If you don't do enough damage, it's a pain in the ass. So make sure to invest in your character, make sure to level up a little bit more if you think you would have trouble with him. Like you can run Blood Aqueducts, for example, to a little bit higher level. Make sure you have a stronger character, more passive skill points, and that's gonna make the fight easier. But that's Act 9. So now the last act. Last act is very, very short, and it basically takes just as long as running the last lab. So you can have you have a choice. You either run the last labyrinth before you kill Kitava or after, right? It doesn't really matter because you have to fix your resistances anyway, but it's a good idea to run it before so that you can do it before you lose the 30 res. Now I unspec'd the accuracy node and I unspec'd the precise technique as well as the nodes at the beginning, and that gives me some passive points which I can use to spec into crit. So this is where I would like to swap into crit, because because I simply ran out of good passives to put into other stuff. So this is why I'm doing this swap now, and that will also give me ability to shock my enemies, because I no longer am using scare bots, but I have added lightning damage on my weapon, and quite a good amount of it. Because I have also increased elemental damage, increased projectile damage, I will be able to do a significant enough amount of lightning damage so that the shock will multiply my damage. The percentage of shock is basically a multiplier, right? It's like damage taken increase, right, on the enemy. So if I have a number on the enemy, you can see here it was like 18. That means 18% increased damage taken on that monster, which means I'm doing basically 18% more damage, which is a huge amount. It's almost as much as the precise technique was giving me, plus now I have the ability to crit monsters and freeze them as well, right? So this is why a swap at this point is already justified, because I am doing a little bit more damage now. And whenever you make a change and you end up doing more damage, that's usually a good change. So we go through a cathedral rooftop. You head straight down. If you ever feel like you can progress through this cathedral rooftop, there is going to be like a wooden attachment where you have to go through this wooden little pathway on the side, and that's how you can progress further down. So we go down, and then right after getting down from the rooftop, we're going to leave a portal, because there's going to be a place where we would have to like backtrack, and we don't like backtracking. We don't like spending extra time walking for no reason. So a more efficient way to do things is to, oh, this guy is very dangerous, is going to be to simply leave a portal and then go to the waypoint, and then again from town through the portal and so on. So a rooftop, we're going down from the rooftop now. And it's going to be a very dangerous fight. This is probably the most dangerous side boss that you're ever going to fight. There's a lot of damage. So we leave a portal here, and then we're going down and to the right. You want to go a little bit more down and then to the right side. There's like a first alley, and then second alley to the right is going to be the right way to go. This guy has leeching life. For some reason I decided I want to kill him. Oh, this was an essence. Yeah, I got some essences. I don't really need these essences, but that's completely fine. So there's a dead end here, so we need to go back, and the next pathway to the right is going to be the right way. We're going to be able to cross the bridge and go up toward the waypoint. So I'm crafting here this, chances of avoid being shocked or something. Always nice to have some decent modifiers on a flask, as long as it's something useful that you don't have yet, because these modifiers don't double up, right? So if you have 50% chance to avoid being shocked on one flask and on another, they don't add up. Only one of them would work, right? They don't stack together. They basically only the better one of them would be basically benefiting you. So going to the waypoint, back to town, enter the portal, and then we go straight down. So we go down and leaning more to the left, and we go alongside this wall until we see what I think is the control blocks. The area is called. Let's see, we kill the blue monsters, we got the rogue markers. I don't pick it up because I'm not going to be doing the heist mechanic, therefore the heist mechanics. Yeah, the control blocks. So in the control blocks, you can pick up the waypoint, and then you basically want to go to the left. And by going to the left, you're going to be going toward the boss that is doing a lot of damage. I think it's mostly physical damage, and the boss has a few moves. First of all, it spawns lasers that you basically want to make sure that you're not standing in. Then it does something like a physical skill that shoots like a wave toward you. You basically want to move away from the guy at that time. It also does like a leap and a slab, so you want to make sure you're not standing in that. If you see it like flying short distance, you want to make sure you're not standing in that. And then if you damage it enough, it's gonna fly up. It's gonna be not in the arena, and it's gonna be basically flying, doing like a drive-by, dropping like some nasty stuff at you, and it's gonna be in like a line or like a curved line. So you want to make sure that whenever the line is starting, it starts to drop like a red circles with like X in them. Then you want to get out of the way of that, because if they overlap and multiple of them hit you, it can very easily just destroy you. Like this boss can suddenly do like 5 times more damage than it normally does. It like by default does a lot of damage, but most of the time you can just ignore it and dodge it. But if these things, if this line it does, that it drops, this thing, if it overlaps and it hits you and you don't mitigate it in any way, it can very, very easily just destroy you. It goes down now. Now we can damage it. But make sure to not stand inside of the laser. So there's a laser on top of me, so I have to move now. And I'll just damage it enough. If you can have enough damage to damage it past the health threshold to push it to the next phase, while it's doing its like first move, which usually is going to be charging up these lasers, which is the easiest move, then you're going to be very happy in this fight. If you don't have enough damage, like with pretty much every fight, it becomes significantly more difficult and more annoying. And after killing this, you just get back to town. So you go back to town, you get a reward, so you can get flask. Silver flask is great if you don't have any other sources of onslaught. Definitely pick that up. If you do something like a flask for phasing, right? The quartz flask that gives you phasing is very nice. Phasing is a very, very nice buff that allows you to move through monsters, which means you're not gonna get stuck and you can just quickly run past them. It's very, very useful. We now go to the bone pits, which is right next to the waypoint. This is something you have to do on your first character. There is a quest here that allows you to get some respect points. There is a recipe here, and there is also the last ascendancy trial for the third lab in here. So on your first character, you definitely are going to have to go into this area. On your further characters, it is not necessary because you're already going to have the recipe and you're already going to have the ascendancy trials, since you only have to do this once per account per league, right? So whatever league you're in, only once per account you have to do this. You have to do it in that specific league. Yeah, so this trial is very, very easy, very, very simple. We pick up the elixir, we pick up the crafting recipe. This one is chaos damage, so if you're playing any chaos damage skill, this is going to be very useful. Chaos damage, usually like the resistances and the damage happens, like appears pretty late in the game. And now we go to the other side. I get hit by every single dart in here, which slow you. Slow is very annoying. And funny enough, this is one of like 3 different ways that the game can slow you, because there's like action speed slow, movement speed slow, and there's also like chill, which is action speed slow, but it's like different than regular action speed slow. There's like different ways the game slows you, and even if you have like immunities to slows, other things can slow you. It's very, very bothersome. But I'm gonna do the lab first, since I'm not gonna be progressing past Kitava. I'm gonna show everything within those 10 acts. So we're gonna go into this lab. This lab is gonna be a little bit longer. Every single one that you do is gonna be a little bit longer if they have more rooms, and sometimes you have things like yellow gates. And the yellow gates are gates that basically stop you from progressing until you find a yellow or golden key. And that golden key is either in the same area or in another zone adjacent to it typically. This is something that is in the last lab, which is the Uber lab, whenever you do maps, but sometimes it can appear also in this lab. Whenever you see like a silver door, that is optional. Silver door and silver keys are like optional content for extra rewards, typically not worth doing unless you really like this type of content, but the golden ones are mandatory because they simply don't allow you to progress through the lab if you don't get the golden key. But here we're just gonna go and find the aspirant's trial. This is the wrong way, so we're gonna go to the left. And I think we're gonna have to back off a little bit and go the other way, because this is kind of like a dead end. So we have to go back wherever I came from and go to the other way. There's a bunch of traps here, but they're not really doing anything to me. So you can simply run through it, and this is going to be the aspirant's trial. And in every single lab, you also have recipes that progressively give you more and more resistances, and they give double resistances. So you have like cold and lightning, cold and fire and lightning. That way you can craft a couple of resistances at the same time if you're missing only a little bit of each. There later on, when you do a betrayal mechanic, you're able to get different crafts that give you also chaos resistances, and those are actually one of the easiest ways to get chaos res. The chaos resistance crafts from betrayal basically allow you to craft 1 elemental res plus the chaos res, and if you craft a bunch of these, it's gonna like add up, giving you so much chaos res that you're gonna be able to easily get into positive numbers, and that's kind of what you want, right? Whenever you get to maps, one of your first goals in terms of the gear is going to get your chaos resistance to from -60 to at least 0 or a positive number. Later on, of course, the more the better, but that's at least what you want to try doing early on. because chaos damage is big and it's gonna kill you, and it cannot really be neglected. It used to be the case that people were telling people to, like, you don't need to get chaos reds, it doesn't really matter, but nowadays it's very common, and it's just as common as any other type of damage, so physical or elemental or chaos. So we're going through this passage to the top right. I think this is gonna be probably the correct way, and going past the traps. Always can check the current location. And the build is pretty much complete. You'll notice that from Act 6, I haven't really changed anything, right? Because that's how it typically works out. Like, whenever I make these videos where I do some guides for a build, it's gonna be heavily focused on the first 3 acts, because that's where most of the things happen, right? First 3 acts, you get all of your setups, you get the gems and all of that. But then Act 4, you get a couple of gems. Act 5, maybe you get 1 gem, maybe 2. And then Act 6, you will get the stuff that your class didn't have access to, which sometimes is a couple of things, but most of the time it doesn't really matter. Or you, at that time, you can get like extra gems to level in your offhand slots, so that you can have these gems for later, for like corrupting and trying to get +1 level or something. Yeah, this Izaro fight, you know, these little things basically remove charges from him. So he gains charges, like every couple of seconds he gains a charge, which buffs him. And so right before I kill him, right before I know that he's gonna be phased, I click on it, it removes all the charges, and then he moves on to the next stage, the next fight, without any charges. If you don't click on this device, then he's gonna have these charges for the next fight. So ideally, you either don't click it and let him fully stack, you get an extra key, or you click it right before you phase him, right before you like take him down to low enough HP so that he disappears back into his hole, and then right before that you click it, so he has no charges at all, and we have the easiest fight. Okay, running through this as quickly as I can, and this lab is gonna give me 2 extra projectiles. So this is one of the reasons why this ascendancy, Deadeye, is so popular, and it's the most popular ascendancy, because bow skills are currently in a really good state. As I'm releasing this video, there's gonna be a new league very soon, which might change that, but currently bows are super powerful, and one of the reasons is the ascendancy Deadeye, which gives you extra projectiles, which really increase increase your damage for skills like tornado shot, and increase your clear, and makes them much more comfortable to play. So I'm just running in circles around this guy, making sure I'm not standing in one place and on these traps so they don't damage me. And then we go pick up the rewards. So here we got some quality. Doesn't really matter, you can pick whatever you want from this. Quality or transfigured gem usually is going to be what you want to get out of this. And then we go to the altar and we pick up the last 2 points for now, because later in the maps you get 2 extra points from the Uber lab around level 75, but that's beyond the scope of this guide, because that's outside of the campaign. So after doing the lab, we got a couple of things to do. So we go to the Ravaged Square and we go to the right side. So here you're gonna have to go right, and then down to the left, down to the right, and up to the right. Basically do like a U shape, and this is the way you always, these zones always connect. Same thing after killing Innocence, when you're going to the Uriah Square, it's the same pattern that you'll notice, like a U shape. So that's how you get into this area. We go into Torched Courts, and after that we got like the Desecrated Chambers, or whatever it's called in Act 10, and it's gonna be similar situation where this is a great zone that has a lot of magic monsters that you're gonna be able to just repeatedly kill, and you can redo this zone. Like if you're not ready for maps yet, if you wanna level up, let's say you're like only level 60 here, and you wanna make sure that you increase your level before you kill Kitava, and you're missing some gear, your resistances are gonna suck, you don't have any currency, maybe you wanna get a couple of chaos recipes in and buy, you know, better boots or something that will fix your movement speed and resistances because you had bad luck with your gear. Great time to do this at this stage, and you can basically gear yourself up, get some levels, and make sure that you're a little bit stronger in the maps, because maps again are another jump in difficulty, right? So from Act 5 to Act 6, like the second half of the campaign to the first half to the second half of the campaign is a big difficulty jump, and also from campaign to the maps is also a difficulty jump. you're gonna have way more dangerous enemies, and you're gonna have less resistances, so you're gonna have to have better gear. But yeah, desecrated chambers, this is area level 65, and if you are below that, then very much I would recommend you just repeat this zone multiple times until you are like at least on par with the level of the zone, so that you can you know, be stronger when you're going into the mobs and the Kitava fight as well. I'm just gonna go through it one time because I'm pretty much on par with the levels. I've been killing a lot of monsters and basically trying to make sure I'm showcasing like a decent way to level here. So I'm level 66 now. I'm even one level above this zone, but when I go to the next one, I'll be on par. But I'm showcasing like an easy way to go through the campaign, right? I wanted to make sure that I don't pick a skill that is too difficult in terms of building it and following it, so that you can like pretty easily follow this. It's like one of the most straightforward builds. It's not one of the most powerful builds, but it's strong enough that you can very easily do the campaign on SSF, which means sole self-found, so without any leveling gear, without any currency or any extra help, basically just from a fresh start. So yeah, we're going in like a circle kind of thing. We're going following the outside wall, just as it was the case in Act 5, and also I picked up the recipe, and just like in Act 5 we have a bunch of blue packs here that are guaranteed. They're always here and they give you massive XP. Now we have one of the bosses. This boss is like super simple. He spawns red beams that do a lot of damage, and he has a huge amount of health. This is actually one of the bosses that is like a nice DPS check before maps, because depending on how quickly you're killing this boss, you're gonna be able to tell whether your build sucks or not, right? If you're struggling for several minutes here, probably should work on your build a little bit. You should figure out what is wrong with your build, and if you're like killing him at like a regular pace like I'm doing, you're okay. And if you're melting him, then you know you're in for a good time in maps. So yeah, we kill this guy, pick up this item, log out, and now we basically head on to Kitava. So we talk to Bannon to turn him into innocence. Crazy lore, whatever happens, I have no idea. I've been playing this game for many years and I don't know the lore. Nobody does really. I know that there's innocence and sin, and we kill Kitava. He's the bad guy, big demon in a city called Oriath, which we got expelled from, but now we suddenly care about it. I don't know, we're killing gods, something happens, scary stuff, but we get items and loot and we're happy. That's all I care about. So yeah, we move to this zone, which is level 66, the canals. I'm exactly level 66, so exactly on point. In this zone you basically just keep going up until you find the exit, as this is one before the last zone, and next zone becomes this zone is dark, and the next zone becomes even darker because we're approaching the evil demon Kitava. Who is Kitava? I have no idea. Yeah, the build is pretty much complete. If you have any questions about the leveling process, if there's anything that I missed that is not clear about the campaign, or like where to progress, or whether you should do something or skip something or anything like that, you can let me know in the comments below. I'm gonna be checking out these comments every now and then, both for this video and for the beginner's guide, which I'm gonna link in the description. I definitely recommend watching the beginner's guide before this, because it's gonna give you a bit of a more context for everything that I'm doing, right? You know, understand the basic game mechanics a little bit better, or you can just play the game and get some dip your toes in the water and then come back to this guide if you want to figure out if you are doing things correctly or not. You can approach this however you like. We're almost at the exit because it's getting darker. There's blood everywhere, very gruesome scenery. The feeding trough. And in the Kitava fight, he has a lot of different moves. One move he has is this sweep again, but this time he's basically breathing fire. So if he starts breathing fire from the left and he's going to the right, you want to go to the right. Like wherever he's starting from, you want to go to the opposite direction. And at a certain point, he's gonna cover almost the entire arena, except for that like last sliver of land wherever he didn't start from, like that. So if he started from left, you want to go right. If he started right, you want to go left. Then he also does these spawns these circles with X that basically whenever he spawns them, they're gonna explode, so you want to dodge them. There are ads that spawn throughout the entire fight, so you basically want to make sure that you're shooting everything. He does these concentric circles that you want to jump out of with your movement skill as well. What else does he do? He shoots a laser. He also spawns like a red ball that zaps you if you are nearby that ball, so you can stay away from it. And he also does the ground degen, right? Plus the heart. The heart is pretty simple, but you need to be careful because the mobs that spawn when the heart spawns also hit pretty hard. So don't, don't underestimate them because they can hit you pretty hard as well. What else does he do? Yeah, this is the degen. If you are uncomfortable with dodging stuff with the degen, because you see I have to go to the right side because he's spawning flame on the left and degen on the right, and then the concentric circles on top of me. So there's a lot of stuff to dodge here. So if you're not comfortable, just portal out, wait the degen out, and then come back. And if you are zoning back into the area and you are not moving, you're gonna have like a grace period, right? So you can just wait it out without moving. Nothing is gonna be able to damage you for like a minute. And then you can continue after this thing despawns. We're hitting the heart. Then after this guy dies, we get extra 2 skill points. So in total, you get 24 skill points if you kill all the bandits, and you get 22 skill points if you help one of the bandits. Right? Those are the skill points from the side quests. So that's what you want to do, and you can check if you've gotten all of them by typing /passives, right? If you type /passives in the chat, you're gonna get the list of the skill points, and it's gonna show you which quests you got them from and which quests you didn't. So you either didn't do a quest or you didn't pick up the reward from it if it's showing as 0 out of 1 or whatever. And then also you can type something like /played, and that's gonna give you a playtime. So in my case, when I type /played in a moment, you're gonna see it took me 4.5 hours to complete the campaign. This is like I guess a decent average pace for like a very experienced player. If you are a new player, it's gonna take you much longer, but good news is that you can definitely improve and get it to this point. You can do it like below 5 hours without being like a gifted god gamer. You just need experience, you just need to kind of know what you're doing, and that just comes with playing a lot and practicing. But that's it. Hopefully this has been very helpful. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments below. I'm going to be answering them. You can also check out my other guides, and I wish you guys the best of luck in completing the campaign. See you next time. Oh, and don't forget to like, subscribe, share the video, have your mom and dog watch it if they want to play PoE, all of that good stuff. Take care. Bye.